Good afternoon, everybody. We're going to call this meeting of the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees. We're going to call this meeting to order. We will begin with our roll call. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. Ryan Gonda.
Here.
John Mayer.
Here.
Diane Nicolette.
Here.
Howard Rosenberg.
Here.
Lisa Ruggiero.
Present.
Angela Taylor.
I'm here.
Our student is not present yet. Do we have any information about her?
Hopefully she's on the way.
Okay, and I'm Clerk Veronica Frankel. We have a quorum.
Okay, thank you very much. We will have our Pledge of Allegiance, and I am going to ask Trustee-elect Katie Simon Holland, who is joining us today, to lead us in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I know at least one other trustee-elect is here. Trustee-elect Melena Raymond. We just give them a hand. Congratulations to both of you. Trustee-elect Scott Kelly is in Hawaii. I think that's a poor excuse.
Terrible.
And I want the record to reflect that.
Yes.
And then Trustee-elect Deborah Feemster, Dr. Deborah Feemster, has family in town, but she is committed to joining us for the school board conference that we have on Thursday and Friday and Saturday. Okay, we will begin this meeting with public comment. Do we have any public comment to begin our meeting? Thank you, JJ.
Andrew Diss.
Mr. Disk, welcome. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Thank you, President Taylor and members of the board. For the record, my name is Andrew Diss. I'm the Director of Government Affairs for the Grand Sierra here in Reno. You guys may or may not know that the Grand Sierra is the 5th largest employer in Washoe County, and being that, we have a lot of employees with kids in the school district. So to our property and to our owner, Mr. Alex Morello, passage of WC1 was vitally important to us as an organization. And I just wanted to say congratulations to everybody in this room, because we know how much of a difference that money is going to make. However, the reason I came today is because that's a lot of money, and it has the potential to create some political conflicts. And when it comes to the decisions that are made and where that money is spent, I just wanted to let all of you know that the gaming industry in Northern Nevada will be here to back you up as you make those decisions, as long as you guys are doing what is right for the kids. If it starts to become over politicized, if there's a lot of fighting and tug of war going on about, you know, somebody wants money in their district as opposed to somebody else's district where the kids are losing out, we are going to take issue with that. But being is that it is so much money, a lot of people besides us are going to be watching, and I just want to wish you luck, and I want to wish our new trustees luck, Ms. Holland and Ms. Raymond, who are actually here today. So best of luck in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you, Mr. Disk. Do we have any other public comments to begin?
That's all I have right now.
Okay, to begin, okay. At this point then, for my colleagues, I'll entertain a motion to adopt the agenda as presented.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that we adopt the agenda as presented. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposition? All right, the motion is carried, and let the record show that it is unanimous. And we will begin with board reports. Board reports. We're going to start with Dr. Dye.
I have had an experience yesterday. I needed to take a nap, but there is no nap time at Vaughn Middle School. So I followed around Vivian. She gave me permission to use her first name, and had a ball. I was able to practice my drawing in art class. I kind of knew that that was not a strength. And then I actually got to restudy magnetism in science class. That was fun. I mean, that truly was fun. I learned more about questions and counter questions. So in 8th grade, they were learning how to take an assumption like, say, all students will graduate by tomorrow, and come up with a counter question as to all students will not graduate by tomorrow, and then have to evidence and discuss why that cannot happen. And it was absolutely wonderful, and that was team taught. I also took third year Spanish, and I got to brush up on my Spanish, which was a real treat. And I certainly need to, I wish I could go to that class every day, as a matter of fact. I also had the pleasure of going on an industry tour with Dr. Ryan and Scott Bailey, and had an absolute ball visiting Now Food Distribution. They manufacture food there as well, food manufacturing and distribution. Such things as, vitamins is huge. And we had to wear little white garb and hairnets and goggles so that when we really did get a thorough tour of the manufacturing and distribution plant, we, of course, would not contaminate anything. And there were certain areas where we absolutely couldn't walk, even when we were in our garb. And several of our industry partners kept their garb for Halloween costumes, so you may notice those next October. We also went to PetSmart. There is just so much to talk about there. Two things is they have 122 receiving and leaving from bays for their trucks. 122 bays. And it really is, I will call it, state of the art in an old type distribution format, because they have so many different products that are fragile. For example, dog food in bags. And so you have to be very careful how you handle those. And the most fragile of all are fish. And so they took us into their fish room, where we got to see their variety of fishes that they then distribute from here. And of course, they're extremely fragile, and all of that has to be done by hand. And that was quite a learning experience. And then the week before that, I was able to participate with 2,100 eighth graders, wow, at the convention center, and it was their expo and career discovery day, and it was absolutely phenomenal. And there were many professionals, REMSA, just to name one, a young man who's an NFL football player, to help the children hear about athletics, a variety of different vendors. There were over 60 vendors in the exposition hall, so children, eighth graders, got to peruse all of the possible futures that might be there for them. And it was just a wonderful, wonderful experience. So got to be with the community quite a bit, and I always say very quickly, walked in the Veterans Day Parade and had the honor of shaking hundreds of hands of our veterans. And one of our colleagues asked me, how do you tell they're veterans? And I said, well, it's kind of easy. You just look at their hats. Because, of course, you know, Korea, Vietnam, veteran, Navy, Marines, and it was a wonderful experience. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dye. Trustee Rosario?
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Is my mic on? Here we go.
Yes, there it is.
So honored to be here, and it's a very difficult task following after Trustee Diane Nicolette, because you have such passion and you're working so hard, and I want to thank you for the wonderful job that you're doing. And it's an honor to serve with you. It's been a busy 2 weeks, but I'm not going to touch on everything, because then I'll steal all of your board reports. So this is what happens when you get to go second. So I'll leave some for you all. But I wanted to talk about my buddy Cairo from Worcester High School. Just won Mr. And Mr. Mayor, you're usually the judge on this. Just won Mr. WHS. So he is my longtime friend. I'm so proud of him, and I'm so proud of Worcester for nominating him. And that was That was last week, so I think that's super exciting. And what's been happening, other than a ton of events, we had our Safe and Healthy Schools Commission meeting, and our Chief of Staff brought forward the new policy for our committee, and we've kind of revitalized and revamped that policy a little bit. Not too many changes, but to streamline it with the other board committees. And so we were very happy with that. We gave a lot of feedback on that. We talked about how we can do a better job of working with staff to get information out there to the community, because the members of the Safe and Healthy Schools Commission truly are ambassadors for the school district, and so we're working closely with our Chief Communications and Community Engagement Officer, Irene Payne, and she was there presenting on that. And so we talked about one particular area, which is our school safety forums, and so how we, as the ambassadors for the school district, will ensure a large presence at the safety forums, because we were so impressed with the lineup that Irene and her team put together, and I know Trustee Nicolette felt the same way too, along with everyone else. So that was discussed. And then another thing, we had a great presentation from our partner communities in school, and Dr. McNeil serves as an advisory member to that organization, and it truly is an amazing organization that really supports the work that we're trying to do with our students. And so it's a fantastic partnership. So trustees, if you have not been at a school where Communities in Schools is in place, I highly recommend it. We're going to have some of the safety commissioners tour a school, and so you're welcome to join us on that tour, but they really provide comprehensive support for our kids, and most importantly, kids who are falling through, I want to say kids who fall through the cracks that don't necessarily qualify for certain services. Community in Schools really fits that need for many of our children, and I'm so thrilled about the work they're doing at Vaughn Middle School, because that was such a high need neighborhood and area, and so I'm very, very thrilled and very proud of that work, and thank you, Dr. McNeil, for that. And I too had an opportunity to honor our veterans on Veterans Day, and I want to thank Lieutenant Colonel Scott Marriott for the amazing, amazing work he does with ROTC. He truly deserves a round of applause, because we shined on that day, and the opportunities for leadership and the leadership training that our children receive from being and participating in the ROTC program is, there are no words to describe it. And so I really want to credit Scott Marriott for the great work that he's done in that area. And then just a couple of great things, but I only will say them quickly because I'll let the other trustees talk about it. We had two events that we attended, the Junior Achievement Dinner and the Boys and Girls Club Dinner, and I'll let you guys expand on that. So thank you. Thank you, everyone, for being here, and congratulations to Trustee Raymond and Trustee Simon. We are so honored, and I couldn't think of two better people to serve, and I'm just thrilled to support you and look forward to working with you.
Thank you, Trustee Rosario. Vice President Mayer.
The first thing I want to do is congratulate the SOS committee for taking the time to earn money and raise money and spend money in all the right places, because they did something for 64,000 people in this community that don't even have a vote, but are going to reap the benefit for years and years to come by their help in the community. And I want to thank the community too. We read a lot of stuff, we hear a lot of stuff, but the community really supports what the Washoe County School District is doing. And they support what's happening with their kids. I got a lot of calls from people because when they called me, I couldn't tell them that I was for WC1, but they called me and said that this is a big turning point for the Truckee Meadows and Washoe County, and having the funding available to restore older schools and build new schools. And they were very, very happy that we pursued this avenue, and they were very happy with the committees that are together passed this bond issue and answered all their questions and did everything. So it was a great campaign. Speaking of campaigns, I'd like to thank those people that put their money where their mouth is and ran for public office and were not successful, or those that were successful, because I think without open elections and people wanting to have public service, this society is up in trouble. But our elections show that people really, really do care. And in that light, it was a pleasure to have one of my former students, Lisa Ruggiero, the best first grader I ever taught. But I have to say I'm proud of one of my students, Donald Abbott, won on the city council at Sparks in my old seat, Ward 1. And he's going to be, well, he got installed last night, and he will be the youngest person to serve on the Sparks City Council. And just a terrific, terrific guy. And then I want to talk a little bit about the parade. I was a babysitter in one of the Humvees. All the kids were with me and a few others. Had a wonderful time to see the expression and the glee that those kids had. And I got to say that ROTC under Scott is something. He was the Grand Marshal for the parade, and he rode in a zipped up Humvee. And he's a student at Sparks High School. He's in ROTC at Sparks High School, and he uses a walker. And he was treated like every other ROTC kid out there. People cheered for him, kids came up, gave him hugs. Old veterans came up and gave him hugs. And it just shows that this community really cares, really cares. And I want to thank the ROTC class at Sparks for accommodating his needs and fulfilling a dream that kid's had. It's wonderful to see dreams fulfilled. Speaking of which, and Howard liked this, because when I was in his art class, I learned how to do paper mache. And paper mache is not done very much in class because it's too messy. But one of my former students, who's a teacher, I taught her at Jesse Beck many, many years ago, called me and says, "Remember how you used to do paper mache and we cleaned it up for 2 weeks?" And I says, "I sure do." She says, "Would you come and help me with a paper mache project?" And I says, "What time?" And I was there half hour early. And she had a project that you'd love, Howard. It was a big, and I mean big, turkey. And all the kids got their hands dirty and had a great time doing paper mache on this big turkey and painting it and everything. You know, you learn a lot from books and you learn a lot from the computer and everything, but I learned a lot watching the cooperation of those kids during that project and how they got along with each other. And you talk about social and emotional learning. That was a demonstration of it right there. The turkey is nodding its head a little bit. But other than that, everything went great. And then can't go by without saying spotlight on success. I just love that. And of course, Marriott, and rightfully so, got an award there that night at Reno High, and he is very deserving of it. And we just, to recognize those people, it's too bad we can't recognize everyone. But I gotta recognize, and I hope that we put in the SOS committee and the other committee that Sean Carey chaired for some kind of an award at Spotlight on Success. That's it.
Thank you, Trustee Mayor. Trustee Rosenberg.
This is uncharacteristic, but I'm going to.
It is uncharacteristic. Thank you, Trustee Rosenberg. Clerk Frankel.
I almost wasn't prepared. I was not used to that. Thank you, President Taylor. I too have had a busy. Many of you have already spoken about many of the events that I attended. I was honored to be at the Boys and Girls Club to recognize their 40th anniversary. The students that were recognized are our students in our schools, and I was really proud to hear of their growth, their success, their progress, and it's always wonderful to hear the young voices and the leadership of our future leaders. I also want to state how much we value at the district the partnership we have with the Boys and Girls Club in so many ways. I, too, attended the Junior Achievement Banquet with Trustee Ruggiero. Again, a real honor to be there to recognize community leaders who support young people in education. I do want to also, I wasn't able to attend this year, but I want to shout out to Dana Ryan and the Career Expo with 2,100 eighth graders to go in and expose them to different careers and to start thinking about different areas that they might want to pursue, either just different academies, different careers that they might want to explore further. And also want to thank because it's a monumental effort to get 2,100 kids to the event center, the convention center. And it takes students, the administrators, the staff, the bus drivers, the principals, and of course the CTE team, which is tremendous under the guidance of Dr. Dana Ryan, who I continue to call Dr. Tornado. And then I want to also say how thrilled I was to be able to recognize our veterans on behalf of the district and with other elected officials in our community. I too marched in the parade, and I appreciate walking with Trustees Taylor, Ruggiero, and Nicolette. And recognizing and having a chance to meet some of our incredible young people, most of whom actually I think at least 50% of them when I talked to about where they want to go, they're all seniors. Half of them already been accepted to some colleges, and that just thrilled me to hear. Some weren't sure where they were going to accept yet, but they're all extremely high achievers and doing great work. I know our ROTC program teaches them so much about leadership and being prepared for their futures. I also had the opportunity to honor in the first ever national honor flight for Native American veterans. I was at the airport with President Taylor to recognize their return from Washington on Sunday, and had the opportunity to hear one of our freshmen at Demonte Ranch High School sing the national anthem a cappella, which was tremendous. Maybe President Taylor remembers her name, and I'm drawing a blank on it at the moment, but you might remember. I didn't write it down. But she was tremendous, and I'm always proud to see our young people stand up at events like that and represent our community, their school community, and our district. So that's just some of the things, and I'll stop there.
Thank you, Trustee Frankel. Trustee Ryan Gonda. Trustee Gonda.
I was afraid I was replaced already. I had the opportunity these last couple weeks to tour Spanish Springs High School with Principal Hart and to see the great work that they're doing out there. They have some great programs with the athletic training program and some of their media programs. It's really inspiring to see, and also to see the partnerships that they have in the community in order to fund those special programs. They have a photography class, they have a digital animation class, and their screens are biggest Apple screens I've ever seen, but they're all funded by grants. And I thought that was a great example of how we can tap into the community for some of those. Principal Hart's doing a great job out there. She introduced us to a biology class, and then I was thoroughly humbled by going into a math class and learning how much I have forgotten since high school. So I won't tell you what level it was at, but Principal Hart actually had the opportunity to substitute or to teach that class until the teacher arrived, and so she did a great job. I also had the opportunity to go to Palmer Elementary School with the Sunrise Rotary Club. And I know that Superintendent Davis will cover this in a bit here, so I don't want to take too much away from that. But it was a great opportunity to talk to the kids about, with TMC representatives from TMCC, about college, and to ask them the question, have you ever considered college? And just have that discussion. Everyone from a kindergarten class on up to 5th and 6th grade. And so it was inspiring to see that some of them have thought about it and know exactly what they want to be. A lot of policemen and firemen, potentially, especially in the kindergarten class. So that was great. And then finally, I had the opportunity to attend the Boys and Girls Club, where they held a multi-faith breakfast with President Taylor and Superintendent Davis and staff. We're, again, probably covering that, but made a presentation. But it was a great opportunity, again, to see the connections of the community with our faith community. And the questions that they asked of Superintendent Davis and President Taylor were, how can we support the school district? How can we support our students? How can we work together? So really inspiring to see that our faith community is actively involved in that way. And that's it.
Thank you, Trustee Rhonda. Sorry, that was on purpose. I'm just going to cover just a couple of things that have not been covered. I, too, got to do Let's Go to College, but I was at Maxwell the week before, and it was really, really just invigorating, a lot of energy, and loved the partnership with Truckee Metals. And that was actually on the same day as Start Thinking About College, the last program of that. I am, as many of you may know, that I'm on the ESSA, the Every Student Succeeds Act Advisory Committee for the state, and we had a meeting there in Carson. And what I want to bring up on that is we were receiving reports from subcommittees, and I was just really proud that the person in charge of our assessment, Dr. Sandra Aird, was there, answered questions, did a tremendous job in talking about assessment, and really getting the feedback that we would like to have as a state on what students being assessed, what are they for, or how are they mandated, and so on. But I was just really proud to see her sit there and just answer questions at a statewide meeting. I was able to be a part of crowning the homecoming king and queen at Hug High School in the rain. They didn't expect me to show up because it was raining really hard. The one day that week, it rained really hard, and I was really wet, but it was really fun. So I'm really honored by being able to do that. And then the other thing that was not mentioned, we mentioned the Veterans Day Parade, but my highlight in that I think is worthy of mentioning is I got to shake the hand of someone that won the Purple Heart. You and I both got a chance to do it, and it almost made me cry. And he reached out and said, "I made it back, it's okay," because it was just so overwhelming to think, man, this guy won a Purple Heart. I mean, just the pride in those veterans that were there, and just them seeing so many people come out just to say thank you. I thought it was really, really a tribute. And then really, as I think about the veterans and when that happened, towards the end of last week, and at such a time in our country when things can get tumultuous and confusing, and a lot of things going around, and certainly some of us have seen the clips and the news stories from various schools and things that have happened. And Trustee Frankel came up with this idea that it will be really important for us in our schools, us as a board, to talk about our policies and the things that we have some things in writing that talked about how we want our kids to be safe in our schools. It's not a political statement; it's a safety statement. It's a support statement for all of our kids. And Trustee Frankel made this recommendation, and thanks to staff, we would like to read it just on behalf of the board, and then I'll transition it and just turn it over to Superintendent Davis for her report. We're going to begin with, I will begin with starting into our board policy 9031. That is our policy on safe and respectful learning environment. The Board of Trustees believes that a working and learning environment that is safe and respectful is essential for all staff and students to achieve success. Any form of bullying, cyberbullying, and/or discrimination interferes with the ability of teachers to teach in the classroom and pupils to learn.
The district shall provide an environment in which persons of differing beliefs, characteristics, and backgrounds can realize their full academic, personal potential. All persons are entitled to maintain their own beliefs and to respectfully disagree without resorting or being subject to bullying, cyberbullying, or discrimination.
All students, administrators, faculty, and other district staff shall demonstrate appropriate behavior by treating other persons, including students, with civility and respect, and by refusing to tolerate bullying, cyberbullying, and/or discrimination. the district prohibits the active or passive support for acts of bullying, cyberbullying, and/or discrimination. Both students and staff are expected to support attempts to constructively prevent and/or stop such acts and thereby promote safe schools. And I may just add, President Johnson at the university sent out a mailing that's probably one of the best things I've ever read about how we will continue to be what we are: safe, sane, and inclusive.
And I'll read from Board Policy 9201, Bullying, Harassment, and Discrimination Prohibited. The Board of Trustees believes that every individual has the right to learning and/or working environment that is safe and free from bullying, harassment, and discrimination, and in which their diversity is valued and contributes to successful academic and personal outcomes. The Washoe County School District is committed to non-discrimination in educational programs, activity, and employment as required by applicable federal and state laws and regulations on the basis of race, color, national origin, or ethnic group identification, marital status, ancestry, sex, sexual orientation, gender identity or expression, genetic information, religion, age, qualifying mental or physical disability, and/or military or veterans status.
The district expects all school facilities and school-sponsored events to be free from prohibited conduct which creates or is reasonably certain to create an intimidating, hostile education or work environment for the person at whom the conduct is directed, such that it substantially interferes with or impairs the student's education or employee's performance.
Board Policy 9210, Equity and Diversity. The board believes appreciating individual human diversity, developing a capacity for the collective pursuit of culture or competence, and committing to day-to-day equity and inclusion will enable the district to fulfill its mission. The district will adopt procedures intended to achieve a diverse and equitable school community, inclusive of but not limited to race, ethnicity, language, culture, gender identity or expression, sexual orientation, religious and spiritual beliefs, age, and physical and learning abilities. The Board of Trustees recognizes the growing diversity of cultures in the district and commits itself to ensuring that all aspects of policies, regulations, practices, programs, and services promote equity and understanding and appreciation for culture and ethnic diversity.
District policies, programs, and activities shall foster recognition of and respect for basic human rights, fundamental freedoms, and equitable opportunities and outcomes for all. The district will provide leadership that is committed to identifying and removing discriminatory biases and systemic barriers to learning. The district will establish and maintain collaborative relationships with diverse communities so that the perspectives and experiences of all district faculty, staff, students, and their families are recognized to help meet their needs.
Strategic Plan Envision Washoe County School District 2020, Goal 5, to ensure our schools are safe, secure, supportive, and welcoming environments where students and staff are able to succeed academically and professionally at the highest possible levels. Objective 5.1, provide schools, students, staff, families, and the community with the resources necessary to encourage and enhance a positive climate and a culture of collaboration in our district.
Thank you. Superintendent Davis, you want to read yours, and we'll go back to John.
I was ready. We are committed to ensuring that every student is accepted and embraced regardless of their background, gender, race, disability, or sexual orientation. Our schools are safe places where every student is welcome and can learn and grow without fear. We will continue to support our staff and students and have a number of resources available on our school campuses should anyone, staff or students, need additional guidance and support. Please know that our district policies regarding harassment and bullying will continue to be enforced and upheld.
Just thank you to all of our colleagues and to Trustee Frankel with the vision for this. It's just really important for us as the leadership in the district to just reaffirm reaffirm our commitment to making sure that our environments are safe and healthy and welcoming for every one of our students and every one of our employees. Welcome, Katie. We didn't give you a chance to have board reports, so get your comments together because you wanted to share something.
Yes,
And then
we've had an remarkable effort and effect come about this last weekend. We had 2 schools beat on their way to their state championship, 2 Southern Nevada schools each. And my congratulations go out to Galena High School and to Sparks High School soccer teams for that feat. I can't recall in the past when a 4A and 3A teams from Washoe County beat 2 Clark County or Southern Nevada teams. But it's something to, we're great in the classroom, we're great everywhere, we're great with our kids, and we're great out on the fields. So congratulations.
Just give those teams a hand. The state champions. State championships, that's pretty awesome. Pretty awesome. Katie, welcome. Thank you for joining us. We'd love to have your report before we go to the superintendent.
So next week is our next student advisory board meeting, and I've just been talking to a few of the students on the board, and we're just trying to get our subcommittees all put together so that in the spring we can start being more action driven and going out into the community. And yeah.
Well, I will add something because of one of our students on the student advisory board that you will not be aware of. I attended a fundraising breakfast for a nonprofit organization that does some parent-teacher home visits, by the way, yesterday morning, and guess who their second keynote speaker was? Joka. And I tell you what, no, none of us are surprised. That kid, he did an incredible job. Oh my goodness, he did an incredible job. I felt like he was my kid. I was just beaming and he did an incredible job. He spoke for 15 minutes, held the crowd, and was passionate and said, "Man, we'll be seeing him for a long time, for a long time." So very proud, and he represented you well and represented us well. So next.
Great. This is going to be kind of long today. Seems like we kind of backed up a week, so there's a lot happening in our district. So I definitely want to thank a host of individuals related to WC1, the chair of Peace Horn, Sean Carey, who was with us every step of the way in that whole committee. SOS, Abby and Alex and Richard J, Mike Karismirsky, and a ton of host of individuals, and even just everyday folks walking into Jack's eating breakfast, right? A lot of folks just getting together for a cause that will benefit us for future and decades to come. But I think I would be remiss in my duty if I didn't go back to the late Senator Debbie Smith where this started. Because we met at Starbucks and she had an idea, and I was like bushy-eyed, like I'm the new chick, and she was like, "No, listen, Tracy, I think I have an idea. This could work." And for me, it speaks of her legacy about how she felt about community, how she felt about kids. And today, I would just like to take a couple seconds to honor that legacy, because we arrived here today because of a thought she had and some work she started, and we joined on as a team, the whole community. So I would like to just take 2 seconds to honor that. Thank you. We've been a busy district. Hopefully you follow me on Twitter, because then you'll know what all this stuff is about. But I'm very grateful for the board and for my LT team, because there's a lot happening, and we all have to just divide and conquer when it comes to things that are happening in our community. Our multi-faith breakfast was phenomenal, and thank you, Trustee Gonda, for coming, and President Taylor. I'll tell you, we've already got some discussions about things, how they can help us in our community with our schools, and so we're excited about those partnerships that we'll have, and we'll continue to have those breakfasts just so we don't just communicate out. How do people communicate in to us and hear the needs of the people we serve? So we're excited about that. I want to thank Trustee Franco and Trustee Ruggiero for the Boys and Girls Club's awards dinner. We had 2 student speakers, one from Galena, and I forget the other one's from Sparks. but you would have had a tear in your eye. I don't know how you could not. And I'll tell you, those two students talked about what transcends race, gender, religion, where you live at, and we all were just really excited for our kids and proud to have those students in Washoe County School District. Big shout out to Dr. Dana Ryan for the Career Expo that was a 2-day event. So there was like 2,400 kids on one day, 24 kids on one day. So probably serviced almost 5,000 kids by the time it was over. But very grateful for the 50 companies in our community that actually went to help. And we had all our 8th graders there. But simultaneously, we had equity and diversity start thinking about college, and we serviced over 1,000 middle school kids also talking about college and career. So just shout out to all the departments. On election day, where everybody else was at the polls wondering what was going to happen, we were working in the district. And I'll tell you what was amazing was to go visit schools and what was happening in our buildings. And I can tell you, every school that I visited, and I know that all the chiefs visited schools, they were talking about knowing kids by name and face to graduation, implementing systems, whether they called it something fancy at one school or another school. They were talking about ensuring that an adult had a relationship with a kid in that building. And they were talking about climate and culture, and it was evident the work we're doing with our 4 fundamentals and our strategic plan was happening in buildings across the valley. Shout out to Reed High School, because part of their culture and climate was a chili cook-off with the teacher and the principal. And somehow I got stuck in the middle of who was going to be the winner, but whoever made the sweet potato pie was the winner for me. But it was just great to be in the school and just see all the activities and the work that our staff and our administrators are doing around kids. Shout out to former principal Juliana Annan and Joy Ansia. They are Blue Ribbon schools that were celebrated in D.C. This past week, and so we're excited. We know how hard that is to become a Blue Ribbon school, and we're excited that Washoe has a Blue Ribbon school. And then we had JAG, Jobs for American Graduates, which is an amazing opportunity for most of our first-generation students. I actually had the opportunity to judge employability skills contest, and there were thousands of kids, and we interviewed over hundreds. Here's what's amazing. I did not interview any kid from Nevada or rate them, but I am so proud that Olga Garcia won first place across the country in employability skills, and she is from Reed High School? She's from Reed High School, but that's a big deal because let me tell you, the kids I interviewed were super sharp, but what was nice was they had an opportunity to dress up, job skills, and so a great opportunity to get our kids on to highly skilled careers or college or the military. And speaking of military, a shout out for our collaboration with the Council of Great City Schools, hosting our Career Expo for current and former military personnel, some work that we were doing with our school. We had a chamber meeting today, which I hosted. So these little pumpkins that you see, first of all, they're recycled from the Chunkin' Pumpkin contest, if you know about the Troubaget. The AACT Academy of Natural Resources, right, took those resources and they were selling these. So I thought we would support them. So I bought one for each one of you today.
Thank you. Awesome.
And then I'll just close with a thank you to the entire staff. School police, secretaries, teachers, principals, bus drivers, if you've been around this week, and it's been a crazy week the last week and this week, but amazing things are happening, and we have an amazing staff that takes care of 65,000 kids, and I think as a superintendent and a board, we are blessed to have employees that care about kids every day, and so thank you to the staff in Washoe County School District.
Thank you for your indulgence to those that came to watch. We had a 3-week period of time, which was a very 3-week, longer than usual period of time, and certainly some things to celebrate doing board reports on today.
One more thing, just to dovetail on what Superintendent said. If you need holiday pies, you can order them now from AACT. So why are you guys looking at me that way? You can. Yes, you can.
Yes.
You can. I'm letting you.
Who's selling the pies?
AACT. Contact AACT if you like a holiday pie. They will get your order in. You have to pay in advance.
And then it's the Reno Sunrise Rotary District 519. Are there members here? from the Rotary? TMCC Education Alliance, Let's Go to College. Anybody? I thought we had members. Ed Alliance. Well, well, just a big thank you. I know a lot of us talked about it, but the schools received almost $10,000. 4 schools that were a part of that: Sun Valley, Maxwell, Palmer Elementary Schools, and so we are again grateful to the community efforts in this work as we ensure that kids are ready to exit and every child by name and face to graduation. So thank you.
Thank you very much. We couldn't do this without the support of our community. It's for our kids. Now we're going to move on to agenda item 3.01. This is the approval of our consent agenda. We have consent agenda items 3.02 through 3.21 before us. And we will be looking for, we actually have public comment. Let's do public comment before I ask for a motion. We do. I know we have public comment on this. JJ, if you would.
Katie Simon Holland for agenda item 3.15.
Welcome, Trustee-elect Holland. You know you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam President. Good afternoon, Madam President, trustees, superintendent, staff, and guests. For the record, my name is Katie Simon Holland. I am trustee-elect for District G, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak before you as a citizen on item 3.15. I've been moved by recognition that the staff and board and families affected by our overcrowded schools have been struggling to find the right, effective, and just solutions that reflect the best that we can do and the best that we can achieve in concert with the values of this district. My intention in speaking today is to support that struggle and share an insight that came to me at 1:24 a.m. on Thursday night that I believe could be helpful. After 15 years as a CEO, I've learned that the best thing to do if we learn that there is a better way to do something is not to keep going, but to change course. As I thought with an open mind about why overcrowded schools are a problem, I realized that we are looking at overcrowding as the problem, when in fact it is merely a problem because it can be a cause of other problems. There is research that shows that there can be a potential negative impact from overcrowding on things like student and staff safety, student achievement and learning performance, staff and community satisfaction, and the resulting cost of operating our schools, all factors that we use to measure the quality of our schools. Our current metric for triggering solutions only addresses one measure: how many children are going to be in the school. I would propose that we're using an incomplete set of measures to determine when a school's population becomes problematic and must have dramatic solutions. If we look at the evidence of what problems have been caused by overcrowding, at Westergaard, for example, we know that there has not been a negative impact on student achievement and learning performance. Student achievement is among the highest in the district. We also have evidence that there continues to be very high staff and community satisfaction with Westergaard, despite the numbers of students. I don't personally have the data to determine whether there has been a dramatic increase in safety issues, but that, of course, should be looked at. And finally, we need to be mindful of how to most cost-effectively address problems that may be caused by crowded conditions. If there has been an increase in safety issues related to crowded playgrounds, lunchrooms, hallways, etc., then we have to identify what the most cost-effective solutions are. Would it not be more cost-effective to hire assistant principals and additional yard duty teachers than implement multi-track year-round at a cost of what I'm told is approximately $300,000? And where's the cost-benefit of the recommended solutions compared to all other options that should be considered? Providing such an analysis routinely is a sign of the fiscal responsibility our taxpayers expect. So in conclusion, I would respectfully ask that the trustees continue the item regarding revision of Board Policy 6111 and ask staff to come back with a set of measures to be applied at any school to determine whether the school population is resulting in unacceptable declines in student achievement, learning performance, safety, and staff community satisfaction. Thank you very much for your consideration of the request to continue this item till December or January.
Thank you, Trustee-elect Holland. Do we have any other public comment, JJ, at this time? No? Okay, hearing none, I will entertain a motion. What's the board's pleasure?
I'd like to pull off agenda item 3.15 for discussion by the board.
Okay. Okay, so any board member like to pull another item? Yes. Trustee Gonda?
3.09.
3.09. Okay. Other requests from the trustees? Okay, seeing none at this time, I will entertain a motion to approve consent agenda items 3.02 through 3.08 and 3.010 through 3.10 through 3.14, and 3.16 through 3.21. Hope you're able to follow that. Is there a second? There's a second. It's been moved and seconded that the aforementioned consent agenda items be approved. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposition? Okay, the motion is carried. Okay, so we'll begin, Trustee Gonda, we're going in order 3.09. If we have the appropriate staff members here that can address this. This is approval of Meridian 120 North Subdivision Agreement for contribution to schools between the Washoe County School District and the Reno Land Development Company, LLC, and Bates Stringer Reno, LLC, for a total of $200,000 for capital improvements to Verdi Elementary School, Billinghurst Middle School, and Robert McQueen High School. This is for possible action. And we see the usual suspects in front of us on facilities. Gentlemen.
Hello, thank you for having us. What questions can we answer for you?
Trustee Gonda?
So I was reading through the agreement, and my first question is, what are we agreeing to? Because they're, through the language of the agreement, giving us $200,000, but what is our part of that agreement?
Well, in essence, and to make it very simple, is to receive that money on a pro rata basis. Each house, when it closes, we will receive, I think it's $700 and some odd per unit. So we will receive that money, put it into an account that will be used for Verdi Elementary School, Billinghurst Middle School, and McQueen High School. So, in essence, taking the deposit.
That was my main question, is just to make sure that we didn't have anything else that I missed in the contract that was, we had to do something in order to, an expectation, or we only get this money.
Understood, right. There are no obligations on the part of the district except to receive the money and place it into account to use for those particular schools.
And one follow-up question too for that as well. So that once the money is deposited in that account, it's in the agreement, I shouldn't say contract, agreement, it says it's dedicated exclusively to the improvement and operation of those three schools, Verdi, Billinghurst, and McQueen. What does that mean? Is that it only goes to capital improvements, or is there potential use for other?
Mike, if you give us your name for the record.
Oh, sure. I apologize. For the record, I'm Mike Boster, School Planner with Capital Projects. The money can be used for capital improvements at those three schools. So those would be any kind of improvements that are needed, construction-wise or repair-wise, that sort of thing. Anything that the school might need as far as a physical structure. We'd have to work with the schools themselves to see if there are any extra needs above and beyond what is already allocated for each school.
Okay. Trustee Rosenberg?
In essence, the money is restricted for the use by those three schools.
Yes, sir.
Fine, thank you.
Mr. Etcher?
Pete Etchart, Chief Operating Officer. The only thing I'll add to that is this was done completely independent of the Washoe County School District. We did not request this money. This was done by the developer and the city of Reno. And obviously it was done probably in the heart of overcrowding relief, but this actually will not probably provide any overcrowding relief, but we will use it as intended for those three schools.
Any other questions? Trustee Gonda in particular? Okay, seeing none, is there a motion? The pleasure of the board at this time?
I move to approve 3.09.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? If the motion is carried, let the record show that it is unanimous, 6-0. Gentlemen, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll ask staff members for 3.15 to please come forward.
It's a discussion I would like to have with the board.
This is a final approval of the proposed revision of Board Policy 6111, school calendars and schedule types to relieve overcrowding, to include the addition of language related to alternative schedule types and automatic conversion thresholds for multi-track year-round and double sessions, and possible action to provide preliminary approval to the proposed revision of Board Policy 6111, school calendars and schedule types to relieve overcrowding. Of course, this is for possible action, and again, the usual suspects, our Chief of Staff and our Deputy Superintendent. Trustee Frankel?
Since I asked for the item to be pulled for discussion, and I know this was discussed, and it did not go to board policy, but it had been previously discussed at other board meetings, and I appreciate that. I share the philosophy that was expressed by Trustee-elect Katie Simon Holland, that at times when you reflect on things when you realize that perhaps the approach we're taking might not be the best approach, that before we pass this policy, I've reconsidered some of my thinking about this. The words that concern me in this policy as drafted, and I apologize, I wasn't here for the last meeting when it was discussed before it was sent out to the public, but I also know it can be sent out again if it is modified, has to do with the words automatic conversion threshold to multi-track year-round, both A and B under Section 5. What I look at there when I thought about it more and more was the word automatic, and also the fact that we are proposing a solution whereas it restricts possible options for other solutions in the event that we recognize a school reaches 120, which we recognize is not the safest thing for a school, and we've discussed that at length. And I'm not questioning the 120%, although I will come back to that. But what I am concerned about is that it drives a particular solution without providing what I would prefer to see is a policy that says when we reach 120% of baseline enrollment capacity, that it initiates a process to review a variety of different options for student reduction, a reduction of class size, be it multi-track year-round or other options, many of which I think we might discuss on a future agenda item that's coming up today. So I pulled this item primarily because I will not be voting in favor of this policy as it is written for the concerns that I've mentioned. Going back to my point about 120%. Not all of our 93 schools, and I don't need to say this to all of you, everyone knows this, but not all of our 93 schools are created equal, just like none of our students are created equal and none of our school communities are created equal. There has been precedent for us to resist the setting of percentages. For example, in our BDR, for setting a percentage amount that restricts or directs certain action at a particular percentage point. So for example, 13% funding of up to 13% students for special ed. I agree with that philosophy that it could leave out the needs of unique circumstances and situations. If we say 120% is our fixed number for driving multi-track year-round, we may be overlooking the needs of a particular school population, a unique circumstance at a school, a unique situation of a school with a very different footprint, a very different situation, and a very different impact of 120% on one school versus another. So that is my reason for also questioning the trigger to a particular solution at 120%, and is the reason I'll be voting against that item.
But on the mic, you want to, yeah.
Why don't we have a discussion about?
Well, and what I'd like to see is staff work on a revision of the wording to address opening up or initiating a process at 120% base capacity that doesn't drive a particular solution, that it triggers something that warrants a response by staff, and maybe that'll be captured in the administrative regulation, but some sort of process that says we need to address and reduce the population of that school. As written right now, it drives one and one only, one solution and one only, and I would like to see it redrafted. And I don't want to wordsmith it here because it's a big concept, and I think it would take too long to wordsmith it. I think we need to go, if we agree to do this, to send it back to staff to reword this, it's going to have to go through the processes that we usually do with policies or policy revisions. It'll come to us for discussion, go out to the public, and come back to us again. So that would be my suggestion. If I want to make it as a motion, I can make it as a motion that we direct staff to go back and revise the policy with the spirit that I just expressed, that when a school reaches 120%, a process is initiated to review options for reduction of student population.
Since this was approved one time, what's the process for that, Mr. Rombardo, that would allow whatever flexibility that's being discussed here?
Yeah, we haven't finally approved it, though.
No, we haven't. It was just approved once.
Right. Give me a minute to pull up the statute.
Okay. Well, in the meantime,
I'm not sure what actions we can take here.
Okay, why don't we see, because again, it's just, we want to just know it doesn't mean that anything can't be revisited at all, so please don't hear that. But typically, once we approve it and it comes back, we haven't had this instance since I've been the president before. Sorry, I didn't mean to throw my watch at you. Yeah, we'll find out what's going on. I see you, but I see Trustee Mayor, and then we'll go to you, Chief of Staff.
I have always been upset by setting a set goal at 120% when some schools are impacted. Let's say Desert Heights, for an example, is really impacted by special ed programs, much more so than a lot of other schools. And to think that they have to wait until that school gets to be 120% to get some other plan, and I'm not advocating for any type of plan, but maybe a plan to empty the classrooms by sending some special education programs elsewhere. I think that there's a whole lot of emphasis on the 120% when some schools at 110% are really infected, reflected as they're having problems. They can't get teachers. There's all kinds of problems. And I think at that time we should have maybe a district-wide rewriting of this policy to say that unusual circumstances may prohibit it, or wishes of the school population of parents may dictate, because some schools at maybe 90% want to go all year round. So I'm not in favor of the way it's written.
Okay. Thank you, Trustee Mayor. Chief of Staff, Lasik.
Sorry, David Lasik, Chief of Staff for the record, and I too just would probably defer to legal counsel, because the board did vote in December of 2015 on the 120%, so this policy is only memorializing previously adopted board action. So I'm not sure what that looks like in undoing that.
I mean, we can always do another action and reverse something if we choose. That's to be best. I mean, it's just a matter of what the appropriate process is for that. Yeah. Right? Because it's not like once we take a vote, we can never go back and change it. I mean, we certainly know if that's the pleasure of the board. So why don't we do this? Why don't we take a quick 10-minute break? Just because the opening was long anyway, that'll give our legal counsel an opportunity to look up what's appropriate for us and what our options are moving forward, and then we can consider how what the board pleasure might be. Okay, everybody, come back, 10-minute break. Okay, 3:15, come back 3:15. Yeah, right. No, really, because we have a big agenda, so 3:15. Okay, we're gonna call, close. We got close to 10 minutes. We're at 12 minutes. Close, 12 minutes. We're gonna call this meeting back to order. And thank you everyone for that, as Mr. Rombardo took a look at what options our policy present to us. Mr. Rombardo?
Thanks, thank you, Chair, or President Taylor. Okay, so taking a look at this, I think our options at this point are one of two, which would be to either pass it, obviously, or to not pass it. And I think you can send it back to staff for a rewrite. What you can't do is you can't pass it the first time, take it this time and completely change it and say, this is our second reading and we're going to call it good, right? So that would be troublesome, and that's what we can't do, and that would be it would deny the notice provisions that are required by state law, because you're obviously not noticing the public of what you're considering. So. Okay,
so it seems as though if this were not to pass and were to get a rewrite, it will be starting over. Oh, okay. And that's the point you want to make. We'd have to go out. Lisa Scurry would do her thing, and at the very beginning for the first initial 15-day review period and so on. So okay.
Absolutely, I failed to mention that. I apologize, but absolutely, that's exactly correct.
Okay, understand that. Trustee Gonda and then Trustee Rosenberg. Thank you, Mr. Rumbar.
And so if we vote against it today, then what stands in that vacuum? Is it the old policy?
Yes. So if it's rejected today, the 120% was voted on last June. David, is that right? September. I couldn't. September. I'm sorry. Last September, and that would be what the board's. Although it's not a policy, that's the vote of the board. It's
board action.
It's a board action.
It's board action.
So you don't have on your agenda today to reverse that action, at least on this item, and so you can't reverse that, and that would stand.
Okay. Trustee Rosenberg?
This is just for my weak brain. Why do we do it twice then? We've already voted on it. We're voting on it again. If we can't change anything, why bring it back for the second time?
Good question. So anytime you pass ordinances or local resolutions or laws, any local government entity like ours. The legislature wants 2 readings because it gives public notice, and it's
Okay.
more notice.
Okay. All right, and I think it's very important to recognize this is no criticism of staff. We do these things because we think that they're the right thing to do at the time we're doing it. But I think we do need to be agile and recognize there are other things at force now.
Okay. Thank you, Trustee Rosenberg. Trustee Mayor?
I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay, please do.
I move that we deny our item 3.15 and refer it back to the policy committee.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Second.
It has been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? I'm sorry, would you like a discussion,
have a question.
Superintendent Davis?
Just, no matter how this goes, I think that we'd have to be fair in the clarification about unique circumstances as we go back and do the work, a little guidance. And I actually have a question for Chief Legal about unique circumstances as they do the work, so we don't get caught up when we come back.
Yeah, I would be concerned with, without some type of definition of what unique circumstances are. Obviously, that could raise an OCR issue, Office of Civil Rights Compliance, because, we're treating people differently. And it can't just be, I like X. I'm sorry?
We're starting to discuss a new policy that's not on the agenda. I'm sorry to say that to legal counsel, but if we start to talk about specifics of the language in the policy, I think this might be better suited for the policy meeting where we're going to discuss any new revisions or drafts or language. So that's the best environment and the appropriate environment for us to discuss any particular language or clarification in a policy in the future. That would be my perspective.
I would think that the policy certainly has to be clarified at the policy committee meeting. No question about that. I think Superintendent Davis's question wasn't about what the policy looks like. It was about how do they move forward for now.
Well, I understand that we're not going to move forward to the policy meeting. That's what
we aren't going to move forward on this.
No, the discussion about what it looks like until we're at the policy meeting.
Until what? Yeah,
that's fine.
Do you want me to answer?
Please.
I think it's reasonably related, given the fact, especially with your motion. I'm not suggesting any specific language. My only suggestion is that, and the law's pretty clear on this, to avoid being arbitrary and capricious, we have to have some evidence to back up our decisions on what special circumstances are. It can't just be, we like A over B. I mean, obviously I'm oversimplifying. I think that's something to pay attention to. It has to be evidence-based.
And I think that will be, as it goes back, because it's going back to the policy committee, that detail is clarified in such a way at the policy committee so that we aren't being arbitrary and capricious. Further discussion? Trustee Rosario?
I just want to know when the next policy committee meeting is, so that maybe add that to the motion. When is the next policy?
We meet once a month. We're looking at, JJ, would you mind looking it up? In the meantime, we'll hear from Trustee Mayor.
Yes, my motion in effect just does a restart. Just start it like it's never been done before and discuss all parameters and the effects and everything. So that's what my motion does.
Thank you, Trustee Mayor. Trustee Gonda?
So this motion, would it have any effect on SOMPs that are on the later part of the agenda?
My understanding is that board vote was taken back in September, and that board vote still stands because legal counsel has made it clear that it's not on the agenda to even reconsider that at this time. So that's still a board action that was taking place, and so those things further on the agenda. And I shared, I know you would like that moved up because you'll need to leave at 6 o'clock, and we'll take care of that. Those things further on the agenda are still in response to a board vote, which is still in place. Very good question.
President Taylor?
Yes, JJ.
The next board policy committee meeting is scheduled for December 6th.
Thank you. First Tuesday, I thought so. Okay, is there any, you have that, Trustee Rosario? Okay, that's next board, and that's where it was, that's the motion. So the motion, just to restate it, JJ, see if I get this right, is to send this back, send agenda item 3.15, send it back to review, for review and possible changing, everything, whatever, to the policy committee, and it can be reconsidered at that time, change, whatever the case may be. That's your motion.
Didn't I put in next policy committee? I thought I had said that.
Well, JJ, would you please read the motion to make sure I have that correctly?
The motion was to not approve provide final approval on the policy and refer it back to the policy committee.
Okay, and that was moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion?
I like to amend my motion to the next policy board.
Okay, to the next policy committee meeting, which takes into consideration what Trustee Rosario said. Any further discussion?
I resecond that amendment.
Okay, it was a friendly amendment. This is Julia Roberts, Rules of Order. It was friendly.
Yeah, I couldn't be more friendly.
It was friendly. It was friendly. That's not in the book, Trustee. No, sorry. Okay, sorry. All right, it's not in the book. Okay, so we do have a motion on the floor, and it has been seconded friendly and hopefully not otherwise. Seeing no further discussion, we'll take a vote. All those in favor in defeating agenda item 3.15, I'm sending it back to the next policy committee meeting. Please signify by saying aye. Aye. Is there any opposition? The motion is carried. Let the record show that it is unanimous. Okay, yes, please. Thank you very much. That's why you're here. Thank you for staying away from the meetings. Okay, agenda item 4.01. We have the presentation discussion to accept the comprehensive annual fiscal report for the fiscal year ended June 30th, 2016. This is for possible action, and before us, we see our controller, Gail Carson, as well. And we don't have any, oh, we do. Hey, I guess you're not Gail. Thank you. Welcome, Felicia. And Mr. Zazinski. The floor is yours.
President Taylor, Superintendent Davis, members of the board. For the record, Tom Zazinski, Chief Financial Officer. And we're very pleased to present the board with the comprehensive annual financial report, or as other people refer to it, the annual audit for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2016. As you'll hear from our external auditor in a few moments, this is an excellent audit report. Getting a report like this is the result of the leadership of the board, Superintendent Davis and her leadership team, and of course the work of our schools and departments. It is also the result of the work of our finance office and our leaders and their teams. I would especially like to recognize Gail Carson, who is on a much-deserved vacation this week, so she's not here with us. I won't say that she's in Hawaii, but she's in Hawaii, so. I'd also like to thank Cindy Vance, who's in the audience with us. Cindy, say hello. Our accounting manager, for her work on this as well. And I'd also like to recognize our state and federal programs department and Kristen McNeil and Rob Luna and their team for their hard work over the last several months that resulted in this 224-page audit report. With that introduction, now I would like to introduce our independent external auditor from the accounting firm of Ide Bailey, and we only have one here today, Felicia O'Carroll, the partner in charge, and she's going to walk us through the audit. But I did want to recognize Dan Russian, who's the senior manager, who's the on-site person that conducts, along with the rest of their team, the actual field work that takes place here on site with the district. And so Felicia's going to walk you through the audit, and I'm going to stop and pause.
Welcome, Felicia.
Thank you very much. As Tom pointed out, I'm a partner with the accounting firm of Ide Bailey, LLP. And the reason we are presenting today is it is a requirement of Nevada revised statutes that the audit be presented to a meeting of the board. Most important thing is you did receive an unmodified opinion. That is the highest level of assurance that the CPA profession offers. So that's a very good thing. If you're not interested in looking at this lovely report, and it really is the culmination of a lot of work on the part of your board, I would direct you to management's discussion and analysis. That's put together by your staff, and it's an easy-to-read understanding of what happened during the year, both from a financial standpoint and a project basis standpoint. And I'm going to give you some page numbers, but you certainly do not have to follow along if you don't want to. You did have positive net position in 2 of your 3 categories. Net position is what some of you might think of as retained earnings, or what's left after you subtract all your liabilities from your assets. And it shows net investment in capital assets. Those capital assets that you own would include the buildings, the schools, the buses, the land, all the assets that of a permanent nature that the district owns. And that shows that it was at $257 million. And that's after subtracting depreciation and all the debt outstanding. So you still are in a very healthy position. It also shows that your net position in the restricted category was $53 million. Restricted is set by entities outside of the district, and it was primarily set aside for capital projects under the statutes, debt service per your bond covenants, and your self-insurance activities are restricted by statute as well. And that 53 million compares to 36 million last year. So you actually had more in restricted money this year. Then the sad news is you have an unrestricted net position of a negative $554 million. Now, I mean, that's almost comical when you think about it, but that does compare with a negative $561 million last year, and that is the result of implementing GASB 68 in 2015. That particular GASB standard required you and all governments to record your proportionate share of the unfunded outstanding liability of the public employees retirement system. And
I'm sorry, Felicia, may I interrupt? I'm sorry. Say that in plain language a little bit better for me. It's where we have that deficit because we have to cover our commitment to the PERS system. Did I?
There's about $11 billion unfunded in the PERS system.
Mm-hmm.
Your proportionate share compared to all other governments in Nevada is what results in that amount. Now, school districts are hit the hardest by this because you are so labor intensive. So you get hit harder than a local government that's your size but not quite so many employees. So now,
thank you.
It's a very one-sided presentation because you are required to report the liability. That's what the financial standard says. But it doesn't allow you to record the long-term asset that's going to be used to pay that liability, because that liability will be paid by you making your PERS contributions over the next 30 years, but you don't get to record property taxes receivable for the next 30 years. So you have to report one side but not the other. And I think that's why, while it's shocking and you never like to see that, it didn't create the big stir and the big furor that all the financial pundits thought it would present, because they understand that it's a one-sided presentation.
Thank you.
And from a governmental fund balance standpoint, your governmental fund balance decreased by $7.8 million this year. This includes all of the funds of the district with the exception of the insurance fund, your self-insurance funds, and your nutrition services fund. The majority of this decrease was the result of spending bond proceeds on capital improvements and upgrades at the schools. Internal service funds showed a decrease in net position by $4.5 million, and that's when you budget, you estimate what your liability and your claims are going to be, and you don't know. That's just whatever they end up being. But your nutrition services fund did for this year show a $2.5 million increase. So, one other thing that's included in the financial statements that people tend to forget about are the notes to the financial statement, and those are there to provide full disclosure. Note 1 is your summary of significant accounting policies, and there is one new pronouncement that was implemented this year. That's GASB 73. GASB is the Financial Standards Board for governments, and it's fair value measurement. So your cash note shows how fair value was calculated for those assets now. In note 2 on page 53, it's a very important statute. We're required to report whether or not we became aware of any potential statute violations while we were conducting the audit. I'm pleased to say that we found no potential statute violations or violations of the Nevada Administrative Code. Now, we don't look at every statute that's out there, so there could be some that don't affect your financial applications, but we didn't find any, so that's a very good thing. Note 4 details your cash balances. They were at $264 million, so if you ever wonder if you're a big corporation that you're running here, having cash of $264 million gives you a pretty good idea about that. Note 7 talks about fund balance classifications, and at this point I'm going to turn it over to Tom because the board has discussed this in the past and he's going to update that for you.
Thank you, Felicia. So on note 7, which is on page 62, I believe, get my glasses in the right focal point. You'll recall about a month ago, I had sent out to you through the Chief of Staff the fund balances for all of it. It looks pretty much like this, and we talked to you about the assignments and what those assignments represented. So that same information that was presented to you a month ago comes back and shows up in the final audit report. So again, our commitment to the board is always to show you those fund balances before we get to today's presentation. So we certainly met that commitment. I also want to point out that as part of fiscal year 17's budget, we utilized in the general fund column budget uncertainties for fiscal year 15 for fiscal year 17, and also for fiscal year 16 to 17, a little over $26.5 million to balance fiscal year 17's budget. That'll be a little bit more important discussion when we get into the budget document, which is the presentation following this, but I do want to point that out to the board. And so with that, I'll turn it back over to Felicia.
Thanks, Tom. Note 8 on page 63 provides you with 4 invigorating pages of information about your pension plan. So I would encourage everyone to spend a lot of time on those 4 pages. Note 9 talks about your post-employment benefits. That's the amount that you pay for your retirees for health insurance. In 2 more years, that number will no longer just be sitting in the footnotes. It will be recorded on your statement of net position, just like the liability for pension is, and that will add another liability of about $100 million to your net statement of net position. And I should point out that even though it got reported for the first year last year, nothing changed last year. That liability was always there. It just was never quantified on anybody's financial statements. So it was just trying to give the reader and the general public more information about what the potential liabilities could be. There are also budget to actual presentations. That is required by the statute, that we compare your actual activities to your budget. And in the general fund, you'll see that your fund balance decreased by $7.9 million. Your general fund is where a lot of the activity of the organization takes place. And the reason that was compared to a $2.5 million increase last year. So $7 million decrease this year, $2.5 million increase last year. But last year, you had a $7 million transfer from the class size reduction fund in the general fund. So there is a very good reason for why that swing happened. Then the last area I want to talk to you about is your compliance audit. You get a tremendous amount of money, $62.4 million from the federal government. But with that money come a lot of strings, and you have to play by their rules, and that requires 2 additional reports from us. One on the presentation of your financial statements, and the other is how well you complied with your grant provisions. And we audited 4 programs this year. There's a very detailed calculation of how you have to determine which programs get audited. And you qualified this year as a low-risk auditee. That's getting very uncommon around the state at this time to still be qualified as a low-risk auditee. That requires your auditors to audit 20% of your federal funds. Actually, the way the programs had to be selected this year, we audited 31%. So we more than met that. And I'm really pleased to report that we had no findings related to the financial audit and no findings related to the federal grant audit. So that speaks volumes about the quality of staff that you have here at the school district. And I understand that I'm preaching to the choir when I talk to you about your finance staff, but you did have 2 grant findings from last year, both of which were fully corrected. So with that, I would be happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Colleagues around the table, I've kind of asked mine a little bit along the way. Thomas,
Please.
your mic. No, I asked mine along the way.
I was just going to chime in and say,
Please.
in closing, I would like to again thank Felicia and Dan, who's not here today, for their the professionalism that their firm brings to the table. We really take great pride in working side by side with them to go through this process. They are completely independent and external from us. They have a job to do, but they're very professional in how they approach doing this. And so, again, I wanted to express my thanks to their firm for their outstanding work. And as your finance officer, I couldn't be more proud with the results. It doesn't get better than this. And so I'm just very pleased with the performance of the organization, again, the leadership of the board, the superintendent and leadership team, of course, our schools and our departments. We need their day-to-day efforts to make this happen. We certainly do what we do here at this level, but they're the ones in the trenches every single day, as we all know. So thank you for that. And again, any questions you may have.
I mean, I think that all of us as a board feel a level of confidence and assurity because you do such a great job, Tom. And to hear from an outside auditor, I've known Felicia for a long time, and she is serious about her numbers. And so she absolutely always has been. And so to get a compliment from her, several of them along the way, is really, really meaningful. It makes me feel very proud because I know that it's something she's done for a long time. She knows her business, and she takes it very seriously. And I have been in the room when she has given some not so favorable reports, and so I know that she has done it and will do it when it's appropriate. So again, just kudos to you and your team that continue to win awards, keep our ratings high, and make us feel really good about the public's money, because after all, that's exactly what it is. It's the public's money. Trustee Mayor?
I'd like to make a motion that the Board of Trustees accepts the CAFR for the fiscal year that ended June 30th.
Is there
2016.
2016, there's a second. There's a motion to approve the annual financial report that's before us for fiscal year 2015, 2016. Any further discussion? Trustee Ruggiero, you have your mic on. You have a comment? Okay. All right. Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Okay, the motion is carried, and let the record show it is unanimous. It is unanimous. And again, thank you very much for your work. Felicia, thank you for your work, for your help. Having an outside auditor that we know was really taking a look. It's important. It's really important. So we thank you. We thank you for that. And I think you're staying where you are, Tom?
Yes, I am.
Agenda item 4.02, presentation and discussion regarding the fiscal year 2016-17 annual budget report and update for fiscal year 2017-18. This is, again, before us, our budget manager, budget director, and our CFO. Gentlemen?
Thank you, President Taylor again, Superintendent Davis, who I know had to step away for a moment, and members of the board and our student representatives. Sorry for not recognizing you last time. For the record, I am still Tom Szynski, the Chief Financial Officer, and with me is, of course, our great budget director, Mike Schroeder. We are very pleased to present you with the 2016-2017 annual budget report. So we've moved from fiscal year 16 now into fiscal year 17. In a moment, Mike will walk you through this probably equally sized book, around 240 some pages, of our budget for fiscal year 17, which explains the school district's budget in great detail. I want to thank Mike and the budget team for the many hours that they put into completing this report. I'm also very pleased to let the board know that we have, for the first time ever, submitted this report, which has only been in existence now for 4 years. 4 years, going on 4 years now. We now have this budget book for 4 years, and we've got it now at a level where we believe that we can submit to the Government Finance Officers Association for their consideration for their budget award. As you already know, we've received this award 15 times for the CAFR that we just presented, so now we're trying to take the organization to a different level and get that recognition with our budget as well. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mike, and he's going to walk you through this budget book, and then Mike and I are going to come back to you and move you from fiscal year 16 to 17, and we're going to talk to you about fiscal year 18's budget development.
Thanks, Tom. Good afternoon, President Taylor, Tracy's not here, board members, and student representative. I'm Mike Schroeder, the budget director. You just got presented with the CAFR. The CAFR is really like the end of our financial cycle, kind of summarizing everything that happened for our fiscal year, comparing it to what the budget was. The budget is really the beginning of our financial cycle. So we're going from, as Tom said last year, into our new fiscal year. And this is the budget that you as the board approved on May 24th. So the numbers represented in here are reflective of that approval. There's graphs and things that are similar to what you might see in the CAFR, but then there's a much deeper dive. We get into all the various departments and schools of the district. And the intent of the document is to disclose all the budgetary matters related to our financial plan. And as Tom said, this is prepared in accordance with the practices recommended by the Government Finance Officers Association Distinguished Budget Presentation Award Program. So we're filing to get this award similar to what we do at the CAFR. And along those guidelines, back when we approved the budget, we started the budget process, pretty early. We have a budget board workshop in March. We detail every line of the budget back then. That was like 2,100 pages of information, and we've now summarized it down to about 270. So it's still more than the 224 here, but it's quite a condensed version. But plus, there's a lot of other very useful information in here. And the guidelines, in accordance with the GFOA, they want this book broken down into 4 sections. It's an introductory section, organizational section, financial section, and a informational section. So what I want to do is kind of give you a really high overview of it. I know you probably haven't had a chance to dive into it. Later on, if you do and you have questions, we'd be really happy to answer any of those you might have. If you've got any general questions now, we'd be happy to do that too. But it starts out by presenting a table of contents. It'll take you through, it's organized into those 4 sections: introductory, organizational, financial. And it's a good way to find stuff if you're just looking in general. But I'll show you another good way to do that too later here. So starting out with the introductory section, what this section is supposed to really be is like an executive summary of kind of the whole document. Obviously, it's not going to be as detailed as the information we got back further in the document, but it's kind of a high-level summary to talk about our district and our budget process and everything related to it. So it starts out with a cover letter from superintendent and CFO, gives a picture of our wonderful board and our superintendent here, talks about some of our budget policies and our overall strategic plan, talks about all the funds that we actually budget for, provides an all-fund summary, kind of a condensed version of all those funds together, and then individual fund summaries. I could get into all those, but they're kind of described in each of the other sections. So it's probably easier to jump into the organizational section. If you want to follow along, I mean, you can grab the tabs. You can see the organizational section. If you flip that over, I'll be on page 25. And the page numbers are located at the top upper corners of the pages in the book. So this is more detail about our organizational structure. And I think a great tool to use is on page 26. And it's really just the organizational chart of the district. I mean, we are a really big entity. We have a lot of employees, different areas, and a lot of times you talk to people and you kind of wonder, well, how do you fit in within the organizational structure? This is a great way to see that. Obviously, it starts with you as the board, over the superintendent, who's over about 9 different areas. And many of those areas have numerous departments underneath them. So it's a great way to kind of see the district as a whole on one page. So we get into our overall strategic plan. It's all the various initiatives and everything related to that, our budget policies that are approved by the board, talk about all the funds that we budget for. And we start our financial section, and this is the biggest part of the book. It goes almost for 200 pages. And what we've done here is try to break it out into 5 different areas. The first area being a summary of all the district funds. Then we break it out by the general fund, then by the individual departments, then by the individual schools, and then by the other district funds. So the all district fund summary starts on page 35. And if you look at the bottom half, there's a summary of all those funds. It's basically saying the general fund, special revenue funds, debt service, capital projects, enterprise fund. If you look at the total in the last column, total revenues are about $671.6 million. So we're a pretty big entity. This doesn't include our internal service funds because they kind of get their money from these funds, so it's kind of like double reporting. But if you add that in there, I mean, it's almost $750 million budget. So we're a pretty big entity, and we're responsible for a lot of taxpayer dollars. But you go down, you see total expenditures are more than revenues by about 40 million, that excess of revenues over expenditures. And if you go down a little further after you do other uses, you see that net change in fund balance, which is really revenues below expenditures, is a negative 43 million. And a couple columns to the left, you see that capital projects is 20 million of that, and that's normal. We collect all the bond money up front. We don't spend it in 1 year, so it sits in the fund balance, goes to the next year. So we have fund balance to cover that. But in the far left, you see the general fund is the major one. This is what Tom was talking about when we're looking at our ending fund balance. We had a $27 million deficit, and that's the money that was identified in here to move forward to cover that. And unlike the PERS liability that Felicia was talking about, that thing's going to get paid off over time. This one is coming due next year, so that's why we want to get into next year's budget. To brighten things up, let's move to the general fund. Once again, this starts on page...
What page are you on? Okay, thank you.
41. Yes, sorry about that. Once again, these statements, they're kind of similar to what you're going to see in the CAFR, but we kind of put them into different categories too, so it gives you a different view of the expenditures. We do it by like major expenditure categories, or we can do it by functions and programs. So this gives you a little mix of all that. We're required to report prior 2 years actuals, the prior year budget, and the current year budget when we do this report. And we're also required to do a extended budget to project out 2 years and make it part. So every one of these funds we talk about in here has that extended projection too. So you'll find all that in this section here just for the general fund. Moving to the next financial section is our departments. And once again, if you refer back to our organizational chart, the departments start on page 53. So on that organizational chart, the board was at the top. Okay, so we start this thing kind of in those major areas. So we start with the Board of Trustees. You go a couple pages, the next page, 55, then we get into the superintendent, and it details all those people below directly below the superintendent. A couple more pages, page 42, now we're into the deputy superintendent and all the areas that the deputy superintendent oversees. So to kind of give you an example of how each of these executive leadership summaries work, I was going to use Chief Academic Officer as my guinea pig. Sorry, Scott. But he's on page 71. And once again, this ties right into the overall organizational chart. There's various departments underneath the Chief Academic Officer. And this first little graphic, it's the overall general fund budget for the Chief Academic Officer. And it reports actuals from 2 years ago, last year's budget and the current year budget, 2016-17. And you'll see that total budget is like $21.3 million. So all those departments combined plus Scott's area is $21.3 million of our budget. And there's over 161 FTEs, or full-time equivalent employees there. So if you turn the page, you'll see assessment is one of those departments. And what we do is try to give you a description of the responsibilities for each of these departments. We'll show you the budget for that specific department, detail the positions. There's 11 positions in the assessment area. Their total budget for 2016-17 is $2.1 million. So of that $21 million that's underneath Scott, our Chief Academic Officer, assessment is responsible for $2.1 million. Now we also report department plans to the board throughout the year. So those plans and the initiatives in our strategic plan that they're responsible for, we carry those over into this budget document, and any KPIs that they report on those department plans. So that information is all incorporated to this document too. So this will continue through all of the chief academic areas, departments, detail their budgets and their positions until we get to that next major level of executive leadership, which would be the Chief Accountability Officer that starts on page 85. So this department form will go through every one of those major categories on that org chart. So if we want to move to schools, they start on page 157, and we're broken out into areas. We show which schools report to each area there, and we'll provide the enrollment on the next pages for all the schools. And the schools department or budget information starts on page 161. What we've done here is try to do elementary schools first. We're not presenting this by area. We're combining all the elementary schools, and they're presented alphabetically. Then we'll move to the middle schools, alphabetically, high schools, and so on. So Allen in elementary is first, and it's a similar format to the department. We show all the positions for the general fund, for Lois Allen, and then their overall budget below that. So that will go through, every school has one of those, and it'll be presented. Then if we go to the last piece of the financial section, it starts on page 219. And this is just a deeper dive into all the other funds that we have, capital projects, debt service, internal service, enterprise, which is our nutrition service fund, and special revenue funds. And last, we do an informational section, and this provides a lot of just general information. Here we're showing how we staff schools, how we do positions in the district. It provides all our salary schedules for our various bargaining units. It presents a really nice summary of all the positions we have in the general fund by function, and that goes on for 6 pages. So like if you're looking at general administration, it'll tell you all the positions under there, things like that. Then we get into what benefits our employees receive, and there's also a history and a statistical section and a glossary of terms in the informational section. So as you can see, it's a lot of information. It's not easy to put together. It requires a team effort, and it starts with you as the board, looking at our budget, helping us approve it, working with the superintendent and our excellent leadership team to develop the budget and piece this thing all together. And once we get there, Jeff Bozzo is our budget project manager. I rely on him a lot to put this information together. There's just a ton of information, and to get the GFOA award, you have to put a lot of new stuff in there, so there's a lot of last minute, hey, Jeff, do this, and so he'd do that. Sherry Hong helps out with a lot of the data. Capital projects, Jody Quillisi is responsible for that. Nutrition services, Robbie Carson's our nutrition services accountant. Rob Luna helps with all the special revenue funds and grant area there. And then Valerie Phillips is our executive assistant. She's kind of like the publisher. So you're taking PDFs, you're taking charts, you're taking graphs, you're taking Word documents, you're taking Excel files, you're taking data out of Access, information from department reports, pictures, and trying to squish it all into a report that hopefully comes out looking pretty decent. And I think she did a great job doing that. It's really, really tough to do, and she did it. And just printing this thing out is a major task too. So our print shop does a great job doing that. But be happy to answer any questions you might have about the budget report overall.
Trustee Gonda?
Just a couple questions. So on the page 41, it talks about the general fund, revenues, expenditures, and so on.
Yes.
I'm trying to understand, and maybe if I had a few extra hours to go deeper into this personally, the revenue sources for the general fund, does that include the revenue sources for capital projects, or are they separate revenue sources?
No, they're separate and distinct. So this section is general fund. It's considered our major operating fund. At the front, we kind of describe each fund. So those will be separate, and like anything approved with WC1 would go into capital projects, and it can only be specifically used for those purposes. So it can't flow into the general fund. We can't move stuff that normally would be in the general fund over to the capital projects fund.
So for sales tax, the WC1, when we get that money, does it go into, is it divided out into?
Yeah. So
how does that work?
So we have a sales tax component for our general fund. So of I don't know, 7.375 currently we have, I think 6.2 or 2.5 of it is for the district's general fund. So this new portion, 5-cent portion, would be separated and placed into capital. Well, I guess it'd end up in a
It'll because you have the option of doing pay-as-you-go funding or issuing debt. If we're issuing debt, we'll put it into a debt service fund, that portion, and it'll pay off the debt that we issue, which will probably be the bulk of what we do with that sales tax. But if we can utilize it for pay-as-you-go funding, and in that case, we would move it to a capital fund, not a general operating fund, but a capital fund, and pay for expenses directly without issuing debt.
Okay, so we can spend as we go in 2016, 2017. Without waiting for the sales tax to.
Well, you have to collect the sales tax
for
the new. Are you talking about WC ones?
Right.
Yeah, yeah, and I think Pete's going to do a presentation shortly, and I'll tell you about the timeline around that. So okay. So, any other questions on the budget book? Obviously, you can tell by what Mike went through. It's quite an effort to put that together, just like it's quite an effort for us to put the CAFR. So we've talked to you about fiscal year 16, brought that to a pleasant close. We're right in the middle of fiscal year 17. And again, we've got a balanced budget for fiscal year 17, so that's good news. But as we move into fiscal year 18, we have some challenges and some uncertainties to deal with. And so I think Mike and I have prided ourselves in being very transparent with you, the board, and now we have new board members that are going to have to get used to Mike and I hope. But we want to continue that process of being very transparent. So with that, we are starting the process of updating and developing our budget with Superintendent Davis and her leadership team, and we'll be doing so with the board now and over the next several months, probably into June, as we are in a legislative year. We've stated for several years now that the district has been operating with a structural operating deficit. And what we mean by that is we've got more expenditures than we do revenues. So we've been balancing the budget by using savings. In fiscal year 17, as Mike touched on, we used $27.8 million of savings to balance our budget. And once those savings are gone, then we've got to find other ways to balance the budget. Thus our concern for fiscal year 18. Some of the challenges that we include and that this board has been dealing with, of course, are rate increases in our health insurance fund. That's a challenge for us. As you are aware, we had the property tax cap discussion where we have been discussing that impact not only to the school district, but to all entities in the state, and we'll see what hopefully can happen with that in the legislative session. The legislative changes that took place with our special education funding have impacted our budget. And obviously our BDR is related to special education. Changes in the quarterly average daily enrollment, which is new to the district, as opposed to the once-a-year count, is also having an impact on our budget. So those are some of the challenges that we face, and there are others. In terms of uncertainties, again, we're in a legislative year, so we need to work very closely with the legislative process to see what they'll be providing in operating funding as we move forward. And so we'll certainly be working very closely with Superintendent Davis and Lindsay and our legislature and whoever wants to listen to us to talk about this effort. And we've already started those discussions with the Nevada Department of Education to let them know what our concerns are, and as have other school districts. Through the legislative process and our own efforts, which will likely involve some difficult decisions, we will continue to work towards creating a sustainable budget as opposed to one where we've got a structural deficit in FY18 and beyond, and hopefully put this great 2008 recession behind us. But we've got some work to do, and so does the folks that we work with outside of the school district. Let me also add that budget issues we face are not just the Washoe County School District's budget issues. These are issues that are impacting other school districts as well as other governmental entities in the state, so we're not in this by ourselves by any stretch of the imagination. And finally, the results of WC1 are certainly outstanding in terms of our capital funding, but as we've said all along, capital funding cannot be used to help our operating funds. And our operating funds, as we pointed out to this board, have been a concern for quite a number of years now. So it's just our job to continue to get this message out in front of the board. And so it's not that we haven't been thinking about FY18, we have been, but we're back to starting the process for fiscal year 18's budget because we're done with 16. The budget is in place for 17, but we've got to take a look and see what we can do in 17 to help 18. And this is probably a good place to stop and say, do you have any questions of Mike or myself?
Trustee Frankel, you said you had a question.
I primarily just wanted to say thank you for this document. As a relatively, I guess I can't say that anymore. Well, I've been here 2 years, and the 2 years of budgeting that I've addressed, I know that I felt overwhelmed by the size of the documents. Not that I don't want the detail, but this is a very manageable size, and it's extremely well put together, and I look forward to really diving into it, and it's one I can actually really make sense of. So I wanted to thank you both and your team for all the work that you're doing on this. I know we have a lot of work ahead, and I hope that we can be an active part of those conversations, and I think that part of what I hope is that we can be a part of the conversations earlier around how we're looking at prioritization of the budget at a higher level, and I know that involves the strategic planning process, and we need to look at that, but I just do want to put that voice in, that it's something that's very important to me to be a part of, so thank you.
Trustee Gonda?
Also, thank you. I just had a quick question. What portion of this is available to the public?
Oh, it's on the website already, the whole thing, yes.
So they could go and find the same information?
Both the budget document, the book that you have there, and the CAFR that we presented are both on the website, as are prior years. So they're available for the public, in addition to our interactive pages for the interactive budget as well.
Thank you.
And as well as I see our new trustees have a little light reading material to take home. So JJ, thank you to the staff for getting this information to both of our new trustees, trustees-elect as well, so that they'll have that information readily available. Yes, Dr. Dye?
I had the opportunity to receive this document last week because I attended the audit committee meeting and spent some time this weekend looking at it, and I really want to thank you. Without the benefit of your explanation, it was relatively easy to peruse, and I mean that, and the breakdowns were illuminating, and the glossary, thank you from the bottom of my heart, because you can't always remember all those terms, and good luck to you. I think this is an award winner.
Thank you very much.
Well, gentlemen, thank you. As always, I enjoy this part of the work of serving on the Board of Trustees. I was a big fan of the big book, but I too enjoy perusing the smaller book also. But I concur with Trustee Nicolette that it is very user-friendly for the public, and I think that's important. That if you're not working in the school district or doing the business like we do every day, you can open this book up, and it gives you an idea of how we're spending our money in the school district and what our budget looks like. So, job well done.
Thank you. Trustee Mayor?
Yes, thanks for this, but you guys really got up to bat when you did the interactive budget and the open checkbook and everything. It's not been done by anyone else. You designed it, you built it, and you can be proud of that interactive budget and open checkbook. And when I go around to other school districts and state associations and things, they just can't believe it. And they say, what company did you buy that from? And I say, no company, our people use their ingenuity and put it together, and I think it's one of the best because it's the only one. I think maybe Las Vegas has got one, but I'm not sure. But I get compliments on that weekly from people that.
Well, and I can just add thanks to the Board of Trustees for having the foresight and the belief in putting someone in internally to help develop the online checkbook, because we talked a lot about whether we're going to do a consultant or do the work in-house, and I think it's paid off in many aspects in having that development process done in-house.
Okay, seeing no other discussion, again, gentlemen, just kudos, and Mike, this is awesome. This is awesome. Very easy to, much easier to follow. So thank you so much for your work.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And
Thank
your
you very
honest
much.
look at what's ahead, frankly. Okay, next item on the agenda, Lindsay, you can thank me. We're going to get you in before we take, before we make a move on the agenda. I was asked by Trustee Gonda to move up a couple items on the agenda, but we'll take 5.01 first, and then we'll get to the SOMP plans and overcrowding.
Are you going to click through them for me, or do I do it? Oh, here. Thank you very much, Dr. Taylor. Lindsay Anderson, Government Affairs. I'm happy to see you after the election, all of you. That's a big night for me, of course, in my particular role. So excited to celebrate, talk about WC1 here in just a minute with Mr. Etchart, but I'm in the unfortunate position of trying to regurgitate what you've probably already read in the newspaper, so I'll try not to make it the John Ralston light or anything else that you may have already read, but try to make it relevant to what we're doing here at the school district. So just wanted to kind of start at the federal level and then work our way down to the state level. And again, just point out some highlights here for you. Obviously, I'm not going to editorialize about any of the presidential races, but certainly there's been some discussion about what role the Department of Education has going forward, so we'll continue to monitor that conversation. We will have a new senator, United States Senator Catherine Cortez Masto, who will start her term come January, and she's a Democrat, so that will be new for Nevada. And then also we had 2 congressional districts go to 2 different people, so Congressional District 1 and 2 stay the same, but you'll see 3 and 4 had new elected positions, including both of them switched parties. So just something to kind of keep in mind when we look at what the Nevada delegation looks like in Washington, D.C. We'll keep a close eye on who our representatives are. Obviously, we're in Congressional District 2, but we work with all of them on issues that are affecting education in Nevada. At the state legislature, unlike the picture nationally, we went from a red-controlled legislature, Republican-controlled legislature, to a Democrat-controlled legislature. Both houses, our House and Senate, switched, or Assembly and Senate switched from Republican leadership to Democratic leadership. So you'll see there some information. The slides are a tad old, some breaking developments yesterday in terms of party affiliation. So I didn't get a chance to update, but one of the Republican senators from Clark County changed her party affiliation to nonpartisan and announced she'll be caucusing with the Democrats. So a little bit different than what you see up here before these slides were submitted. But important to the school district and the work that we do, Senator Joyce Woodhouse, a longtime teacher, will be the chair of Senate Finance, which is a particularly important committee when we're talking about DSA and funding for schools. And then Senator Mo Dennis was announced as the chair of Senate Education, former PTA president, longtime colleague of Senator Debbie Smith, certainly knowledgeable about education, will be the chair of that committee where we'll spend a particular amount of time. So just important for you to know those. In terms of the Assembly, Assemblyman Jason Frierson was named as the Speaker of the Assembly. So you can see the breakdown there, 27-15 in terms of Democrat, Republican, 28 votes for a 2/3 majority, a veto-proof majority, which is important because you can see there that that's only one different. So I think veto-proof is maybe not quite as proof as we may think it is. So just an interesting dynamic in that legislature. The Assembly Republicans announced that Paul Anderson will be their minority leader, but they haven't announced any other leadership structure, and the Assembly Democrats have not either. So we don't know committee chairmanship on the Assembly side yet, but just some really interesting dynamics happening, obviously late breaking in terms of some changing party affiliation and some interesting dynamics there. So we'll continue to work with them as we approach the legislative session. We won't be the first time they see us when we walk in that building. So just some insight there. And then just in terms of the Washoe County legislative delegation, we'll have as usual, we have 4 senators and 8 assembly people that cover schools and portions of Washoe County, 3 Republicans, 1 Democrat, for even split there on our assembly people in terms of party affiliation. And then I have new legislators in quotation marks. Some of them aren't necessarily new. Skip Daly was a previous assemblyman. Julia Ratty was appointed to that Senate seat for the short period of the special session, so I'm not sure if you would call her new. And so, but you can see those districts there will have some new people, and in a relatively small delegation like ours, that's a lot of new faces and a new dynamic for them to get together. And it's important for us that the Washoe County delegation be united around the Washoe County School District, regardless of party affiliation. And so we work really hard to make sure that we don't care what side of the aisle that they're on, but that they can appreciate where we're coming from and the important things that we're trying to do for our district. So some new faces there. And then I'll just finish at the State Board of Education. We don't talk about it here a whole lot, but the State Board of Education is a very active board these days, and we've been spending a lot of time with them. So just a quick refresher, they have 7 voting members. 4 of them are elected by congressional district and 3 of them are appointed. 2 of the incumbents are returning and 2 of the voting members are new. And then we had a new appointment from Washoe County. One of our members took a position, it was required to be a teacher position, and he took a role in our schools as an administrator, so he had to resign his position as a teacher on the state board. But we've had another teacher from the Washoe County School District appointed, so we're excited about her new face on there. And then just for your information, they have 4 non-voting members. They have 1 from the School Boards Association, the Superintendents Association, Higher Education, and then they also have a student rep.
Could you mention who that new teacher is that you said that just was?
Sure. At the meeting on Thursday, Beth Swanberg was appointed by the governor to fill that vacancy.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Congratulations to her.
Yeah. Always nice to have someone from Washoe County in that position, so they can be particularly on that board, which I would editorialize as very Southern heavy. So nice to have a face from Washoe County School District. And again, just some ideas there on what kinds of things they're talking about. They're the regulatory agency that produces a lot of regulations that come from legislation. So things like Zoom, Victory, Read by 3, Teach Nevada scholarships, the Great Teaching and Leading Fund. As you've heard from Dr. Taylor, they are leading the role in the ESSA implementation, the Nevada School Performance Framework, educator licensure. So there's a lot of really heavy lifting happening at the State Board of Education. So I wanted that to be on your radar as we move forward. And then my last slide here is just really bullets on what I'm predicting the legislative session will look like from an education perspective. Mr. Szynski just talked about the budget. I wish I had better news to deliver than what he delivered, but I would just reinforce that the governor's budget, I believe, I've heard mixed reporting, but is starting at somewhere in a $400–500 million deficit. So I think if we're under the impression that because the economy is growing that our financial woes are over, I think we are looking at the wrong way. So I think that's going to be an issue. The governor's also indicated an emphasis on workforce development, considering what high school graduation requirements should be from a credit and testing perspective, and then holding the line on a lot of the reforms that were done over the last 3 or 4 legislative sessions, which will be an interesting conversation given that he'll have a Democratic-controlled legislature. So I think we'll see a lot of compromise if he's expecting to get his way. So that's my part of this election update. I'm happy to answer any questions or turn it over to Mr. Etchart for his presentation.
Mr. Etchart, please. Thank you, Ms. Anderson. We won't see that much of you. We know once the session starts, but we thank you for your work.
Hi, Pete Etchart, Chief Operating Officer, and so I'm here to give you just kind of a quick update on the WC1. And obviously we're really excited, and I know as a district we're really excited, and we're only 1 week into this exciting news of finally having a sustainable funding source. So I can't give you a lot of information today. I can tell you that staff is diligently working as fast as possible to try to plan for and get prepared to start building new schools. But I want to take this opportunity really fast just to thank staff. I want to thank the Growth and Overcrowding Working Group, who's been meeting for years now, I mean weekly, with incredibly hard work and spent hundreds and hundreds of hours on putting together a lot of the plans and stuff that we've been working on for quite some time now. And with that, I'm going to kind of walk you through just some of the short-term timeline goals that we'll have here. So it starts off, obviously, at the next board meeting, November 29th. Tom Szynski will be in front of you to actually talk about the 2017 rollover property tax bond resolution, which will come in front of you. Then a lot of the real heavy lifting starts on December 15th, where the Oversight Panel for School Facilities will meet. And they will have a consideration first of that 2017 property tax bond resolution, and then the Capital Funding Protection Committee will meet, which will review, first of all, the prior expenditures. What we have promised the public is that we will have an annual accountability report. So even though the Capital Funding Protection Committee did not approve prior capital improvement plan lists, we're still going to take them to them to show them exactly how we've spent previous money. We're going to kind of create that template that we can use as we go forward every year. Our plan is that every year when we come for new projects to them, we'll also be showing them last year's projects and exactly how the money has been utilized. So then the most important probably item on that night will be the consideration and possible recommendation to you of the capital improvement projects going forward. And again, we're excited about this. This will be our capital renewal projects as well as getting prepared for growth. So, and then January 10th, it will come back to you for the possible adoption of that 2017 property tax bond resolution. Again, Tom Szynski and his group have been working diligently on this, and I can't thank them enough for all of their work on that. And then the possible consideration of the Capital Funding Protection Committee program of projects, their recommended projects that hopefully we'll be able to bring to you on January 10th, which will get this process started. Now, you've seen this slide before. This is basically just showing you last year's $35 million property tax rollover bond. And basically all I want to really show you is in blue. Basically, we have about $23 million kind of in the bank. That was the money that was there waiting to see what the result of WC1 was, so we know how we're going to make that recommendation to the Capital Funding Protection Committee on how we go forward. The next slide just adds that the bond resolution that will come in front of you, we anticipate, if everything goes smoothly, that that bond would be sold in approximately March of 2017. We'll have additional money. So we'll take the $23 million we have, we'll take the new bond resolution, and that's what we'll hopefully get started on with our new projects. Because when we talk about sales tax, obviously sales tax, we knew going in, this takes time, a little bit of time to get that money approved, to actually even start collecting it. We won't actually see that new sales tax money being collected until approximately April. And that's if everything goes smoothly. We'll see the first money being collected in April. And then we'll receive our first installment about 2 months in the rears, again, in June. But that's if everything goes smoothly. So don't put this in granite, but hopefully this is what will happen. And then we could actually sell a bond on that, and we could actually receive proceeds in around June or July. So that's exciting news as far as being able to start. Now, the number one question I've been asked repeatedly, and so I'm going to kind of give you some information on that, is people say, when are we going to see our first school? Well, as we've said many times, we're going to be going in front of the Capital Funding Protection Committee for authorization, hopefully, to say that we want to build the addition on Monty Ranch High School. So that would be this spring. We would probably see that groundbreaking. Since that money has already been approved for design, we're underway with design right now. Hopefully construction will be approved and we'll go forward. As far as the first new elementary school, middle school, high school, we've just today set target dates of when we want to try to hopefully achieve that. The target date for our first elementary school right now is December of 2018. So basically 2 years from now. And that would be mid-year, and we recognize that, so we have a lot of work to do to talk with academics if we achieve that date, if that would be the best time to open the school, or wait till the beginning of next school year, or there's a lot of work to be done. So don't take that for anything more than that's our target date. If we can move that up quicker, we will try. But we are very comfortable with having an elementary school hopefully ready to go by August of 2019 to start that 2019-20 school year. And the first elementary school we anticipate at this time would be in Monty Ranch area. As far as middle school, the target date is August of 2019. And right now we anticipate that hopefully being the Sun Valley Middle School, which was one of the top priorities that this board gave to us. And again, that one is tentative, but we are comfortable with getting that done so long we can get control of the property, which at this time we do not control. It's actually owned by the BLM. So we're talking 2.5 years from now. These are ambitious schedules. These are big projects. So we've got a critical path for every school, and we're going to start pruning the critical path activities to try to get it as quickly as we can. So that's what the work that's underway right now, is to try to build these schools as quickly and efficiently as we possibly can. So we will be back, obviously, in front of you, but the first step, as you approved, is to go to the Capital Funding Protection Committee, and then we'll be back in front of you. So with that, I'd be glad to answer any questions you may have.
The one question, I know ideally, if everything goes according to plan, being able to perhaps break ground on the Monte Ranch extension, what's the timeline on completion of that?
You know, Joe Kubika gave me that timeline, and I can't remember off the top of my head. So if he's listening, he can come in and probably give that. I think it's around 10 months to a year to actually get that school completed, but hopefully he'll be here in a second to answer that question.
Okay. Joe, that's a real big hint for you, Joe. If you're, yeah, we know you're sitting around the table in Tracy's office eating cookies.
There he is.
Ladies and gentlemen, Joe the Pico. Thank you, Joe.
Did you hear the question?
Okay. For the record, Joe Kubika with Capital Projects, President Taylor, members of the board, Superintendent Davis. If we could get this thing started, say, in February, I don't think we'll get it open for the start of school, but it could be close. We'll push for that.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Great. That would be
about 8 months.
About 8 months. So pray for no bad weather and.
Yeah, pray for no bad weather and no clay underground and all the utilities are where they say they are.
All the stars have to align and all
Right.
of those things.
Yeah.
But okay,
so
that would be fan. I know I don't even need to say this around this table, but that would be tremendous if somehow we can start that
Well, I
next
think
school year with that.
Excuse me, some of the board may recall when we built the Monte Ranch High School that the second floor was not done when we opened school. So it may be entirely possible, you know, obviously we would still go ahead and have school. And if we didn't get it done for the start of school, as soon as we could get it done, we'd move them in. It may be a month later, 6 weeks later, whatever it takes. Because there's some things we can't control. We're just going to go ahead as fast as we can. If we get it done in time, great. And if we don't, we'll get in there as soon as we can.
Fantastic.
Okay.
Fantastic. We believe in you. Trustee Mayor?
Yes, you didn't mention high school, when start of high school. Could you do that for us?
You're right, I did not. And we do not at this time have a target date for a high school because we are really starting from ground zero right now. We've got to go through the educational specification process. We've got to go through design, and we are not far enough along yet to actually say when our first high school would be completed. We also, our number one priority right now is going to be property acquisition. And before, unfortunately, we didn't have the resources to actually go out and acquire property, so now we're starting that process. Now, the good news is that people know that, you know, we have a sustainable funding source now, and they're reaching out to us because they recognize it's a whole different environment now, that we are able to start building schools and have the resources to start looking at property acquisition. So we will be back with that date in a future time, but we're just not ready to prepared to give it today.
You know, a lot of people have asked me about the defunct elementary school in Incline. If it is sold, or if we look to sell it, that'd go into the capital fund, wouldn't it?
As Pete Etchart again, as a school district, we have kind of committed, and as I've notified the board, to working with the Incline Village residents on what they would like to see with that Incline Village site. So they're going to be doing a master planning process of all public property in Incline Village. It's being done by the Incline Village General Improvement District. So we've committed to being part of that. So we look forward to hearing what the community has in store for that property, and then we will work and try to coordinate with them on any kind of sale price or what we would receive for that. That money, funds received from that could be used for capital projects. Now, that being said, you know, we've had appraisals on that property. It's not quite as high as a lot of people in the public think, and unfortunately, there's a school on that site that has a lot of bad things in it that we have to deal with as far as asbestos abatement and so forth to tear that school down. So we will continue and give you updates as we go through that process.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Well, we're all very, very excited that, of course, that we get to build schools. And I love the being able to just have some dates and be able to answer that question, because I'm sure all of us are getting that question more than anything else is, when do we get started? When will schools open? When's there going to be a picture of some people with a hard hat and a shovel out somewhere saying we're breaking ground, let's go? So I appreciate, don't forget the old guys. I just appreciate you're giving us something to look for, and we know these are our goals, and then also we know this is very, very aggressive, and there are some things we know we won't be able to control, but I like having an aggressive plan, and let's see what happens.
Thank you.
Thank you for your work, very, very much so. And Jill, thanks for getting here so quickly. Thanks for running down the hall.
President Taylor, I have public comment on this item.
Oh, on this item right here? Okay, please, we welcome it. Thank you, JJ.
Mary Alber.
Welcome, Miss Alber. Okay, you know you have 3 minutes. Okay. Mm-hmm.
Okay, my time's ticking. Hello, board members and community. I just wanted to jump in and follow the great news about Washoe County 1 and also our new board members. And I'm just want to congratulate and appreciate everything that's been done to achieve that for the district. I especially want to honor the Save Our Schools Coalition. I think they did an amazing job of pulling together the community to be able to collaborate around such an important issue. And I was knocking on doors, turns out with Dan Karn, former board member, and we had a lot of time to talk about, you know, the future of the district and where it's going and how, you know, hoping and praying for good outcomes for WC1. One of the things I want to build upon and recommend, perhaps, and offer my help to do so, is to take that energy from the Save Our Schools community engagement and collaboration and maybe think about a phase 2 SOS focused on save and support our students to become 21st century ready. As I was looking through the strategic plan and recognizing that goal number 1 is that to ensure annual students achieve academic growth every year. I would like to suggest that as the new board sits down and discusses what is it, the top 3 priorities going into the next 3 years, possibly say to ourselves, do we want our children to be 21st century college and career ready? Because that's a goal that I think is different and more ambitious than what is currently your number 1 goal on the strategic plan. I think I just came back from a conference called INACOL, where they're talking about national initiatives, what all the districts and states are doing around getting kids ready for college and career. And to be honest, we are 10 to 15 years behind the people that I met and talked with there. The good news is that our Nevada government Office of Science, what's it called? Science, Innovation, and Technology, Brian Mitchell, is doing some great work around getting us some legislation that will help us do competency-based education. This plus personalization plus project-based learning is going to be the way that we can jumpstart and get every kid ready for 21st century careers. And I have some good people on board who want to help make this happen, and I want to collaborate as a community to help uplift and get everything we need for every kid to meet their needs. And we can do it within the budget that we have. So just want to give you that suggestion, and thank you for all that you're doing.
Thank you, Dr. Albers, and thank you for your support for students in this community and working. It was a big community effort. Okay, we are, as I mentioned earlier, we are going to reorder the agenda and hear agenda item 6.04. We're going to hear agenda item 6.04. So Dr. Paul Lamarca, Dr. Roger Gonzalez, Dr. Troy Parks. This is discussion, update, and possible action by the Board of Trustees on school overcrowding management plans, or SOMPs, affectionately known as SOMPs, and recommendation regarding SOMPs, which includes conversion to a multi-track year-round calendar for Spanish Springs Elementary School and George Westergaard Elementary School per District Regulation 6111 school calendars. This is for discussion and possible action, and again, as promised, we will not hear this before 4 o'clock, and it is after 4 o'clock, so gentlemen.
President Taylor, Superintendent Davis, members of the board, thank you for the opportunity. For the record, my name is Paul Lamarca, Chief School Performance Officer. This is
Troy Parks, Area Superintendent.
Troy Parks, Area Superintendent. And Roger Gonzalez, Area Superintendent for Area 2, should be joining us momentarily. I believe he's downstairs. Again, thank you for this opportunity. We were here talking with you about this very issue on October 11th, and really we're going to pick up from where we left off. And we will be fairly brief. Because of some unexpected growth in a couple of areas in our region, the board allowed 2 schools, Spanish Springs Elementary School and Westergaard Elementary School, the opportunity to build a management plan, similar or in nature of the SOMP plans that we reviewed on October 11th that we've reviewed previously. As a district and as administration, we used Regulation 6111 to guide that process as best we could. Just as a reminder, it outlines how we go about getting our projected numbers. That really didn't apply in this case. We had community meetings. There was a solicitation of members of the SOMP teams or the management planning teams. Those teams met at the school. They worked out a plan, submitted those. Those were reviewed by the superintendent's working group, and we're here today with recommendations based on that process. Just to remind you of some of the strategies, these again are all outlined in 6111. The school committees can recommend converting to a multi-track year-round calendar. They can suggest things such as getting or acquiring additional space, for example, a portable classroom conversion of existing space, unique changes to scheduling, things of that nature. At the district level, we can also look at some different strategies, things such as shifting to multi-track, movement of grade levels, movement of educational programming. So what I want to do now is turn it over to Roger and Troy to walk through, give you a sense of what happened at each of the buildings in terms of the SOMP process. We'll start with Spanish Springs.
All right. Good evening, Superintendent Davis and President Taylor, members of the board. Troy Parks, Area Superintendent. As part of the process out at Spanish Springs Elementary, if you remember, we early were notified that we were going to be moving to multi-track. So based on 6111, so we were headed in that direction, and then we convened our SOMP team. As Dr. Lamarca pointed out, we referred to 6111 and looked at each of those options, and within about 55 minutes of our first meeting, the SOMP team, in looking at the growth that was occurring at Spanish Springs and looking at how they had already had to change a lot of classroom spaces, and that they were using spaces for classrooms that really we don't want to be. And the number of teams, they definitely recommended that the school move to the multi-track year-round calendar. After that SOMP meeting, with direction from Superintendent Davis, we proceeded with a meeting to pass out the calendars and talk about the process of converting with the community to a multi-track year-round calendar. And it seemed to be very well received by the vast majority, and many of the parents even were recommending, yes, we need to do this because they are definitely a school that is getting that unexpected growth. And even since we made the decision, they've grown by 20 kids since that count day. So we are seeing those numbers continue to grow at Spanish Springs.
Good afternoon, Superintendent Davis and President Taylor. Roger Gonzalez, Area Superintendent. Very much like what Troy shared, regarding Spanish Springs Elementary. At Westergaard Elementary, we were also heading down the path of developing a SOMP in August and had formed a SOMP committee. We reconvened that SOMP committee on October 18th, and we had a meeting at Westergaard Elementary and went through the different items that were in the purview of that SOMP committee to review as part of that SOMP process. The SOMP committee's recommendation was not to move forward with the year-round multi-track calendar, and instead explored some of the different options within that regulation. For example, looking at team teaching scenarios within the school, and depending upon what the enrollment is for next year, looking at how they could augment space by team teaching, as well as the possibility of an additional portable. That is what was built into that SOMP plan for Westergaard Elementary.
Okay, so both of the schools, you see when they met, the plans were received October 26th, October 28th, in that time frame. The SAUG committee, the superintendent's working group, we met on November 1st. And just as a reminder, that committee, I'm part of that committee. Pete Etchart is part of the committee. Don Huckabee is part of the committee. Tom Szynski is part of the committee. Riley Sutton is part of the committee. Bryn LaPinta is part of the committee. It's a broad-based committee looking at things from different vantage points. One thing we learned is next year Dr. Green will be part of the committee because we need the voice around programs within that meeting. We reviewed both plans and details. We reviewed the suggestions from the school committees, and we also looked at strategies that might be available to us as a district. For example, Spanish Springs Elementary School, as Dr. Parks indicates, the community was in favor of converting to multi-track. A second option was the possibility of moving 6th grade to Shaw Middle School. There is not room at Shaw Middle School to do that in a way that would sustain that change over time. Plus, it would be one elementary of many elementaries trying to move into Shaw. So it wasn't a viable option. We looked at similar sorts of options with the Westergaard community. What we found was there was no real way to reduce the number of students planned to be enrolled at Westergaard below the conversion threshold. So in saying that, the SAUG recommendation to Superintendent Davis is to convert both schools, Spanish Springs Elementary School and Westergaard, to the multi-track year-round calendar next school year. We would be happy to try and answer questions.
Okay, I'm sure we have a lot of public comment. You want to do questions first and public comment? We'd like to hear the public comment first. It's really the pleasure. I typically we go public comment, so JJ, why don't we defer to you and we hear those in. Just don't forget your questions and we'll bring it back here to the board.
Katie Simon Holland.
Welcome, Trustee-elect Holland.
Thank you, Madam President, Madam Superintendent, and trustees and staff. Katie Simon Holland for the record. I did have the opportunity to talk with several Westergaard parents, and I did talk with some of the folks who were part of the SOMP committee process. And first of all, I really want to applaud the board's process in engaging that SOMP process to allow the folks at the school to have a participation in the problem solving. And I also want to applaud the thoughtful and creative problem solving that the SOMP committee at Westergaard really undertook, because I know it's part of the board policy. I think it's 9051 that you support innovation and creativity across the district. I did not hear in the staff presentation one of the SOMP committee proposals, which was to select some certain grades that could move to Roland Melton Elementary School. And so I would encourage the board to consider that creative solution, because it appeared that there was room at Melton. The bus already goes from Westergaard to Melton because of the Gifted and Talented program. So I would encourage the board to positively consider that solution. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Trustee-elect Holland.
Steve Cooper.
Welcome, Mr. Cooper. You have 3 minutes, sir, right there.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay? Thanks for having us here. As you know, this is a serious concern on behalf of the parents at Westergaard, and we are here to ask one final time for consideration and further deliberation from each of you regarding key things that have happened since the last meeting, since these presentations were put together. But the SOMP did ask to consider the space of the already paid for temp buildings. That alone would lower us below the threshold. As I understand it earlier tonight, policy 6111 was not implemented or approved as is, that there's further consideration there. So at this point, it seems very premature to push a school, to push students, to push a community into a schedule that's not optimal, suboptimal, I would say. So please consider this. Thank you for your deliberation. We're here as a community asking multiple times for serious consideration, not the opportunity to be involved, for consideration to make the changes. Opportunity to be involved is lip service. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Cooper.
Sierra Clark.
Welcome, Ms. Clark. You have 3 minutes right there.
Oh, it's on. Oh, sorry. Okay. Hi. Thank you, everybody, for your time. Again, I'm Sierra Clark, and I'm the mother of 4 boys, ages 2 to 10. So needless to say, the decision you are deciding will greatly affect my family for many years to come. Westergaard is an amazing school, as you've heard. Our students are thriving. Our test scores are great. Our teachers, our parents, we're all happy. The students love it. And you have the power to either maintain this level of success or destroy it with this decision. A vote for multi-track will decimate everything that we've worked so hard for over the past few years. Our amazing principal has implemented significant change to make our school function so smoothly by designating Avenida de Landa as a monitored drop-off and pickup zone for older grades. She's improved our lunch schedule, so there's empty seats at any given lunch period. Our classroom and hallways are not crowded, and our library serves all of our students efficiently. No one has been complaining about overcrowding or safety concerns for several years at our school. Believe me, you would have heard from us if we were unhappy or concerned. We know that our #1 job is to be our children's advocates and their protectors, and that is why I continue to show up and speak up at these meetings. At one time, I was concerned about the overcrowding at our school, and that was when my oldest had 42 kids in his first grade class in 2012. That team taught class is now down to 30. We've fixed it. We've seen overcrowding. We know what it feels like. But we've worked diligently as a community to correct it. And that's why today we are asking for your help. Please help us to preserve our school. If someone votes in favor of multi-track year-round, in my opinion, for Westergaard, you'll be voting in favor for families divided. For me personally, your decision will determine that my 4 boys will never have another summer break together ever again. You will be voting in favor of our beloved teachers and staff leaving our school. You'll be voting for a wasted $700,000 spent on new portables that house 100 of our students. In the multi-track year-round schedule, 4 classrooms will sit empty at all times. That means the 4 classroom portables would become obsolete. A wasted $700,000 of taxpayer money. This after WC1 was pushed for so strongly, and rightfully so, because our district desperately needs funding. I believe it is safe to say taxpayers will not be happy to hear about this wasted money. You would also be voting for an increase of at minimum $300,000 annually for this schedule. You'd be voting for a schedule that will impact the property values in our community. And you will be ignoring the valid suggestions for improvement and creative solutions suggested by our SOMP committee that would also save the district hundreds of thousands of dollars.
We are down to below 120%, and if the mobiles were allowed to be counted in our capacity, we would be at 103%. So I urge you, please, you are voting. You have the power to correct this, and I really implore you to save our school. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Clark.
Rachel Huff.
Welcome, Ms. Huff. 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Rachel Huff. I'm a parent of 2 at Westergaard, and I thank you for your time in hearing this. Within the last 4 years, as you've heard, Westergaard has received 2 new portable buildings, which contain 4 classrooms, including bathrooms, which cost taxpayers around $700,000. By not allowing Westergaard to count portables as usable classrooms, the message that we are sending the taxpayers is that this $700,000 was for nothing, because if Westergaard goes to year-round, there'll be 4 open classrooms during every track, because there will not, even at the highest projected years, be enough students to fill all the classrooms that Westergaard currently has. On top of the $700,000, the district will be spending another $250,000 approximately per year to put the school on year-round scheduling, and this would not be necessary if the portables were allowed to be counted as part of our capacity. If the 4 portables were allowed to be counted, it would take our base capacity from 584 to 704. Even at our highest capacity projection in 2018 of 723 students, we would only be at 103% capacity, nowhere close to 120%. If we go to multi-year or multi-track calendar, it could be for at least 4 years, even now that WC1 has passed. So if you take the $700,000 just spent on portables, plus $250,000 a year for a minimum of 4 years, we're looking at almost $2 million. The $700,000 has already been spent, and it is working fine. Allowing us to count our portables would save the district significant amounts of money, especially considering that our common area space, the cafeterias, hallways, and libraries, are the exact same size of those of our neighboring elementary school, Roland Melton, whose base capacity is 710. We have repeatedly been told that the conversion to multi-track year-round is due to common area space. Our playground is larger, and our cafeteria and hallways are the exact same size as those of our neighboring school. I don't understand how this adds up as a safety concern. I believe that Westergaard's SOMP plan safely addresses the overcrowding concerns at Westergaard and saves the school and community from significant disruption and extremely high financial investments from Washoe County School District. Again, if the common area space is the safety concern in this issue, then certainly you are having the same concern at the nearby schools which have the same common area floor print that we do and a higher base capacity. Please take this into consideration. I genuinely respect the work that you do for our district, and I beg of you to take the financial and community costs involved into consideration in this decision, and also consider the practical fact that if common area is the concern, it truly doesn't add up that a school with the same amount of common area has a higher base capacity. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Huff.
Excuse me. I think we might save some time and trouble. Why are we not counting portables?
Okay. Well, one thing I will do is let's continue to have the open the public comment, because they're here. They've put those cards in. And then just don't forget your question, if you would, Trustee Rosenberg. I'm sure you will. JJ.
Will Lachenauer.
Welcome, Mr. Lachenauer. Gentlemen, will you allow him to right there to the table? Lachenauer, right? Lachenauer. Oh, I was trying to remember.
Sorry.
Well, welcome. Thank you. You'll have 3 minutes, sir.
Hi, Will Lachenauer. Thank you for allowing me to speak. There we go. Will Lachenauer, thank you for allowing me to speak to the board this evening. There's been a number of topics brought up already on this subject. Really briefly, originally we asked to be allowed to create a SOMP plan because there was questions in the forecasted student count and the actual student count, which directly affects your projected growth at a school. At this time, when you look at the standard deviation between what was projected, what was actual enrollment, the difference brings the school's count below your threshold. So that was the first reason that we asked for this to happen. The second is that there's 3 parties involved in academic success. There's the teachers, there's the students, and there's the parents. And you've been asked by all 3 not to bring this school to multi-track. It hurts recruitment for teachers, We've lost teachers that will not be able to actually move to that type of schedule. You separate siblings when they have different grades into different schools. And there's a point where you have to step back and ask if this is really the right thing academically for this school. So as you consider a number of very good points that will be brought up through the evening, please consider the 3 things that contribute to academic success. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lockenauer.
Nicole McDowell.
McDowell, welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I, along with many parents at Westergaard, are disappointed that the Westergaard SOMP plan, which was well thought out, hasn't been considered. As a parent and educator in this town, I would urge the board to not allow Westergaard to go multi-track in fall 2017. Multi-track, which has already been mentioned, is not fiscally responsible, costing over $300,000 to implement this plan, along with hundreds of thousands of more dollars each year to maintain this plan. That seems like a poor way to spend our public dollars. Most parents and teachers at Westergaard are not on board with this plan, and this will create a contentious learning environment exactly opposite of what my kids are experiencing this year at Westergaard. The most logical and cost-effective solution already presented tonight and presented in the SOMP plan is to bus one classroom of students, hopefully on a voluntary basis, to Melton Elementary School. There is already a bus in place from Somerset that takes kids to Westergaard and then up to Melton who are involved with the Gifted and Talented program. And Melton has empty classrooms. This would cost the district nothing and provide an optimal solution for the 3 most important entities in this situation: the kids, the parents, and the teachers. As most of us parents have been saying from the start when all of this began in August of 2016, please give Westergaard more time to prepare for this drastic change for parents, kids, and teachers. We as parents are actually tired of the discussions, coming to these very long meetings, which is amazing that you do this once a month, and just want to be twice, okay. And we just want to all be able to look our kids in the eyes and tell them that we've tried our hardest to make a great family life for them and an optimal educational experience. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McDowell.
I have no more cards.
That's the final public comment card. Were there others that wanted to make public comment but did not put a card in? Okay, thank you. Trustee Gonda, you had your hand up first before we went to public comment. Then we'll go right back to you, Trustee Rosenberg. Hang in there.
Oh,
I see you, Trustee Rosenberg.
Not to worry.
So what I see here is a tale of 2 communities, not to wax poetic, but I had to put that in there. One is the Spanish Springs community and one is the Westergaard community. I happen to be part of the Spanish Springs community because that's where my 2 girls go. And in talking to Principal Verde and touring the school and there on a regular basis as a parent or as a trustee, I see how crowded it is. I see how, in talking to Principal Verde, that the parents out there, for whatever reason, maybe it's because they went on multi-track before, that they were, that they know what it's about and that they're ready to do it again. They're okay with it. Some schools are okay with that. And there's other schools in the district that are like that. In addition to even before they wanted to, or even before the SOMP was done, according to Principal Verde, the community already suggested going multi-track year-round, which I thought was amazing in a lot of ways because the community knew what it was about. They knew what their community needed, and so they made the recommendation. And even with the SOMP, that recommendation didn't change. The other community is Westergaard community, and the Westergaard community has done everything that we've asked them to do. It may have started off a little rough with a few missteps at the beginning there, but as we stand right now, they've bent over backwards to do the SOMP, to make the recommendations, to do everything that we've asked them to do. And so my question is that because we are trying to benefit the students, because we're trying to benefit the parents and the community that is there, why can't the Westergaard SOMP plant work? Can I get some specifics on why can't them busing the students to Melton, why can't that work? We haven't heard anything about that in the presentation, just that it was rejected out of hand. So I was wondering if you could expand on that.
Sure, and others may want to chime in. It wasn't rejected out of hand. There's several questions that came up. The SOMP had an idea of adding a portable. We looked at space for portable. It's not particularly feasible. As was brought out, and we'll go to Mr. Rosenberg's question later, the SOMP or the portable doesn't change base capacity. This idea of a select group of parents volunteering to move their kids to Melton was part of the plan, and we looked at that. It's a great idea conceptually, theoretically, move a whole grade level, but that too splits families. That also creates an instability over time for a family. It's no guarantee which families volunteer and which families don't volunteer. The last thing we want to do is create a situation in which any family feels pressure to solve a problem for a larger community. I don't know who those families are. That's not something we can mandate as a district. So we're trying to stay within the boundaries of what we can control. One of the other issues related to the movement that has not really been discussed too much, it was brought up earlier, and it was brought up at the community meetings, is about 180 students right now variance out of Westergaard, about 20 families variance in. Those 180 families could return to Westergaard if they chose. We can't control those sorts of things. So what we're trying to do, we're not trying to be non-compassionate. What we're trying to do is look at sustainability over time, the benefit for the community over time. We understand, some of us are parents, we've been in these situations as parents. We're doing the best we can with the information we have. So the volunteer idea is a great idea. Roger brought it up during the SAUG presentation about possibility of a whole grade level going. There's just too many unanswered questions with that kind of an approach, and it's certainly not a sustainable approach or an approach we would use in other circumstances.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Rosenberg.
So as I understand it, the reason we don't use the portables is it does not affect the base capacity of the standing building. Now, when we're talking about that, we're talking about cafeteria, gymnasium, that kind of thing. In New York 1,000 years ago, we had the same kind of a problem. They decided instead of having a cafeteria, lunch would be taken in the classrooms. They took the cafeteria, they split it, and we had 2 extra rooms. It was a small cafeteria. It was only going to be for a year. It lasted 2 years. We managed. What I'm hearing from the parents is something that I understand it. And I think that we need to pay attention to it. I've been in teaching all of my life, Paul. I've never known anything else. I care a great deal about the kids. But the way these kids perform and the way they learn means a great deal to them as to how they're learning. And I'm really worried about what would happen if we do go to a double multi-year track with them. I appreciate you. I appreciate all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Rosenberg. Trustee Ruggiero, you were next, and I certainly saw Trustee Mayer, and we'll keep going around.
Okay, so I had several questions, but trustees answered some of them. Why don't we count portables, moving grades? Would you address that the playground space, the common area space, address comments that the SOMP plan hasn't been considered, and address comments about not being fiscally responsible by going to multi-track year-round?
I will do my best. And in terms of fiscally responsible, the point was made that portables have been purchased for Westergaard. That's true. There's portables sitting at Westergaard. The cost for converting over to multi-track year-round is approximately $250,000 a year. that was stated. That's something we considered. That's one of the reasons why we're here. If you look at 611, when there's cost implications, that's why it comes to you. I promise you that the SOMP was considered in detail. The SAUG, I believe the SOMP committee spent a considerable amount of time putting it together. I know that's the case at Westergaard. I'm less familiar with the full process that occurred at Spanish Springs Elementary School, but I have every confidence they put a ton of time into it. We spent significant amount of time on November 1st, several hours. As a SAUG, Pete and I met separately with Superintendent Davis later that day to walk through some of the information. Pete earlier mentioned to you that we have this standing growth committee, which we've had now going on 2 years, every Wednesday afternoon. We considered the Westergaard SOMP for several hours again on November 2nd. So a lot of time was put into it. There were good ideas in the SOMP. Teaming is a good idea. The working with schedules is a good idea. Where we were was the plan did not have ways that we could control that would reduce the number below the conversion threshold. We can't ask a group of parents to volunteer to move to a different school and defend that decision. That's a great thing, and I would, as a parent, I'm hopeful that I would be one that would choose to volunteer. But you can't make me volunteer as a district, so we don't see that as a viable option, one that's sustainable. The other issue, and Mr. Rosenberg brought this up, we aren't looking at a 1 year or a 2 year solution. So there is some space at Milton right now. That's the reality. There's less space than I think people realize. But we're also looking, and this is something that Pete or Joe ought to comment on, but we're looking at significant growth in that area. We fully anticipate that Verdi will blow up in terms of enrollment, and Milton is the outlet for that. So we don't want to get into a situation where we move families for 2 years and move them somewhere else 2 years later. So I'm not saying that the ideas being raised are not good ideas. What I'm saying to you is the calculus we used is for how long would this help this school, and we don't know. So given the rules that we have in front of us, that's what we're coming to you with. I think there was another question, and did I answer all your questions?
You did, Paul. And I think, you know, you're having a long-term approach. I understand the perspective that where you're coming from. I don't think it's easy for parents to understand.
Thank you to you both. Trustee Mayor?
You know, I love you staff guys, you're great and everything, but I have to totally disagree with you on this particular item. I'm looking at a chart here, projections. It's in your report. 2017-18, 675. 2018-19, 684. 2019-20, 672. It's going down. It's not going up. And you know, I think that really the solution to this is to take another year, keep them on how they're doing now, have another extension year to see if this 672 comes about or whatever, and then address the problem when the problem's there. We're playing what if, and I don't like what if, because what if sometimes never happens. And I think that we should adopt their a policy and say that as the projections show here, we're going downhill in 1920. Count the portables as 4 classrooms. Give them another year to look at if the problem shakes out or if it stays and maintains, and then open it up.
Thank you, Trustee Mayor. Trustee Franco?
I wasn't, well.
Oh, no, I thought you were done. Go ahead. No, go ahead, please finish.
No, the thing to me is that if this big development of Verdi comes through, add on to Verdi and don't move them anywhere too. Because I just, and I gotta say that the people that have called me since the last meeting have been very courteous, and in fact, one father that called me apologized, and he said that his emotions got away with him, and it is an emotional issue. It really is, and I bleed for these guys that they can't have one extra year. That's, you know, they're not asking for me to chop off my hand. They're asking for one more year to plan and see what happens. Why not give it to them? Are we such ogres that we can't do that? And if it doesn't work, I'm sure they'll say, hey, we got 120 over projection. Let's do something and be back here asking for it. Because I've really, they're beautiful people. They talk to me, and I hear their voice cracking. I hear Muller's, probably it's the one that has the 4 every other year. She has a kid, 2, 4, 6, 8. You know, and I feel for those ladies because childcare's got to be a problem. It's got to be. What happens if 2 of your kids get into an after-school care program, and the other 2 got to go 5 blocks the other way? That's a big problem. And not seeing their on vacation and stuff, that's a problem. But I just feel, let's give them another year.
Can I respond?
Thank you. Actually, no, that's just board discussion.
Oh,
so
okay.
let's just continue with some of that. Thank you, Trustee Mayor. Trustee Frankel?
And if you'll allow me, I got a number of questions, and a number of them have already been, some of them have already been answered, but I have more. Going back to, I'll start with the first one. I have probably 4. The first one, and maybe we'll just address them one at a time since they're all kind of different. First of all, going back to the base capacity footprint, and again, I don't have any information to the contrary, but what I have heard a number of times, both here today and from parents who have written me, about when we talk about base capacity, it's common areas, lunch area, playground, common rooms, cafeteria. I said that already. But what does that footprint look like? And they say it's similar to Melton, for example, which has an over 700 base capacity, and they're saying that the footprint is similar. So I know we don't have, you know, Pete or Joe here to answer that, but you probably can answer that. But is the footprint, what are the differences, and why is the base capacity different? I know that's kind of getting in the weeds, and I know we'd be gone, but I kind of like, you know, want to understand that a little bit more. So can you clarify that so we understand a little bit, if the footprints are the same, how was the base capacity calculated differently?
So both buildings do look different, or the same when you're looking at them from the outside. But actually on the inside, at Melton, at the end of one of the hallways, there's another extension, which I believe they call Hammer, or the Hammerhead, which in essence has additional classrooms, and the classrooms are configured differently. Where at Melton, there's classrooms that are built smaller to address class size reduction. So you cannot team in those particular rooms, where at Westergaard, they're not designed that way.
Okay, that's helpful. And having said that, I still have the same concern that Trustee Ruggiero expressed around kind of getting clarification on the spending that we've made on the 2 portables and the cost. So I have to think about it from a bigger perspective around fiscal responsibility. And as Paul mentioned, that is the reason that one of the reasons we're looking at it, because it may be a question of, is it fiscally responsible for us to be ignoring those 2 portables? So that's still a question in my mind. The second question I have is around the current count at the school. I did get an answer to that. As of yesterday, it was 681, which I understand is about 4 students less than it was on count day. Don't know if that's still the case for today, but my question has to do with how any changes like that, a reduction in the student count, have potentially affected the projection for next year, because we're talking, based on what I see on the chart, 6 students. So if there's been a drop in 4, when we look, and I know there's a lot of probably, Randy's got some math that he does and he's magic that way, and I really value his work and trust it, but I kind of want to understand what impact that might have on the projections and if that's at all changed since the count day in August. So that's another question that I have.
Pete Etchart, Chief Operating Officer. I'm not sure I can fully answer that. I mean, we're a lot of detail I may not have today, but let me tell you this. The issue that really came up at Westergaard as far as why the projection went over where we anticipated this coming year was basically on school losses. As I presented to you and we talked about all the different factors that go into a projection of a school, whether it's growth, whether it's, all the different issues, the one that I kind of just touched on was school losses. And what that means is how many students basically move out of the district or move out of state, move out of the country, how many go to a private school, homeschool, there's just a multitude. If you looked at the projections that went forward, kind of the trend line for Westergaard, if you look back in 2011-12, they had 37 students. The following year was 52, then 61, then 66. Then all of a sudden in the 2015-16 school year, it went from 66 down to 38. So why did another approximately 30 students stay at Westergaard that the trend line was kind of showing that more students were leaving? I don't know. I mean, we'll never know. I mean, without polling every family to see why'd you stay, I mean, we just don't really know the answer to that. So that was one of the factors that actually came in differently than what our school demographer had planned. And so that just showed that the school went over. That was really the factor that impacted that the most. And, we just have no way of knowing until next school year starts, until how many students leave, how many students stay, how many new families move in. You just never know. Yeah. And as Paul said, I think one of the interesting things or Dr. Lamarcus said, it's really important to recognize that we do have 21 students that are varianced in, and we have 180 students varianced out. We have no idea how many students will say, okay, now that you have funding and things are going this way, I want to go back to my home school. We just have no way of knowing. So when we set up the number, and I can say this from the growth committee perspective, when we looked at this, we did have to come up with one number. It would be almost impossible for us to say every school has this different factor, or has this, or these kinds of students, or this kind of lunchroom. So we tried to do something that was very consistent. And if you look at the board policy and the board regulation before this, it was very cut and dry. You reached 115%, next following year, you're on multi-track. We tried our best to create a system that brought in as much public input, school input as we could. That's why the SALG was created and the SOMP plans and all this to bring it in. That was never the case before. That's how this process was created. Now, I realize it's not perfect. No process is ever perfect. But that is how we tried to come up with this and come up with a number to hopefully try to help with these variations. Now, I don't know, and I guess I look at our attorney to say whether we can even talk about rezoning since it's not on the agenda. I mean, I can address that if you wish.
Can I just stick to, because it sounds like we can't answer the question specifically that I had in terms of the impact of any changing in the student numbers. And so that's one question that's still out there for me that I'd kind of like to get a more specific piece of information about, how the current number affects the ongoing projections for next year. But given how close the numbers are, I'd like to get that, I'd like to know more about that.
We will ask Randy to give us more specifics. What I can say is this: on the 19th of August, which wasn't count day, the number was it was 685. Then on count day it was 681. Today it was 681. I will say this though, and John, I'm not quite sure what you were looking at. So okay, but in all due respect, the numbers for Westergaard going forward are 707 the next year, 723, 710, 726, 749. So the reduction of 4 students from the 19th is not going to result in that projection going down below the trigger.
Well, and again, we're talking 6 students that knocked them over the trigger for next
Right.
year, so 4 sounds like it might have an impact.
Right, and
given how
we
close
can
it
get
is.
that.
I'm not talking longer term, I'm talking, like, again, for this decision around whether we postpone this decision for a year.
Right.
Because I think we'll see more in a year. So that's factoring into my thinking about this in terms of whether we do trigger it, or whether it does happen this next year or the following year.
Okay.
Now, my last question is more a series of things, and there are a couple questions embedded in it. One of the questions I have was about the SOMP proposal from Westergaard. I didn't see anything under number 1. The copy I have has something that I can see that there was some text there, but I can't read it, and I don't know if there was something there and what.
Do you want me to answer that?
Sure.
Somewhat. It was a violation of FERPA, so we had to redact it.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted that explanation because I thought, I was kind of trying to figure out how we started with number 2. Having said that, one of the things I'd like to address is the comment that the gentleman who spoke made about the comment used was lip service. And one of the things I had hoped for in this process wasn't just lip service, it was a generation of ideas. And the idea that you came up with prompted me to think about the options that we have for the SOMP to consider. And the whole question of coordinating variances is the only term I can use. Now, I've heard things like we can't ask, or we can't force, we can ask. We can't know whether the 180 families that are varianced out are what they're going to do. I wonder, well, I don't know. Is that really true that we can't know? Can we ask them? I mean, those are the questions that pop into my head when I hear that. So I'm thinking that thanks to this opportunity that these parents had, it's prompted me to think about some creative solutions around not just managing it, but managing the overcrowding, reducing the number of students, which is what I was referring to when we had the 3.15 discussion before. That was actually thanks to you all that I started thinking about maybe it's as a solution that we've come up with. We need to be clear that maybe the problem isn't managing the overcrowding, it's reducing the size of the student population. So that's a district issue in terms of coming up with creative ways of doing that, be it a coordinated variance process, that principals from the surrounding schools get together with the area superintendent to do that. And that is not at all to dismiss the work that's gone into any of this. It's just, it's forced me to think about the question, and one of the questions I have is, well, how many variance requests have we had since this announcement was made for families to go to Milton? And again, that's not me, I don't want to get in the weeds, but it's a question that pops into my head, and if it's not coordinated, and I know it's left up to the principal to manage, and that's currently the case, but we have a unique situation, and maybe it's not just unique here, and it's a policy-wide or district-wide policy question. If we have a school that gets triggered to go to multi-track, I'm wondering if that triggers some effort at a coordinated level at the district level to pull those principals together and work together on the variance review. And that it's not just a school by school variance review. And I know every school is different, they have different spaces and different grades, but it's prompted this question in my mind of, we have those 6 items that the SOMP could consider, and maybe that's not the SOMP's consideration around variances because we have to manage that well. So I'm not sure that's where it goes, but I'm wondering if that option or that process, for lack of a better term, where does that fit in this? And I'd like to find a place for it. So it's more of a comment than it is a question. I know you can't answer the variance question specifically on Milton, and I don't necessarily want to get in those weeds, but I just wanted to throw that out as some of the thinking I'm having based on this experience.
Thank you, Trustee Frankel. Trustee Rosenberg? Oh, I'm sorry.
The school district has to be logical and rational. No matter how you look at it from a logical, rational point of view, what you're proposing makes perfectly good sense. There's no ifs, ands, and buts about it. By the same token, then the human factor comes in. When the human factor comes in, all logic and rationale goes right out the window. We all know that. The question is now, how do we handle this so the kids are taken care of the best way possible? Now, instructional is one thing. What they're going through because a schedule change is imposed, that's another thing. I wish that I had the ability to say, all right, this is simple, do this and have done and over with it. But that's a monarchy and I'm not king. Yet.
Yep.
What we do need to think of is what's the best thing for the kids. We really do. If a schedule is imposed that we don't like, we manage the best way we can. Hopefully, that then they become number one for an addition to a school or something that will work better. The 180 people that are on a variance and want to come back, they can't. I'm sorry, we don't have the room. No one's going to be happy about it, but that seems to be the best way to handle it. But I think that population needs to recognize that it's the kids in the long run. They're the ones that we've got to consider.
Thank you, Trustee Rosenberg. Trustee Nicolette?
I have several comments, and then I do have some questions, and I apologize because there will be some in the weeds, but mostly it will be with the intent of truly understanding some information. I would like to say first that I absolutely wholeheartedly agree that I believe the variance issue needs a deep review. I actually want to say that I like the idea of John with the 1 year, and then I ask, where does it stop? And how does it stop? And that concerns me, although I like the idea. If we were a very, very small school district like my husband came from in Cimarron, Kansas, it would be a moot point. But we're not. I wonder about the converting to multi-track year-round cost, $250,000. My first question, is that a one-time cost? Is that an every year cost? Next, the other, and then I would like to know, why that is. Is the plan, I know that SOG probably doesn't think it's sustainable, but I would like to know why the SOMP is not, specifically not sustainable. Another comment, I have concern that Roland Melton comes into this plan, and on the committee, I did not see anybody represented from Roland Melton. That seems a little presumptuous in my mind, but I don't know that big picture. Are additional portables possible? To that point, when the young lady mentioned $2 million, I kind of got a little uncomfortable. Having said that, I do want to say that I would have liked to have seen in the SOMP 4 lunches, because I was there for the lunches. And I will tell you, 2 out of the 3 were very uncomfortable. They are not always manageable. There were a lot of children in there, and it worried me from a safety and a comfortable standpoint. And then I just have a simple question about fire code. Does this come into play at all? Safety is always an issue whether there's 1 child or 1,000 children. So thank you.
I saw you taking notes, Dr. Lamarca. Thank you. You want to give a shot at responding to what you can?
I'll give a shot, and I'd ask Mr. Etchart to join me. So the costs are annual. The costs are personnel costs, costs associated with running the school for a longer period of time. Why not sustainable? Again, we were looking at this through the angle of reducing below the conversion threshold. So the only thing, there was the redacted portion of the plan, which did have to do with variances, but it was not sustainable. It was not, the numbers didn't add up. We were talking about the reduction of maybe, a handful of families. That's not sustainable given the fact that we have such an imbalance in the number of variances out versus variances in. It's not something we can control. This idea with a group of volunteers moving to Melton, I feel like I kind of addressed that. That's sort of one of those, I think, perhaps Mr. Rosenberg commented on not being able to sort of, we don't have a crystal ball. We can't look into the future. Things can change, or it might have been Trustee Frankel. But given what we do know about growth in that area and the anticipated impacts at Verdi and the rolling impacts that will affect Melton, we don't know that that is a sustainable solution to move a grade level or another chunk of kids. We don't even know if the AAP program right now that is at Melton, that siphons off, I think, something like 41 or 51 students from Westergaard, if that, given the growth out at Verdi, will have to at some point be changed. Remember, that's a district level move, programming. In terms of portables, we talked about this. My understanding, and maybe this is where Pete can add, and if Joe's here, he can add. I believe from our discussions that the addition would have to go through a special permitting, or we'd have to get a special request. It would also take up blacktop. It would take up a portion of the playground area, which sort of, it kind of helps in one sense, it provides classroom space, but it hurts in another sense because the common spaces are in large part what is problematic here. So I hope, and maybe Pete can add, but I hope that addressed your questions.
I think the only addition, and again, Pete Etchart, Chief Operating Officer, the only thing I'll add to that is obviously additional portables based on the existing administrative regulation would not solve the problem of taking them below 120% of base capacity. The other thing about the fire marshal, we have had conversations with the fire marshals from Reno, Sparks, Washoe County in regards to overcrowding at our schools. At this time, they have not taken a position in regards to saying that additional, the level of impact or the level of overcrowding we have at our schools right now, they have not ruled and said that we have to reduce the numbers. So we don't have anything from the fire marshals at this time saying that. It obviously goes into our consideration on safety factors when we see the overcrowding. We see the students obviously in hallways that we need to be cognizant of the fact that if we have an emergency in our schools, that we want to safely have students be able to exit our schools. But we don't have anything from the fire marshal.
Dr. Dayan, were those all of your questions? Okay, thank you. Trustee Rosario? Trustee Gonda?
I appreciate the staff. I appreciate your work. Please don't feel like I don't, because I know it's a lot of work, and I know that it's a process. There's direction and policy and regulations and things that constrain you guys, and this is a difficult decision for me. I thought coming in today it was going to be an easy decision, but from what I've seen from the presentation and from the public comment and things like that, is the SOMP, this is just a comment, not a question really, is the SOMP delaying the inevitable as we push, we're all overcrowded. All the schools are overcrowded. There's an opportunity to draw the line somewhere. I'm just thinking out loud here, but because maybe it might help me or another trustee make a decision. But if it's a multi-track year-round school, it's for 3 years, right? And there's not another school being built in the area in the near future.
Again, Pete Etchart, Chief Operating Officer. One comment I'll make, there's one thing has changed since last Tuesday and with WC1 and obviously having a sustainable source of funding now. And that is the reason that we felt strongly that Melton was not an option in the past for moving students was that we knew that Verdi Elementary School, the Truckee Meadows Regional Planning Agency actually predicted that 1,372 homes would be built in the Verdi attendance area over the next 10 years. We knew that was coming. There's already been a couple projects that have already been approved that will put Verdi into a situation where they'll be severely overcrowded. Verdi Elementary School as it stands cannot go to a multi-track calendar for a lack of classrooms. So we always looked at Melton being our only option to move students from Verdi and having some place to move those students and putting Melton on multi-track to move those students from Verdi. Now with a sustainable funding source, long-term we have a solution. Long-term we're going to build schools and we're going to relieve Westergaard, Melton, Verdi, Winnemucca, all those schools. Now short-term, unfortunately, we still have an issue. And it's always going to be a balancing act for us to be looking at how fast homes get built. First, unfortunately, it takes us longer to build schools. So we know that. And we don't have any property right now in that Verdi, Winnemucca, Westergaard area. So we are diligently working on trying to find that property. So we do have a long-term solution, so I just want to make sure everybody recognizes that things did change as of Tuesday for the long-term impact at Westergaard and Melton. And so having that overflow at Melton is not as critical as it was on Monday.
Trustee Gonda, I see your wheels are still turning.
Well, just Pete, what you just ended with makes it sound like that a Melton option is a viable option because it's not an overflow. Is that what you said, or am
it's
I
a very difficult option, and stop me if I can't go here. So when we look at that option, and we looked at rezoning very, very carefully to see, is there students that we could move that would relieve Westergaard and not overly impact Melton? The last thing we want to do is the majority of students who go to Westergaard are walk students. The last thing you want to do is turn a walk student into a bus student, and all of a sudden they wave at their school as they drive by. And I think we'd all agree with that. So we don't want to do that. So then we started looking at what's the contiguous neighborhoods to the attendance zone boundary that we could move from Westergaard to Melton. And there's really only one subdivision that is practical to do that with. The standard procedure for the Washoe County School District, and this is not in reg, this is not in policy, but the standard procedure here is to go through a process where we get as much input from the parents and the community as possible. And that process has taken, as Westergaard and parents in Verdi area know, it can take 6-9 months to go through that process of really getting their input and then making a recommendation that the parents actually give to the board and staff gives to the board. When we look at this situation we're facing now and the timelines we're facing, we don't have 6 months or 9 months to go through that process. So the only viable option if we were going to try to get below that conversion threshold is you basically have one meeting, take input and say, we recommend moving this subdivision of students over. It goes completely against the standard procedure that we've always done with the Washoe County School District. So we looked at that very thoroughly. I mean, we spent, as Paul said, hours looking at that option of how could we do that. And it is an option, but it comes with consequences.
Thank you. So, and I could just have a follow-up on that. So, because that's kind of where it lies with me right now is that Melton a viable option? We heard from the community that whatever sacrifices they, I assume on a SOMP committee, every parent is offered a chance to sit on that and to have, in theory, it's not just a few parents. And so in my mind, if the community is telling us that they're willing to make the sacrifice, whether it be putting the walking students to bus and waving at the school where they go by, if the parents are saying that they're willing to make that sacrifice, which is what I've heard, then that's the deciding point right there. Is Melton a viable option? If it is, and if the parents are willing to make the sacrifices, then I don't see why we wouldn't approve their. So that's
yes, please.
So just for purposes of the open meeting law, so I know it's a concern, Regulation 6111 specifically says rezoning can be part of it, that discussion. So this clearly was noticed correctly, in case anybody's worried about it.
Okay. Thank you for that. From a commentary, and thank you, Pete, for that. Having the knowledge that you have is very helpful. For me, I have a couple of, and I appreciate all the commentary from my colleagues and from staff that works very hard. I've been able to even ask a couple questions of the superintendent along the way. So sorry for the disruption, but it's been very helpful. For me, just a couple of things. As we look at Melton, I mean, I guess let me just back up as a whole. One of the most challenging things about this is not going multi-track year-round as a whole, because we know as a district it's going to take us a minute before we can build schools. It's because it came up so suddenly in these particular instances, and that could happen again. You know, I mean, I know that the team does a great job of projecting as much as he can. Randy does a great job from what I understand, but some things we can't predict. So that's part of what makes it so challenging, is that it came up so fast. You know, we saw 14 SOMP plans from other schools that will have that year, so very, very different. My interaction with some parents from those schools has been very different. I think that's part of what makes this challenging. And, you know, we know there are some things that we could have and should have done a little differently and better along the way, which doesn't change our numbers. You know, but certainly by any means, but as we work with our community, we want to do, you know, of course, do the best job that we can. But we're all new at this. We're all new at this, at having SOMPs and so on. I'm going to say, I guess, a couple of things. Is in terms of Verdi, and we know they're going to have some crazy growth as expected over the next 10 years. But we also know, we heard something a little earlier, that they're going to have to build a couple of modulars to help with that, right? As houses are sold, then money will come in, and that was part of something that we approved months ago from those developments, that they will have to help us with that, and so that should help us eventually with those. I know we can't add on to Verdi, we can't add portables there, but I remember that discussion, and it's based upon how soon houses, so that will help a little bit. I don't know how fast, you know, but that will help us a little bit. So I'm mindful of that. Not tomorrow, God bless you, but hopefully as those houses are built and sold. You know, for me, it's a matter of, can we utilize, it's hard to not look at Melton, a school that does have some space, and not look at how do we utilize that so we don't have such a traumatic disruption to families. I mean, the staff out there at Westergaard is fantastic, and I am absolutely convinced that the staff is going to make it happen with those kids one way or the other. Excellent leadership from the principal and from the staff, but also recognize it's a big disruption to families. And as a board, I think that's why we're struggling with it as much as we can. We like to see what can we do, if anything, to help mitigate that or minimize that without doing something that we wouldn't do for any other school in any other situation. I have to admit, I do like, and I applaud the creativity of the Westergaard community that worked on the SOMP plan. I like the opportunity for people to volunteer for variances. I don't think that will be an issue, because from the parents I've heard from, there's going to be more than enough parents that are interested in doing that. I continue to hear from parents, and have over the last couple of months, given that opportunity. And I guess, and here's my response, we have nothing to lose by trying that. I mean, that's the piece. We have nothing to lose by giving that opportunity, just because we are where we are. And in fact, I don't think it's anytime we find ourselves with a school that has had unexpected growth, I think it should be a matter of course that we say, hey, how can we help? If there's any opportunity to help with any of the surrounding schools. And part of what makes me look at that is I remember, and this came up at the last time we talked about this, back in 2013, it was very, at a board meeting when overcrowding at Westergaard, which was before me, but I saw the video, was first discussed. The board was very clear about asking surrounding schools to, and you made the motion because I watched it and you seconded it, asking surrounding schools if they could, if they had room, because that's what Superintendent Martinez threw, and if they had room, asking surrounding schools, saying that we expect them to grant variances if they have room. You know, if they have room. It looks as though there's a little room that could buy the few years that might be necessary to give some time for some adjustments to see where numbers are moving like crazy, as we found out this year. A concern that I have, I mean, one of the things that kept me up at night before WC1 passed is having little kids at a bus stop at 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning in the middle of the winter. That's something I think all of us would be bothered by. But something that really concerns me about this is, given the opportunity for variances, and even without the opportunity for variances, I really expect, if the projections are correct, and I believe they are, because I believe Randy does a great job, Westergaard, with no extra help for variances, so to speak, no coordinated attempt, will come in at like 117, 118 next year, and could be on multi-track, because we're talking about 6 kids. I mean, that to me would be horrible. Would be horrible. And yes, it is a risk. I absolutely understand it is a risk. But there's already a lot of movement happening at that school, both in and out. Yes, a lot in. That's why the 14% growth projection. But certainly some out, because I've heard from some of those parents as well. So I think in terms of all of that, I think the creative thinking, the innovative thinking around the SOMP plan that would say, hey, see if parents would be willing to volunteer for that. I don't think that would be an option. I don't think that would be a problem. I would like for us to pursue that. I said all that to say I would like for us to pursue that. Yes, Trustee Mayor.
You know, in talking to the parents, the variance came up, and 2 parents said to me they'd like to go to Milton, their kids go to Milton to get Chinese. But they're not going to go get a variance to Milton when there's 25 variances at Westergaard. If the 25 were revoked, their variances, they'd have 25 less. But these parents told me they'd volunteer, but not as long as there's 25, I think they said, variants into it, because they don't see the need to go to the other school when there's that many variances there. So if, you know, I don't know if you can get all those people out.
Please, Superintendent Davis.
Variances are quite complicated because you actually have to look at class size reduction versus allocation versus per grade level versus what a parent has. So if a school per se would, and I'm all about looking at opportunities for zone variance, but we have to consider if a parent has a kindergartner and a 4th grader and there is no room for the kindergartner and it is for the 4th grader, then we have to find people who fit into the parameters of that. And that's what makes it a little bit more complicated. When we say, yep, 50 open enrollment, can we find 50 families that want to go? Great. But then we look at their rooms and their space versus what their classrooms are. And then it's not that easy to say, just grant 50 variances, right? Like we have to do more work around what those variances would look like based on the projections for the class sizes and the numbers at Milton. So we have to be cognizant of all of that as we make that decision.
Okay, so.
Trustee Rosario.
So it's getting late, and I mean, I have a general sense of where the trustees want to go. This is complicated because we're setting a precedent. What decision we make here, and you know, I am a better trustee because staff has, over the years, has shown me we can't make emotional decisions because it sets a precedent and we have to be equitable. And I take great pride in being equitable. However, in this situation, there are many circumstances that I think, encourage the trustees to want to really work this through for the parents and obviously for the kids. So I guess my question to you, Superintendent Davis, is timing. When we created this policy, we didn't anticipate this. We really thought it was going to be clear cut, and we were very proud of the work that staff brought to us. It was very well vetted and very well thought out. It felt good. We thought we were doing the right thing. When we put this policy through, we thought it was equitable. We thought it was fair. I mean, there was a huge parent engagement component to it. It's worked successfully in many of our other schools, but we've had a glitch here. There is a glitch, and it's requiring a deeper thought and deeper discussion. And so my question is, I'm not convinced because I am very mindful of unintended consequences. And as Superintendent Davis said, you know, it's not just 100, you know, it's not just a switch for variances. It's what grade, you know, the kids are in, and, you know, other families could be impacted. So that is not an easy solution, but there may need to be a deep dive that goes into that to get the question answered. Is that a viable solution for our Westergaard family? So my question is, what is our timing? Are we up against anything? If we want to study this more, we want staff to really take a deeper dive other than the process, whether we're looking at variances or because I'm getting the feeling from the trustees, we're going to just say, give them another year, or maybe we want to give staff another opportunity to study this and bring back more information, because my concern is setting a precedent and not having good policy. At the same time, when we set this policy, we did not anticipate this happening, and so we can't continue to function under that. This policy is the way it's set up properly. I don't think it is.
Superintendent Davis.
So I think the original question was a timeline. I think, to be fair to families and staff, you have to get information out. I mean, as part of what we do for allocations come January, teacher assignments, like, to be fair to everyone in the system, when we give better information, the better off we're going to be, regardless of which way that goes in the decision made for those schools. Does that answer your question? So if you say, can we go out to study for a month? It's not that easy. We got Thanksgiving break, we got Christmas break, then we're in January. I mean, we'd have to do an in-depth study of class per size, how many variances we could take per grade level, and then also what does that look like? Because remember, I think Trustee Frankel talked about the actual conversion number. Is there you have to do this for 3 years so that that number's not impacted? So not just that you variance for a year. If you agree to it, you're agreeing to X amount of time so we can still control the number. So it's not as easy as just like, okay, tomorrow we'll be able to figure it all this out, right? But those are things we would have to consider.
Sure, please do.
I think one of the things we have to be careful of is unintended consequences, which is the OCR violations. At this point, you know, what 50 leave, what 50 stay? If we do the rezone, who gets pushed off to go to Mountain? Who didn't show up at the SOMP because there was only 5 people on the SOMP? These are all issues that could raise OCR violations.
Thank you, Mr. Rombardo. Trustee Rosenberg?
No, I was just going to say,
Deputy Superintendent?
Superintendent wants to talk about it.
Thank you. I would just like to remind the board as well that we made a commitment to these families that we would be working with them to move up that timeline as far as the lottery staffing issues. And so that timeline, we're already on the clock for that as well, as far as moving up those timelines. And processes have been put into place as far as teacher allocations, decisions as far as lotteries. Those things have already gone out. So I just want to put that on the table.
Thank you. Trustee Rosenberg?
We have parents. You have feelings about this. You know what we're going through. You've heard this. I trust our staff implicitly. They have the best interest of the kids at heart. You also have the best interest of the kids at heart. Has anything that's been said here changed your thinking? Okay.
Trustee Gonda? Thank you, Trustee Rosenberg.
To Trustee Rosario's point, I am concerned about unintended consequences. But the other thought I had is to be fair throughout this whole process. This is, like President Taylor said, this is new. This is a new process, and based on earlier agenda item discussions, we are still trying to figure out this process as a board, to be fair. I mean, to be transparent and to be fair, we're still trying to figure out this process. So if there's, you know, however the numbers cut, however, you know, if it's 6 students here or 6 students there or variances there, I'm willing to give the benefit of the doubt to the parents to let them work this out. That's the precedent that we're setting. We're saying, what does this look like in a year? That's the precedent, because we can't stand back on our own. The staff does a great job, and I emphasize that. But if it's a new process for all of us, especially as a board, and we step back and we say, well, we know this is going to work out. You know, we don't know if it's going to work out the other way either. You know, we just don't know. But if it's by 6 students either way, I mean, this is a completely different situation than, in my mind, and by the numbers, I believe, than Spanish Springs. I mean, by hundreds. And so to say to Westergaard, you know, like President Taylor was saying, that we look at you, we can't look at you as a face, to the parents face-to-face next year and say you're on multi-track, but you're under 120%. That's egg on our face, I think. So I think the precedent that we're setting here and the intended consequence is to see how this works, how this plays out. Is there's problems going to be had? Yes. Is there learning? This is a learning lesson. This conversation is a learning lesson. So I think we can't be afraid of that. If there's a possibility that it would work out and so that we can give the community what they're asking for, then I think we should err on that side.
Dr. Dye? Thank you, Trustee Gond.
I'm not comfortable with the variance idea. That is that's a sticky wicket, and I don't think that should be a tool by which we manage this, plain and simple. If parents want to leave, parents want a variance in maybe. They want to try this new thing that's going on. Who knows what's going to happen? That's something for administration to solve, and I can't hang my hat on any of that. Having said that, I would like to see Westergaard community have another year to be the way they are. And that's all I'm willing to commit to. Be the way they are and have the consequences thereof, what I'm just saying. At that point, I think there has to be an agreement that if for fun we say, wow, we're glad we listened to you, you were spot on, fabulous. If we have to say, we wish we wouldn't have gone that way, then we have to say that too, and we all have to live with it. But there has to come a time when we stop beating this up, all of us. And I'm for going through the 17-18 school year and relying on the goodness of people's abilities and intentions.
I'm ready to make a motion. Sorry.
I think Trustee Mayor has a comment.
Well, I was going to make a motion, but
okay.
I move that the Board of Trustees extend a year grace to this school, Westergaard School, so that they can further study it and further see how things are going, so that through the 17-18 school year, and somehow I would like the district administration to look at variances into Westergaard and see if that can be a practice that ceases in the future to allow room for Westergaard. But that wasn't part of my motion. That was just a suggestion.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. I don't hear a second. Do we have to do them both together? No. Okay, so we're going to do them separately then. That's allowable. Okay. Okay. Can we get some I guess a little discussion perhaps on that motion for some clarity. What's?
Well, you got a second, so you can.
Yeah, exactly. We have a second. Mm-hmm. Trustee Gonda.
So just on our agenda, the recommendation is to move Westergaard to multi-track year-round. So the motion is to keep them on traditional track. Is that what we're voting on? Yes. Okay.
In addition to that, there was an addition onto that.
I don't know.
That you want to. Is that a part of your motion, or is that?
No.
You said.
No, that was not part of my motion. That
okay.
was direction that the administration look at variances there.
You just want, okay, that's
just a direction, not part of my motion.
Okay,
no.
so the motion then is to prevent Westergaard from going on multi-track year-round school, So for them,
About year-round school.
okay, so
I said
please
that
repeat
they
your
get
motion.
an extension through the 17-18 school year, period. Then I said direction to look at variances, but that was it.
Okay, no, he's right.
I'm
Yes,
just wondering
Trustee
if a
Franklin.
clear way of stating it, and correct me if I'm not capturing it correctly, was similar to what Trustee Gonda just said, which is that we are voting to keep Westergaard for the 17-18 school year on a traditional calendar. And that may be a simpler way to make the motion.
Is that
Balanced.
cleaner?
Thank you. Balanced calendar. Thank you. No, if that's not it, okay.
Because they're going to be, they're going to, right now, they're in like a study year. And the next one would be another study year. You understand what I'm saying? And I think I stated it clearly, but maybe not.
Okay, so the motion on the floor is that Westergaard would stay on the traditional calendar for the 17-18 school year. On the balance, I'm sorry, on the balance calendar for the 17-18 school year. Is that the motion? We clear that? Okay, JJ, that's good. Neil, are we within where we are? Okay, there is a motion on the floor. There has been a second. Is there any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? The motion is carried. Let the record show that it is unanimous.
May I?
And then we need to take care of Spanish Springs, as that's a part of it as well.
make the motion.
So we'll Trustee Frankel.
Yes, I move that the Board of Trustees convert Spanish Springs Elementary School to a multi-track year-round calendar for the 2017-18 school year.
Second.
Okay, has been moved and seconded. Any discussion regarding Spanish Springs Elementary School? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? The motion is carried. Let the record show that it is unanimous. 10-minute break, everyone. Let's have a 10, maybe it ended up 12, 10 minutes, 10 after. Come back at 10 after and we can finish up our agenda. We'll go ahead and call this meeting back to order.
Goody, goody.
And we have very patient presenters in front of us for agenda item 6.01, presentation on the progress of the implementation efforts by the Washoe County School District of Senate Bill 391, otherwise known as Read by Grade 3, enacted in the 2015 legislative session, which aims to improve the literacy skills of all kindergarten through third grade students enrolled in Nevada schools. This is for information and discussion, and I will turn it over to our Chief Academic Officer, and he will introduce the team that's with him. Mr. Bailey.
I will, and thank you very much, President Taylor, Trustees, Superintendent Davis. Good evening. For the record, Scott Bailey, Chief Academic Officer. As stated, we are here to update the board on progress toward implementation of Senate Bill 391, otherwise known as Read by Grade 3. Read by Grade 3 Act, technically. Joining me in this presentation are, and this is a great illustration of our cross-departmental collaboration, by the way, Dr. Saul Wazaki, Director of Professional Learning, Mandy Van Dellen, the coordinator of Read by 3, Casey Edgington couldn't make it, but she's had great input on making this implementation a reality. Fatima Rivas, Multicultural Outreach Specialist behind me, and Delisa Crane, Family School Partnership Administrator, also seated behind me. Others in the audience would include Kendra Fox, Director of Curriculum Instruction, Lauren Olin, Director of Grants, Karen Parashow, Administrator for the Department of Professional Learning. I believe Stacy Drum is also behind me, a Literacy Coordinator. We're happy to, or we were happy to have a principal and a learning strategist. They had to leave, unfortunately.
Why ever would that have been the case?
So I do want to recognize them for being here and being part of the team while that lasted. And that was Aaron Lane and Christy Fernandez, Christy being the learning strategist, Aaron being the principal from Lemon Valley. So with appreciation. All right, we'll jump into the presentation here. This bill, Senate Bill 391, just to reorient everyone, was brought to us by the 2015 legislative session. It does improve, as stated, to improve literacy skills of kindergartners through 3rd grade. It focuses as a preventative measure on foundation skills in reading. It does provide extra services for struggling readers. And it's important to note, as you've noticed in the past presentations, that we were recipients of competitive funds that we applied for to support this work under this law. The first round impacted 10 schools in the school year 15-16 at about $1 million. And then we went full on under the law for 16-17. We were awarded approximately $3 million, just over $3 million to get the work done. So tremendous effort by the Grants Department, Lauren Owen, Randy Drake, and others. We appreciate that. Moving on. Requirements under this law. These are brief. Prepare a plan for literacy. All districts must. The principal at each elementary school, as you recall, has to designate a learning strategist. The principal also has to provide a notice of deficiency if a student is proven deficient reader. School has to prepare a plan to monitor the progress of the student. As you know, under this law, a student may be retained based on their CRT score if they're not proficient in reading by the end of 3rd grade. That only applies to this year's kindergartners, so we have some breathing room knowing that that's the year 2020. I'm sure we'll be well into the revision of strategic plan by then, 2020. Also included parent notification, intensive intervention, and a monitoring plan. It also requires, as recently clarified, that the principal and the parent approve that plan of intervention. Requires us, the district, you, the board, to report the number of pupils retained in grade 3 once we get to that point in 2020. And, of course, the Department of Education is required to allocate monies to us, at least through the competitive grant as it stands. With that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Zaki.
Thank you. Great. Thank you, President Taylor, Superintendent Davis, Board of Trustees. For the record, Sal Wazaki, Professional Learning Director. So as you probably remember, we piloted 10 schools under Read by Grade 3 during the last school year, during the 15-16 school year, and learned some lessons along the way. And as we moved into the spring of 2016, we knew that we were going to get all of our elementary schools on board. And so we were able to hire Mandy Van Dalen as our Read by Grade 3 coordinator, and she and Karen Parashow actually, oh, sorry. There we go. Sorry about that. Work very closely together in this implementation during the 16-17 school year. So we have been working very closely with principals across the district, in our elementary school principals, with WEA and with HR to identify the most qualified and the most willing teachers at every elementary school to serve as learning strategists, and that's been quite the process. But I'm very proud of the fact that the majority of our learning specialists or learning strategists are actually qualified into our teacher leadership pool, and so that's excellent. It was clear that with all the mandated professional learning that our learning strategists had to participate in, as well as the professional learning that they had to deliver at the sites, that we needed to coordinate efforts and incorporate all of that mandated professional learning within the comprehensive calendar. And so we did that. Some of the highlights that I would like to share with you are that the cross-departmental collaboration that Mr. Bailey referred to, we were able to do some very high-level ordering and distribution of a number of resources, and I think that Mandy will talk a little bit more about that. We also needed to work with the principals and to communicate with them about the mandates of the law, and so we've used written communication, as well as several face-to-face opportunities at our LTL meetings, our Lead, Teach, Learn meetings. As we do with all our professional learning, we utilize a continuous cycle of improvement, the PDSA cycle, so Plan, Do, Study, Act. And so with all of the professional learning that we are providing, we are looking at the data every time afterwards as we continue to plan, and the data often drives changes or revisions to the plan so that we can best meet the needs of all of our stakeholders, our learning strategists, our principals, our teachers. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mandy to share some of the data.
Perfect. Thank you, President Taylor, Superintendent Davis, and members of the board. For the record, Mandy Van Dellen. So with a grant of this magnitude, it is essential to have systems and structures to support collaboration at all levels. At the district level, we've created 2 teams, the Read by Grade 3 team and the Grant Logistics and Budget team. These 2 teams meet every 2 weeks to plan, reflect, and respond to the needs of our 67 sites we're currently working with, as well as ensure that we are meeting the requirements of SB 391. The multiple department collaboration has allowed us to enhance professional learning. Additionally, site support reflects a unified message where participants get a cohesive and consistent messaging as well as resources. So, as you can see, this representation of cross-department collaboration has also allowed us to create a responsive environment where we can solve problems quickly. This was a unexpected delivery date with one of our resources, but the team came together, quickly organized a plan, and was able to work to sort all of those materials and make sure that we had the limited impact on the warehouse that we could. We've also established a system to gather learning strategists' feedback. We know that the learning strategists have the greatest impact on our sites, and it's critical that we gather their opinions and performance data. We use this data to make a conscious effort to we use this data to reflect and respond to needs as best see fit. Gathering feedback serves multiple purposes. It allows us to have a voice from all stakeholders, close the feedback loop, and to ensure that we're meeting the needs of all parties, and allows us to gather data, as Dr. Zaki was talking about, to continue to plan, do, study, and act.
So we not only gather data from our learning strategists and our teachers, but also from our principals. Principals are participating in 4 full days of professional learning with national expert Irene Fountas. We conducted 2 days in October, and the second 2 days will be in March. As you can see, the data here reveal that the principals were very pleased with the 2 days. And as a matter of fact, I will share that not only do we gather this feedback, but we engage in pre-planning. It's actually very, very deep pre-planning with outside experts when we bring them in to ensure that their message is consistent with Washoe County School District initiatives. And I just want to read the one quote from our expert, Irene Fountas. It's about 3/4 of the way down in white, on the white background, that she mentioned on our debrief afterwards that she felt that our principals were one of the best group that she's ever worked with, and she could just feel how hungry they were for more information about leading literacy instruction at their sites.
President Taylor, right there, thank you. President Taylor, Superintendent Davis, members of the board, for the record, Delisa Crane. So as you can imagine, families are a critical partner in this work. And many of our families need more information on how to support their child's literacy development. So we are very lucky that cross-departmental in our district, we have lots of great resources already existing, and we just needed to find a way to integrate those resources and kind of lift them up. And so with Mandy's leadership and Karen's leadership, we have been able to integrate family engagement into the professional learning that our learning strategists receive on Teal Tuesdays. And so we can take things like the Striving Readers tip sheets that were built in a previous grant, and we can resurface those, and we can have discussions about how best to use those with families. So we have lots of great things in place across many different departments, curriculum and instruction, our assessment department, and we've been able to really bring those to light. Also through the grant, we've been able to expand a couple of different programs. So Home Visits was expanded to 4 additional schools that are non-Title I, and Academic Parent-Teacher Teams, which is a perfect fit with Read by Grade 3, was expanded at 3 schools this year.
My turn now. So good evening, President Taylor, trustees, and Superintendent Davis. For the record, Fatima Rivas, Multicultural Outreach Specialist for Communications and Community Engagement. So as Delisa stated, we did a lot of cross-collaboration around messaging, providing this information for our families and community members. One of the pieces that I'm very proud about the work in the district that we were proactive. So we provided information about factual information, what this means to families before the actual notifications were sent home. The notifications that had the language is explicit about deficiency. So we want to first set the ground for families about understanding what this means. We highlighted in our communication materials that this is shared responsibility, the fact that it's family friendly and accessible to all families. We created a flyer. You can kind of see the image of the flyer right at the bottom corner of the image, bilingual. The flyer provided more information about how to support learning at home and how do you work with your teacher instead of just the technicalities of what this law means. Then we also developed a video, also bilingual, for families to give them additional information, just reach them in a different way. We understand the need for having multiple venues and ways of interacting with families. We provided the flyers to all the elementary school principals early September. The schools actually distributed the flyers to all of their families K through 3rd grade. We have seen it in the hands of families already with links to the resources that Delisa stated for accessing additional support materials for families. And then the video was shared to as well as all the principals with the encouragement to show this video parent-teacher conferences, any other family events as a way to start the conversation and engage families also. So at this moment, I would like to show the video. And many appreciation to our communications team that have put this together.
Reading is one of the most important skills a student will ever learn. They learn to read by listening to those around them and by playing. Research shows that if a child can't read at grade level by the end of the 3rd grade, he or she will continue to encounter challenges throughout their schooling. So the Nevada legislature created a new law to help ensure that all children get the help and support they need to learn to read at grade level. The law is called Read by Grade 3, and it's designed to make sure that all young children learn the reading skills they need to be successful in school and in the future. Under Read by Grade 3, schools and families create strong bonds as they work together to help students learn to read and help families learn how to best understand their child's progress. Children will receive extra support, and teachers will receive additional training and materials to help students. But Read by Grade 3 isn't just for 3rd graders. The law applies to all students beginning in kindergarten and continuing through the 3rd grade. It helps teachers identify students who are having trouble with reading and helps families work with students at home too, as learning takes place everywhere. The Read by Grade 3 law states that students may be held back if they are not reading at grade level by the end of grade 3. However, this section of the law only applies to students enrolled in kindergarten during the 2016-17 school year. In other words, this year's kindergarten students may be held back for a second year of 3rd grade if they are not reading at grade level. So what do families need to know? First, you should receive copies of your child's reading scores either in their report card or through the Infinite Campus parent portal under the Assessments section. Then, if your child is struggling with reading and needs extra support, you'll receive a letter from your school. You will be notified when the plan has been created to provide extra support, which might include reading in small groups, individual support in reading, and tutoring before or after school. There are many ways you can help your child improve his or her reading skills. Ask your child's teacher for advice. Teachers are eager to share their ideas for improving your child's reading. Read to your child every single day in any language for at least 20 minutes. When you read to your child, be sure to stop often to talk to your child about what you're reading. Ask questions and look at the pictures. Ask your child about what they've read, and make sure there are books available at home for him or her to read. You can visit your public library to check out free books. Libraries also have reading time activities for children of every age, so check with your library for those programs. You can sing rhyming songs with your child, like Twinkle Twinkle Little Star, or other simple tunes. Finally, you can attend Parent University classes to learn more about helping your child learn to read. Visit their website. Additional resources can also be found at the Read by Grade 3 website. All of us at the Washoe County School District are dedicated to helping kids learn. Contact your child's teacher for more information about what you and your family can do. Together, we can help all students read at grade level.
So before we open it up, that was communications through a collaborative effort. Very good job. Yes, I agree. Before we open up for a question and answer session with this highly collaborative, stellar staff, I want to have Kendra come up and make a quick announcement of a recent activity that I think we'll all embrace.
Hi, President Taylor, Superintendent Davis, members of the board. I'm Kendra Fox for the record, and the video I think reminded both Scott and I that Superintendent Davis, I think just today, signed our MOU with the public library, Washoe County Library. So all students that have, when their parents register them in Infinite Campus every year, they will be given the option to get a Washoe County Library card. So it will create really good literacy outreach for us and the public library. So it was really exciting. Thank you for signing it. And it was definitely, it's one of those things where you don't mind working when it's that kind of work. And so it's going to be really exciting for our students. So thank you.
Yes, that was the recent development. A great one at that.
That's awesome.
Question, answers? Your questions?
Yeah,
our
Trustee
answers.
Mayor, please. Turn that mic on, sir. Thank you.
You said that materials would be translated into any language?
So for primarily in Spanish, because that's looking at our numbers, that's the biggest number, the language that has the most people speaking. But if there is a need for any other languages, we can also make that available.
Now, they get, because the reason I'm asking, I was at the Sparkside football game, and I was sitting by these guys, and I thought they were Spanish because they were talking, you know, and their kid came up and he says, "Do you understand my dad and uncle?" I says, "No." He says, "They're speaking Russian, and I'll translate for you." So I don't know. Can they come to your office and get these parent letters translated? Or?
Yeah, if there's a request from a family to have materials translated in any other languages, we can make that available. Our numbers, I think I looked at it, we have over 50 languages, so there might be one or two families. So, but Spanish is the one that has about half of what all the other languages here. But there are other languages that we can make that accessible. If
oh, that's great.
Yep.
Next game, basketball game I go to at Sparks, I'll look them up.
That's awesome, though. 50 languages, really?
It's probably more. I had the number, looked at it recently, but I don't remember. But we have more
At least
languages
50
than we
languages.
can think of. Yeah.
Wow.
Yep.
Wow.
A little United Nations, right?
Do I get to go next? Or he wants to?
Superintendent Davis?
So I just want to thank all the departments involved in this process. As you know, one of the things that happens is our families don't understand everything that comes down from the legislature. And when this first came down, you could walk into any place and ask certain families, and they were like, I never heard of it, right? And I think it's important, especially as we look at the road to graduation starts in the kindergarten and pre-K, right? And as much information as we can provide for parents and opportunities with the library, like, yeah, I got to sign that off, but somebody's over there had a great idea and made it happen. But how do we continue to engage our families so our kids can be successful all the way to the finish line? And so for the team, everybody, thank you, thank you, thank you. Because one of the things I charged the team with was how do we get information out to our families so that they know? And you guys went above and beyond as usual to do an excellent job. So thank you, thank you, thank you.
I mean, really, we really do appreciate all of our colleagues are nodding, because one of the things as we're out in the community talking to people in our districts and otherwise, the last thing we want to hear is someone whose child is having a challenge with this and may get held back and they didn't know. And so we can confidently say, we've been involved, our staff has been involved from the very beginning, with the assessments and so on, and where you find it on Infinite Campus. I mean, I think that's outstanding. We don't want them to not know and not know how to help. Trustee Bajori?
I just think it's wonderful, and just the opportunity for engagement and that parent-child engagement and the encouragement that comes from something that's very serious. But there are many good things that are coming in addition to the ultimate goal of our kids reading by 3. But the relationship between the parent and the child is really important. So great work.
Thank you very much.
Job.
Thank you. Great team.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey and your team. Dr. Zaki, thank you. Communication, Mandy, thank you. All that great video, by the way.
I know. He always kind of see it.
We'll continue on to agenda item 6.02. Hang in there, Paula. We're getting we're getting there. Hang in. Presentation of the implementation of the adopted K-5 mathematics instructional materials. This is for information and discussion only. I believe we asked for this to come back after that was adopted. So once again, we have Ms. Fox, and we'll just let you introduce, Mr. Bailey, your team. The floor is yours.
Absolutely. For the record, once again, Scott Bailey, Chief Academic Officer. To my right, I have Kendra Fox, Director of Curriculum and Instruction, also Denise Tracus, who is a K-5 Mathematics Coordinator, and behind me, I think, if she's still here, Shannon Tolles, Math TOSA. Shannon. We did want to come back and revisit our implementation efforts around the math adoption K-6, and thank you for your support. Excuse me, K-5. I'm already on 6.8. Yes, K-5. Just to reorient us to the mission, we conducted an NCAT, which is the Nevada Comprehensive Curriculum Audit Tool, that gave us results long about school year 14-15. It was very clear from the over 1,000 respondents involved in that survey and audit process that we needed to work toward a common core adopted materials selection. So with your support, we moved forward. We put out an RFP, request for proposal. We had, if I recall correctly, 8 vendors that responded to that RFP, and through a process, a very rigorous process, I might say, that involved over 900 hours committed to that process. In complement to Board Policy 6160, 2 clear series emerged in the K-5 spectrum. There was the K-1 adoption of Bridges in Mathematics, and for 2nd through 5th grade, we went with Envision Math. Following your approval on January 26, 16, we delved into a deep planning session for implementation for the year following, 16-17. I'll advance this slide so you see the timeline here. So following your approval in January, February, we moved to the State Board for approval. That was secured. Initial training then happened May through July, followed by principals, technology specialists, and all kinds of employee bands moving us up, including parent university courses to get the parents acclimated to the new series and what that homeschool connection looks like with the new series as well. With that, I'll turn over to Kendra to talk a little bit more about each specific series, starting with Bridges.
Thank you, Scott. President Taylor, Superintendent Davis, Board of Trustees, I'm Kendra Fox for the record. We did the trainings for the programs a little bit differently based on what the publisher recommended. So for K1 with Bridges, they recommended a 2-day training. And we offered that for sub-release and in-service credit all from May, June, July, even into August. The training was for classroom teachers, special education teachers, and EL teachers. So the support teachers could also come and learn the program along with the classroom teachers. So you see the numbers there for the sessions. When you add in all of the elementary special ed and ELL teachers into the mix, it's about 75% attendance. And it really wasn't mandatory for the special ed and ELL teachers, but really high numbers for classroom teachers. We also held a coaching session for implementation specialists or deans or anyone that really works with teachers to help them work with teachers to help implement the program. My staff attended and things like that. What we found from the workshops, the 2-day workshops, were they were really well received. And why we think that was the case were the instructors were classroom teachers from other districts who were implementing the program. So they said, when I do Number Corner, this is how I implement it. And the teachers really appreciated that hands-on, real-world application. Like, this is a struggle I had, this is how I fixed it. There was also one of the authors came and did the training. I can't tell, she's probably 80 years old. She's the cutest lady, but she did the training. I hung out at some of the trainings and they were in there singing and learning math, and it was just really, for the secondary person in me, I was like, why are they singing? But there was all math related. The instructors also gave the participants time to really dig in and learn the manipulatives and experience the mathematics as they learned the program. So it was really just hands-on and very well received for that. So then Envision, and Envision was just a little bit different because it wasn't such a huge departure of how to set up your classroom. It was really about how to use the program. So it was a 3.5-hour training. We paid teachers a stipend to attend. Again, they were all throughout the summer, May, June, July, even into August. And we had really good attendance for those. It was about 74% if you add in special education and ELL teachers into those. They were invited to attend a grade level. They didn't have to attend all because the sessions were pretty similar. We also grouped grade levels at times to have teachers talk to each other and to figure out how things may be moved from second to third and things like that. We also hired Pearson to do a coaching session for us, and 54 coaches and specialists attended those sessions. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to, oops, I have one more slide, sorry. In August, we worked with the principals, the assistant principals, and the deans. We had them come for about a half day and really talk to them about what to look for, the changes they should see, how to just orient them to the new materials. That was done by curriculum instruction staff. We also worked with the educational technology specialists from each of the elementary schools because if you've heard any complaints about the new math program, you've probably heard about single sign-on. And I do want to give a shout out to our IT department. They have been amazing. Denise has them on speed dial, and she talks to them all the time. The program goes down, and it's fixed because of our information technology department's hard work. So we made that switch. We worked with the ETS at each school to help teachers and help students sign on because all 2nd through 5th graders were signing on. Actually, all students can sign on, but the 2nd through 5th graders really needed to sign on in order to use the online components of the Envision program. They also needed to go home and help their parents sign on also. And so we wanted to make sure that students really knew what to do. And that's a component of the parent university. So then we worked with the English language assistants also, and we worked with them on the WIDA can-do math descriptors to help them with the language acquisition pieces of the program. then I know it says coming soon because we turned this in before we participated in the November 8th professional development, but we worked with all special education teachers in the district. Actually, I think it was K through 12 came, and that was really about how to support struggling math students. And so it wasn't specific to the program, but it was really just how do you, as an assistant in the classroom, how do you support teachers and their or students and their learning. So with that, now I'm really going to turn it over to Denise.
I want to insert humor here, though. If you'll notice, how many remember the Maytag repairman? Remember those commercials? Waiting for the phone to ring. So I have to give kudos to Denise. I visited Edison that day. She had a hotline set up, and she was the only person manning the hotline. So she had the computer terminal going, answering emails, answering the phone as well. So similar to the Maytag repairman.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
Good evening, President Taylor, Superintendent Davis, and trustees. Denise Trikis, K-5 Mathematics Program Coordinator for the record. But that's just the beginning. If we truly want our students to be successful mathematicians, then we need to provide our teachers and our schools with ongoing support that is built upon a trajectory of learning so that we're not repeating. A big part of that, though, is that it needs to be just-in-time support. So it's not too much all at one time. And so with that, we are granted 6 teachers on special assignment. So we have 6 math project facilitators that actually go out to our schools to work with teachers side by side. We allow teachers and principals to choose what level of support they want and where their needs are at that time. So with that, we talk about instructional level support. So we provide unit and topic letters prior to when we use our curriculum pacing frameworks, just right before teachers are about to get to that topic. In addition to that, we also have professional development that is built around the same. And so teachers can come to learn mathematics that they will be teaching in the next quarter. And those are both sub-out options and in-service options. We are a community of learners. And so working with the community, we also provide back-to-school resources. We provided resources for families during conference week as well. We ask our schools to please tell us what is it that they need. We don't want to just put out documents for the sake of putting out documents, but we really want to make sure that we are meeting their needs and also tapping into the intellectual property that our teachers have. They're creative, they're innovative, and so we really want to tap into that and honor them as we move forward with support. The next piece is really that systems levels. And so we already talked about Parent U and our amazing collaboration with Washoe County IT. I was actually on the phone with one of the individuals from 8 to 10 last night. And that's the level of dedication that IT has provided curriculum instruction as the first mathematics program actually the first curriculum program to have such a high-tech component. It's really building structures for the future to make sure that what we learn today we could apply. With that, we have that system levels. We do provide new hire support. And so when we did get allocations after count day, we did provide professional development for those teachers coming in. With that, we also created a flipbook. This is the second one for administrators. And so that if they have any questions, they can look at this flipbook and just say, oh, here's some guidance. So we provide month-by-month guidance that provides a school-wide focus, also suggested PLC focus with some administrator look-fors. So that as we're asking teachers to do a lift, it's not lifting everything at once, but our administrators also know they could focus on one small component to support. We also, when we talk about that differentiated professional development, we have a menu of support. And so our schools can choose intensive, moderate, coach and collaborate, or we're okay for now support. So within that, schools do self-select. The 6 TOSAs reach out regularly, about 1 time a month, to administrators to just make sure that they don't need anything. But with that, in those unit and topic letters, we also ask teachers to reach out to us as well. So a teacher doesn't have to depend on an administrator asking for that support. A teacher can email us, and we will go out and sit with that teacher wherever they are at to move to that next level. And so I'm very proud of the work that those 6 individuals have done. We are also granted a position after the board approved Envision. Mr. Bailey had suggested that, oh, it'd be great if Pearson could provide us a person. So I went back and negotiated with the company, and we did get 140-day contract. And so that's Mary Wilson, who was actually the K-12 mathematics program coordinator in Washoe County for our last adoption, which was Everyday Math in 2001. And so Mary is now back with the district. She had retired from Washoe County. We brought her back as that Pearson employee. So she also provides a level of service to schools and that customized PD as well.
Yeah, just Denise, while you're saying teachers have an opportunity to reach out directly without going through their administrator, have they been doing that?
They have.
They're good.
In an amazing way. In a truly an amazing way. And what we find is a big change of systems is typically all communication had to go through the administrator before. And so now we make sure that we communicate with the administrator what's going to be in those topic letters, and then we email those directly to the teachers. And so that provides individual one-to-one. Each of those 6 TOSAs has a grade level in which they're the lead. And so Donna Ogden is kindergarten, Amanda Schlatter is 1st grade, Chantal Dibble 2nd grade, Sarah Rogensack 3rd grade, Shannon Tolles right here is 4th grade, and Ben Beckham is 5th grade. So the other thing that we're really trying to build is this community across schools as well, because really all of our students are all of our students. They might just be my special, like 3rd graders for this year, but that's not the case next year or if they move. And so really trying to build that collaboration and support. So those deepening understanding classes are on mathematics content, because what we find is the materials are a great start, but we need to deepen our teachers' learning so that they know how to watch student thinking to be able to respond appropriately using those good formative assessment practices. So by having deepening understanding classes that bring 5th grade teachers together to talk about the mathematics they'll be teaching, or kindergarten teachers together, or 2nd grade teachers together, it really is building that across systems collaboration as well.
I will say you are definitely doing what you're supposed to be doing.
Thank you.
To have that much passion and energy about the mathematics curriculum and introduction of the new textbooks at almost 7 o'clock. We are lucky to have you.
Thank you.
I
agree wholeheartedly, President Taylor. Thank you for your passion, your commitment, and the energy you have is infectious. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Great job. Thank you. I'm going to do a little more reordering. We do have a guest, and I apologize. I didn't move this up before, and I should have. So we're going to agenda item 6.08. 6.08, that is, discussion and possible action to accept the findings and recommendations of the audit of the Information Technology Department presented to the Board of Trustees by David Cole, who's our consultant from CIS Audit, to improve systems within the district as recommended by the Audit Committee. And we have Mr. Cole, as well as Ms. Paula Ward, our Chief Internal Auditor, and Mr. Ed Grazia, who is our Chief Information Officer. Thank you so much. Ms. Ward, our Chief Auditor, turn it over to you. And Mr. Cole, thank you for your patience.
Not a problem.
We appreciate it. Go ahead, Paula.
Good evening, President Taylor, Superintendent Davis, and trustees. Thank you so much for the opportunity to present this audit. I think this is probably the first time we've presented an audit to you. We usually go straight to audit committee, and then it just ends up, on consent. And we just really appreciate this opportunity. This is part of our audit plan that you approved, and it was also a request of Superintendent Davis, so we moved this up this year, and thank you, Superintendent Davis, for that opportunity. As you know, we don't have that technical expertise that we need when it comes to certain things, certain audits, and IT is one of those areas. So we contracted with Mr. Cole from CIS Audits as a co-source. So we work together on this audit, and Mr. Cole has that technical expertise. He is a certified information systems auditor, as well he's certified in risk and information control, and is a certified public accountant. So we really appreciate the opportunity to have him work with us and my staff, and he will present the audit to you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much,
for the opportunity to work with the district. It's been very enjoyable. I know it's late, so I'll just get straight to the point. Audit time period was August through October of this year. We followed what's called the government auditing standards in the conducting of the audit. We focused on 3 areas, and I'll go through those in a minute. Overall, we had 4 audit findings. We provided the draft report to Mr. Gracia for a review and comment. We had about 14 audit recommendations, and I'll briefly go through some of those, for which Mr. Gracia concurred with all those. We also used 2 standards to kind of evaluate where the district was in its IT security program. One of them is from what's called NIST, the National Institute of Standards and Technology. They produce lots of technical standards out there. And another one called the Center for Internet Security that establishes technical security standards for certain technologies. So we pretty much use those as kind of like the basis to evaluate certain areas within the district's IT program. And at any time you got a question, please don't hesitate to ask. The 3 areas that we wanted to focus upon is, first one is the Office of Information Technology adequately resourced compared to similar districts. And generally what we found there, and I'll go into the details in each one of these 3 areas, the audit identified that the district's IT department is not comparably resourced in its budget and staffing. Second objective was, does the Office of Information Technology ensure that policies and procedures are in place to monitor your network and your IT environment? And what we found there is the audit identified several critical policies and procedures not fully in place to support what's called an effective district computer security management program. And then thirdly, does the Office of Information Technology have an effective overarching enterprise information security program? And we found opportunities there that the district could improve upon. 3 commendations for the district. You're very fortunate that you added 3 information security positions to your organization, but that alone isn't going to be enough probably to improve your security program, and I'll talk in details on those. And also, I gleaned many processes are working very effectively within the district, and oftentimes you just don't see those processes working. I mentioned earlier when I briefed the audit committee that IT, in my opinion, and I was a CIO once before I got paroled from that position, that it's like the electric company. When IT's up and running, you don't hear about them. The moment that the lights go out at home or your cable goes down, you're on the phone. So I get how IT works, and when everything's working good, it's working good. And the district does have a lot of good things that's working good. And I'll only mention a couple of them here, and they're all in the report as well. IT user account management, how you're managing users on your network, backup and recovery, I found was very, very good. Your wireless access management, how you're managing your wireless activities, and just VPN and other password management features are working very, very good. So lots of good processes in place. So with that being said, I'll jump into each one of the 4 findings. The first one is where I looked at the IT organizational resources and how you compare to other districts. And I looked at 6 different districts, including Clark County, albeit Clark County is extremely much larger than you. So the 5 other districts that I compared your district against, 3 of them were lower, 2 of them were higher, and your district was kind of right in the middle. So for me, that gave me a good basis for a benchmark analysis. Some smaller, some larger, and this was based on student populations. That was the common average that I used to kind of evaluate your district. What I found there in that benchmark analysis is the district ranks kind of lowest of the 3rd lowest in IT staffing. Ranks 4th in overall student population, like I just mentioned, you're right in the middle, and ranks lowest in available IT funding and budgeting, and also ranks lowest in your IT, what I evaluate the IT budget to IT staff ratio. How how you interpret this data is the IT budget can be deemed insufficient to support the size of your student population. And when I talk about some of the other three findings, you'll kind of see how these things kind of fall into place in that regard. Also, the IT operations are likely to have a significant security posture, negative posture exposure, and you're going to see a couple of the findings that relate to that as well. And it's when resources and staffing and funding is not there, something's going to give, and unfortunately right now it might be in your computer security program. One recommendation in this particular finding, and it should be obvious, is basically consider increasing your resources along with comparable sized districts. So you can kind of benchmark against those. You have the data in the report to kind of see where you may consider funding or staffing to be comparable. One thing to note, since around 2010, there's been a budget reduction and a staffing reduction. So, but at the same time, you've increased your technology within your district significantly. So if you kind of think of your budgeting and your resources going this way, but your technology, not just your needs, but what you're actually deploying is coming up here, there's not going to be an even keel balance on that. And I think you're kind of feeling that. And I should have mentioned this earlier, on a positive note, even though, you know, audit reports also have a lot of criticism, dealing with Ed and his staff, I can tell you, I really enjoy dealing with the folks. They were frank, honest, and kind of made it easy for me. But albeit, they also appear very, very dedicated. And you just don't see that when the lights are on. So I think you got a very, very good staff. And like I said, I was a CIO once, and before I got paroled, and I know good folks, and you have good folks, so that's a good thing. Second finding is kind of simple. We looked at your IT security policies and procedures, and we identified that you need improvement. Just like any functional business area, whether it be HR, finance, or any other area, there has to be specific policies and procedures to help you manage those offices and those functions. And I really looked at 4 areas of your IT policies and procedures. And these are kind of your building blocks for any enterprise IT program. One of them is called Information Security Configuration Management Policy. And what that is how you're managing your technologies and configurations. Are certain settings set at the best that they can be set at to protect your data, your resources, and your network? That's really all it is. Information System Contingency Plan, basically your business continuity, your disaster recovery planning and processes. Information Security Continuous Monitoring Program. How are you monitoring your IT environment for security, potential viruses, malware, and most importantly, breaches and compromises? And that's really what I always significantly focus on. And then along with that, another policy that's called incident handling and event management. There are certain events that cause an incident to arise, and then you have to deal with it. So formally, most enterprise organizations have an event management incident handling program, and they practice it because there will be a day when your network is probably going to get compromised, and everybody plans for it. So I looked at that as well. And I found opportunities that some of these policies and procedures are just missing and not in place. But there are other things complementary that are in place. So, but these are very fundamental building blocks that each enterprise IT organization should have in place. One recommendation, and it's quite frankly what I just talked about. One of the first orders of business with your new information security officer and the 2 additional staff that you just added, these should be some of their focus areas. Get these processes and policies down now. They're going to help you out to identify potential breaches and protect your systems from that. Thirdly, which is the biggest of the findings, third finding is an evaluation of what is known as your computer security program overall. And I looked at what's called IT operational controls and IT technical controls. IT operational controls, I think I looked at 3 or 4 of those, one of them being secure configuration baselines. Just, I'm sure you've heard of servers, firewalls, and things like that. Every one of those have specific settings that you can make for security purposes. And you use an existing standard or baseline as a basis for it. And that's where I used the Center for Internet Security. They're widely recognized internationally for establishing and recommending security baselines. Another area on operational controls, periodic security assessments. Just like what I did for your district, this should be something that you're doing all the time. Just like your financial statement audit, you should be having a security assessment done annually yourself. But also, in Ed's shop alone, he should build those processes in place where they're proactively doing this as part of their day-to-day operations. And I believe that's what those 3 additional security office positions are going to help develop and put into practice. And then a vulnerability management process. And what a vulnerability management process is, sir.
If we go to the cloud, you'll need more security.
You are absolutely correct, and I have a little portion that I talk about the cloud, and if you want, I'll just tackle it now.
I'm sorry.
Nope, that's okay. It's widely known that there's lots of benefits of moving an organization's some component of their IT operations into the cloud. And I added an appendix here to basically recommend. These are some of the common things you should do and think about and plan and address before the decision is made to go to the cloud. Because once you move it up there, it takes a long time to bring it back. So I do have some recommendations in there to consider. And the district is considering moving some of its aspects to the cloud. And so there's some recommendations in there, some best practices in the report for the district to consider. There's a couple of other operational controls. You can look at those, but let me move into the technical controls. And what the technical controls that I looked at was basically, I took a subsample of your parts of your IT environment, and I actually did some technical testings on those. I did what's called a penetration test coming from the internet, just like a hacker would, albeit I only spent a few days doing it, but there were some vulnerabilities that were identified and have been communicated to Ed's shop. There are some areas there to improve. What I also did is internally, I did some internal vulnerability scans within your environment, and same thing, found some opportunities there. And again, like I mentioned on the very first finding, when you don't have the adequate resources managing your IT security, there's something going to give, and this is just a reflection of certain things are going to give. In addition to what's called the network scanning that I talked about, I also did configuration reviews. I looked at your Active Directory environment, which manages your entire network. I looked at the servers, secure settings that were on those, and I identified some opportunities there. And I also looked at what's called your network devices, and those are your routers and your firewalls. They're protecting you at the network level, and the servers are protecting the data that's sitting on those servers and the databases. So you can look at it that way. And what I found is on the Windows servers, I looked at 2 of them. There was like a 32% failure rate on your network devices. Basically, there was an 84% failure rate, and on your firewalls, about an 82% failure rate. So what do those percentages mean? What those percentages mean is when there's not a secure baseline that you're using to set your systems by, you're going to have these gaps. This is not unusual when these things don't exist. Now, think of it this way. You've got your new folks that are coming on board to help address some of these areas and establish these standards and these processes. You come back and look at it 9, 12 months from now, you should see a significant decrease in these. You're not going to get it down to 0. It's impossible. I've been doing this a very long time, and even folks that have extremely large IT security, you're just not going to get them down low. But you should be able to get them down low simply by doing some of the few things that we've already talked about early on. So that's where we're at right there. A couple of other areas on IT planning. What What I looked at on the IT planning is basically how the district is planning for doing upgrades, keeping their systems up to date, and what's called IT refresh. And that is, not all of these technologies last forever. Typically, it's a 3 to 5 year life that the vendors, your Microsoft or whoever you're using, Cisco or whoever you're using, they only build their products for a 3 to 5 year life plan, and you have to replace them. Technology is changing all the time. New features are coming out all the time. They're getting enhanced all the time. So they only support 3 to 5 years, and after that 3 to 5 years, they suspend doing any security updates in order for an organization to keep up with. So an IT department should be planning for those refreshes, and it's not cheap, but it has to be adequately planned, or you're going to fall into the position where you kind of are right now. And right now you're kind of in a very large refresh time period, much larger than that 3 to 5 years, which is going to put your district at risk. I also looked at some investment reimbursement. If you're not familiar, there's a program called E-Rate out there that it's a reimbursement program for certain specific IT investments. And it's kind of after you pay it, you submit your application. The E-Rate program evaluates it and then tells you how much funding they're going to reimburse you. Problem is, you never know when you're going to get it, even though they've told you you're going to get it, but you're eventually going to get it. So it's kind of hard to plan using that money. But the point that I wanted to make in the report is some of that money isn't getting plowed back into your IT department. There's no restrictions on the use of that money, so an organization, the district, can use it as it sees fit because it's a reimbursement program. My recommendation is there, let that be a piece to help augment your IT budget if you happen to get that reimbursement back. And you've been very fortunate, I think, on the amount of funding that you did get. Over the last 2 years that I looked at it, the district received about $2.6 million, which is a pretty good chunk of change, to support your IT department. So I believe we had the most recommendations here, like 6 or 7, and I'll quickly plow through those. Your information security officer just concentrate on establishing those operational, those technical policies and procedures, put them in place. Do what's called periodic internal vulnerability assessments and external vulnerability assessments, just like what I did, coming from the internet, basically attacking your public-facing presence, and doing the same thing inside. Just don't do it maliciously, and it's well known in the industry. There's lots of different ways to do it, and periodically have an independent person come in and do these types of assessments. Helps grade how the IT department's doing, and helps them give you feedback on how effective your computer security program is. I'll briefly talk about the fourth finding, and the fourth finding is pretty straightforward too. I visited your 2 data centers. I did a physical and environmental inspection of your 2 data centers, and you have two very decent data centers. What I found there going through it is we had some fire extinguishers missing. Well, that's a safety issue. We had telephones not hooked up in place. That's a safety issue. And then you have non-IT staff having access to one of your data centers, which to me is a very big risk. If you have a lot of money sunk into those data centers, you have your backbone of your school district riding in those data centers, you really should limit that to the folks who actually need to be in there. Albeit, when I inspected one of the data centers with the telephone not installed, telephone was there, but it wasn't plugged into the wall. So, hey, I'm an auditor. It ain't plugged in. It ain't working. So I couldn't ignore it. Fire extinguishers, it's a health issue. I mean, it's a safety issue. The doors are locked when your IT staff go in there. They have to be able to protect themselves. I ran a very, very large data center, and I had smoke and I had water filled my sprinklers, and it scared me to death. Even though we had our fire extinguishers, these things happen all the time in these data centers. You have a lot of money involved.
I'm sorry,
one thing I couldn't find in the audit, it said that people had access to that non-IT staff had access to the data center. What staff was that?
I believe it was your high school that you have your secondary data center in there, and I believe, if I recall, I think it was the principal.
Okay.
That was the fourth finding. I plowed through it very quickly because I know it's late. I hit the highlights. I'll be more than happy to answer any of your questions or defer them to Ed.
Yes, Trustee Rosenberg. Thank you.
Boiled down simply, he needs more money, and he needs more people.
Yes?
That's all I needed. I'll write a check, Ed, don't worry. It'll bounce, but I'll write a check.
No, I just wanted to thank you.
Trustee Franklin, yes.
You managed to explain it to a non-technology person extremely well. I followed everything you said, so thank you for that work. And Ed, I know that you do, in fact, we just heard in the previous presentation how much your staff goes above and beyond, so I want to acknowledge that. And I do appreciate your comments about our team, because I think that's really important, that we have an amazing team. I was actually wondering if you had any comments that you wanted to make at all, any thoughts or comments about moving forward, things that you'd like to share.
Sure. For the record, Ed Gracia, Chief Information Officer. So the good news is we were addressing some of these things before Mr. Cole got here. So we started doing an internal review of our security last summer, June, July of 15, and identified a lot of the same risks that Mr. Cole brought up and brought those to LT, which ended up being the justification to hire the security staff. So by the time Mr. Cole made his first visit here, we had the IT security officer hired. And by the time he came back for a second visit, we had the 2 staff that report to him hired. We already have a lot of the tools in place that we'll be using to do the scans and the remediation internally, and they're already using some of those things. They're also working on the policies, the physical, the phone and the fire extinguisher, and the access are already being addressed. So I didn't disagree with anything. In fact, in our first meeting, I appreciate him saying I was honest, but you know, I pretty much said, I don't think you're going to tell me anything that I don't already know. And that's kind of how it turned out. But it's good for us as a department, have somebody outside confirm that for us.
Paul, if I can ask, what was the feedback, if any, from the audit committee when they received the report?
Paula Ward, for the record. They accepted it, but they did want us to forward it to you along with the excerpt of the minutes, because they felt it very important that you understand the resources that might be necessary in order to get them up to speed.
And thank you, we do have those here as well, so thank you. And on board docs. Other comments? This is an action item for us to receive the audit of IT. So I'll receive a motion at this time.
I move that the Board of Trustees approves the Audit of Information Technology, Organizational Structure, and Security Program.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Trustee Rosario?
I just have a question. So the recommendations are listed. So what is our process? Because now you're coming to the board. What's our process for our check-in on how these things are? How do you?
I was just going to say, you have a process for that.
We do have
yes.
a process. Paula Ward, Chief Auditor. Within 6 months, we follow up on any recommendations where they have said that they can have these things in place, and this is our standard. Then every year thereafter, until all recommendations have been implemented or that we consider them no longer applicable for whatever reason that might be. So it's a good process. So we normally present to the audit committee and then forward it to you just in a transmittal, if you've seen that, and then through Mr. Lasik. But if you want us to present that, we'll be glad to present that at any time too. So I'll just have to.
I would actually like that. I think a lot of things that you've identified are very, very important, and I know you're on them, and I appreciate that. And I think it would be important for us to have an update on how we're doing, particularly around some of the security issues. I mean, we have a lot of very, very important and confidential information, so that's important to me.
So please, if you would, take that direction from the board. I want to stay involved with that. Dr. Diane?
I think you've covered it. I guess I want to share a thought. Actually, maybe it's a question for Superintendent Davis. Is how is an obvious weakness that even our department knows about? How is this going to be handled from a budgetary standpoint? Because yes, there are portions of it that will just take some time and some people, but I think there's larger portions that are going to take some other dollar resources.
Well, looks like the chief of staff wants to partially answer, and then I'll partially answer. Do you want to go first, and I'll go second? Okay.
David Lasik, Chief of Staff for the record. It's a good question. And one of the things that came out was a recommendation about E-rate. And so to explain some prior history on that, the district has used that funding for our students. So we've bought devices for our schools for online testing. So with the advent of different such as SBAC and EOCs that have to be taken online, we've had to make sure that our schools have adequate devices for our students to take the test. So that's where the majority of it, almost all of it, has gone in the past. With that being said, going forward, we're looking at and have started already a little bit on replacing some of the larger server items and some of the equipment using E-rate dollars. And then, as has been alluded to, we added 3 positions to the budget, although that was budget neutral. We looked at our computer refresh money, and knowing that we're adding more devices to the system, of course, there's a security risk. So it's a balance. So we had to use some of that funding to make sure we had adequate security staff. So it's things like that going forward, making sure, you heard our CFO earlier, we have a $28 million budget deficit coming up. But so it's making sure we're looking at all of our resources, being creative, and trying to balance the needs of the district. Hopefully, I don't know if you have anything to add.
And then I'll just add, there's never enough money to fund everything, so we'll do our normal process as we rank order our importance based on our strategic plan, how it impacts kids, and we stretch the dollar, right? Like, so these items will come back, and I have to tell you, it's tough for departments because every department has a long list of needs, right? But the department also has to look at that need as we look at the overall budget and rank order, because we have to give and take and figure out as a system where we can spend that money and get the bang for our buck. But we know, we've been talking about this for a while. We talk about 21st century learning, and people will do one-to-one devices. Well, that comes with some more support. So it's not just as easy as buying the device and putting it in the hand. So we're really thoughtful about that. And we'll continue to be thoughtful about the entire budget process as we think about needs to students associated with our goals and our initiatives. And then we split the dollar. That's what we've always done. It's not an easy task, but it's what we do.
If I may, there actually is just 2 more items I just want to make sure that I bring to your attention. That it's the same item that I gave to the audit committee. As new technologies are being implemented, and even as we roll significant amount of iPads and things like that out there, there's something that's called, I call it, there's a tail expense to these types of technologies, and that's involved the staff training and making sure that they're adequately being able to support those new technologies as you add them out there. And then secondly, and it's in the report, and it relates to the cloud, the Infinite Campus system that you have. Right now you have Infinite Campus sitting within your environment. That is pretty much hosted, managed, and overseen by Infinite Campus. And obviously that has a lot of sensitive student information in there, and eventually it's going to be moved into the Infinite Campus cloud environment. So I wanted to make sure that we talked that Infinite Campus is sitting in here, and there are some security concerns with how it's being deployed, not having district staff overseeing it. But that, my understanding, that's a short-term situation until they find a solution to actually move it into the Infinite Campus. And finally, once you move something into the cloud, I think it was your point, sir, that you mentioned earlier, just because you move anything to the cloud, you don't relinquish your responsibility to protect it into the cloud. And a lot of enterprises, they move things to the cloud and they kind of wash their hands with it and turn their back, only to find out later they didn't adequately plan the protection controls once they move it into the cloud. That's really all I had. Sorry about that.
Okay, so there is a motion on the floor, and it has been seconded. Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposition? Okay, the motion is carried. Again, Mr. Cole, thank you very much, and Ms. Ward and Mr. Gragia, we thank you. Thank you for your honesty with them and us taking a look at where our gaps are. Yeah. Okay, we have a couple of agenda items. People have been waiting, so we're gonna go to, okay, that's not for me. So, okay, agenda item 6.0, Irene just stepped out. So how about we go to agenda item 6.06, discussion and preliminary approval. These will take 6.06 and 07. This is revision of board policy 9205, safe and respectful learning environment. Chief of Staff.
All right, good evening. David Lasik, Chief of Staff for the record. So I'm subbing in from Gina Session, who did leave, so hopefully I'll be able to go through these. 6.06 is our discussion on safe and respectful learning environment. There's really three major changes to this, and the first one throughout the policy adds the word harassment into the policy, which is good, but it's also both of these policy changes are pursuant to some OCR recommendations, the Office of Civil Rights from the Department of Education. The second change adds the definitions of harassment into here. And then the third significant change, the second change adds language about the reporting process for student staff. And then the third significant change adds definitions of harassment, discrimination, hazing, intimidation. And that's a significant change on page 5 of the policy. But again, that's has to do with compliance of the Office of Civil Rights. And with me is our Chief General Counsel, Neil Rombardo, if he'd like to add anything.
Neil Rombardo, Chief General Counsel. Yeah, as David pointed out, this is basically to comply with working with the Office of Civil Rights, and this is the way they're expecting all districts to go. And so we're just getting out in front on this issue, as we have on many of these civil rights issues. So.
Okay, no question. Okay, hang on, we have a motion on the floor. Is there a second? Yes, she did.
Move to approve.
She did. She made a motion.
I'll second it.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded, and then now discussion. Dr. Dye?
It was just a quick question. The website address is in this policy. That doesn't seem like good practice for a policy, and maybe just remove that, because they change so quickly, or not. Well?
Yes, that's a good point. Although our WCSD bullying website shouldn't change, but our notice may change in the future. So we'll work to tweak that a little bit. Yes. Good. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Rombardo, yes.
Yeah, sorry. Interestingly enough, there's things like folks' names and stuff. The Office of Civil Rights requires that. And so I think the website is part of the policy because they want people to know where to go. And that's kind of, yeah. So what we'll have to do is, but here's how we could tweak it is we can work on, we'll keep that same website, but we'll change the notice, the actual language as it's updated on that site, keeping the same spot, if you will. Does that make sense?
It does. I'm just trying to make it easy down the road because it's good information.
it does make sense to make it easy for people to find, so we're just back to the original motion to approve as submitted. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposition? All right, none. The motion is carried. Thank you very much, and we will go right on to 6.07. This is discussion and preliminary approval for the proposed revision of Board Policy 9201. It's a continuation, bullying, harassment, and discrimination. So we'll turn it right back over to Chief of Staff.
Great. Good evening again. David Lasik, Chief of Staff for the record. Changes in this policy are minor and really are on page 3. Again, it has to do about the complaint and appeal procedures and outlines student reporting, staff reporting, and the public reporting for violations. Again, it's also a similar language in the other policy, but that's about the only change to this policy.
And I would just add that the change is necessary to keep up with administrative regulations that we've been working on for complaint processes and things of that nature. So,
I move that the Board of Trustees provides preliminary approval to the proposed revision of Board Policy 9201, bullying, harassment, and discrimination prohibited, and initiates the 15-day public review period.
Second. Okay, it's moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Opposition? Okay, none. Motion is carried. Thank you very much. And now we're going to jump back up to agenda item 6.05. This is a presentation by staff who've been waiting quite a while tonight on outreach, community engagement, and the communication efforts for families for elementary schools that are scheduled to move to a multi-track year-round calendar for the 2017-18 school year. This includes all the information about videos, questionnaires, brochures, online tools, and so on. We'll turn it over to Irene Payne, who's our Chief Communications Officer, and the Community Engagement Officer, and Colleen.
Thank you so much. For the record, Irene Payne, Chief Communications and Community Engagement Officer for the district. Thank you, President Taylor, trustees, and Superintendent Davis. It's a pleasure to be here. And we're going to briefly talk about multi-track year-round calendar and the communication efforts surrounding that. So it goes without saying that we know we're facing overcrowding, and as a result of some of that overcrowding, some schools are moving to a multi-track year-round calendar. And as you know, it's been some time since Washoe County School District actually had a school on a multi-track year-round calendar. So that became a huge communication effort for us to make sure that we had information, details, the opportunity to ask questions available to all our families, to our teachers, to all of our staff, and to our students as well. So there's been a huge communication effort around this to make sure that we communicate effectively. I'm actually going to hand over to Colleen to take you through most of what we've done. Just before I do that, because Colleen's done all the work on this, it hasn't been me. I would just say that Goal 3 in Envision WCSD 2020 pretty much guides everything we do, because it talks about engaging families and community members in a real thoughtful and meaningful way. So when we do work, we always make sure we can relate it back to Goal 3. So with that, I will hand over to Colleen. So yours.
Thank you. Good evening, President Taylor, Superintendent Davis, and board members. Our communications staff made a web page that was dedicated solely to multi-track year-round so that we could share all the valuable information with our families out there. Some of our schools that are converting to multi-track year-round schedules next year actually have already shared this information in this website with their families when they had meetings. So, of course, that was the meetings that were held last month at Brown, Double Diamond, and Alice Smith. This is just a little piece of it, so we'll go ahead and go a little further into some of the resources available. We worked with our families to get some input on what types of questions they might have about multi-track. And we then shared those questions with the district's multi-track year-round committee that's chaired by Dr. Troy Parks. They gave us some input, so we made a what we think is a very nice family-friendly brochure that shares the questions and answers. This is available in both English and Spanish. It's on the web page, and then it's available for print, and there are copies that are distributed at those schools, at the Welcome Center, and so forth. In addition, we had fun making a video that we have in both English and Spanish that shares the timeline and kind of a step-by-step process, and we'd love to share that with you right now. Uh-oh, technical difficulties?
There we go.
What is multi-track year-round? Washoe County School District has schools that will be going to a multi-track year-round calendar in the 2017-2018 school year. We are doing this to keep our students safe and provide the best learning environment for the kids. This change is necessary because school enrollment has grown so much that we can't effectively put all of the students in the school at the same time. In multi-track year-round, each student is placed on one of 4 tracks. We call our tracks purple track, yellow track, green track, and blue track. School will be in session all year, with 3 of the 4 tracks in school all of the time on a rotating basis. This is called being on track. The 4th track is off track or on vacation. Each student will have about 3 months on break, staggered throughout the school year. Students will have the same teacher all school year, and families will have all of their elementary-aged kids on the same track. What do I need to do at my student's school? The selection process is simple and fair and will be used at all the schools for all families. Step 1. Once it has been determined that a school will be moving to multi-track year-round, your principal will send out a letter and hold a meeting for all families. At the meeting, you'll talk about the process, learn about important dates, and get answers to your questions. This meeting will be held in the fall. Step 2. You will receive information from your school for the online survey to complete your family track preference form. Paper forms will be available too. Your school will provide you with additional details and the deadline for submitting your form. Step 3. From January 23rd through February 3rd, 2017, your school will hold a random draw meeting to select track assignments. Everyone is invited, but not required, to attend this meeting to see the drawing take place. Teacher track assignments won't be shared before the drawing because the principals will be working on the track and grade assignments at the same time. Step 4. Track placement cards will be mailed home within 10 days after the random draw has occurred. Your school will notify you when to expect this. Step 5. Each school will start a waiting list for those students and families who would like to request a change in track assignment. These will be available in March, and you will get more information from your school during the random draw. Instructions on tracking for special education services in self-contained programs will be provided by individual schools. If your school has programs such as gifted and talented, special education, physical education, music, and computers, they will be available on all tracks. All of the information on multi-track year-round is available online at www.washoeschools.net. You can download track calendars and get information on how your school will make the change to multi-track year-round. You can also ask questions online and have the answers sent directly to you via email. Teaching your child in a smaller, safer class environment will help us get every child, by name and face, to graduation.
Thank you. Another video for your pleasure. There are a few other resources that were highlighted in the video. I'll just elaborate on them a little bit. The Ask a Question feature is where someone online submits a question. They just provide their email address to us. We research it and send it back. We've already received about 10 questions already. We have the printable versions of the whole calendar and each individual track, the board policy, and then we also put the multi-track calendar procedures manual on there. That's the relatively thick document that is for the administrative teams at the schools that are converting to multi-track, but it shares a lot of the information about the processes, procedures, and truly how fair and equitable and uniform this process will be moving forward. In addition, we are working on a flyer right now for those incoming kindergarten students that will be going. Most kindergarten parents right now aren't thinking about registering their children for kindergarten and filling out their family track preference form, but they need to be thinking about that. So we'll be having them do that shortly. That's going to be put out at community and retail locations that we've identified, and volunteer services will be helping us do that.
Thank you. Trustee Rosenberg, I know you have a question.
You seem to say in this that every effort in the world will be made to take care of families, to put them on the same track. That's what I meant.
Elementary.
Yeah. Because that was one of the big problems that I'm hearing from parents, is that, well, one kid's on one track and one kid's on another track.
Actually, the manual states that all siblings will be on the same track.
If the parents make a choice to separate them, because some parents do for whatever reason, then we'll honor it. But it is our goal to put all siblings on the same track, and then also to look at the track that's closest to the secondary track for those siblings, so that we match them as close as possible.
We're not quite as heartless as we think.
No, part of that concern, they were talking about if they had a kid in elementary school and one in middle school, then their calendars would be different, because middle school is still on the balanced calendar. So that was part of what we heard.
But what I also just heard Superintendent Davis says that they're going to make every effort. They can't.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Yep. Superintendent Davis?
Irene, why are you smiling? It's late. I'll just say.
No, it is late.
Just think communications. I think there's been a lot of work this year for a variety of reasons, whether it's just on the work that we're doing around instruction to inform parents, or what we would do with funding or without funding. I know it's tough because sometimes we make missteps and then it seems like communications isn't doing whatever, but thank you so much for all the work that your team and all the videos you will continue to make.
Indeed, we will.
Jeff is phenomenal, seriously. I can't even thank you enough. And I don't know if everybody doesn't get to see when we work behind the scenes, right? And when we're behind the scenes, it's not easy work, and the superintendent complains and whines and pushes your buttons.
Sometimes the superintendent does complain.
But we still get it done. But in the end, it always works out because we want to be transparent and give as much information as we can out. And also the work around the information that comes into us, how we answer those questions through a variety of ways and give people answers back. So thank you for being very proactive. And I think the example about kindergarten is one of those big examples. Families forget they want to enroll in September. It's like, then all the tracks are kind of filled up, right? So just everything that we're doing is trying to be proactive around this. Thank you.
And it's a really good example of teamwork, because we have Irene in the Welcome Centre identifying childcare facilities, stores. We have Lisa Marie finding volunteers who will help us deliver those posters to the different facilities and different organisations. And, we are given the information, so it's Dr. Parks and his team who gives us the information. So yeah, it's a great team effort. And Superintendent Davis, thank you for everything that you do to help us communicate effectively and efficiently, because a lot of it is hugely down to you. So thank you very much for everything.
Thank the team. It's team effort.
I know it is.
Trustee Mayor?
Oh, thank you for recognizing me.
You're the only one that had their hand up.
Yeah. Check the recording. The big problem with year-round school in the past was that not all the tracks were ever together for a staff meeting or something like that. They'd have half day here, but half of them would be gone, and it was a real problem that the principals could not meet with the full staff. And I thought that was
taken care of. If you look at the new calendar, the work group, and let me just say, Brent's not here in that department that worked with the community, the teachers, the union. They did a really good job around that being a challenge. So if you look at the calendar, the new calendar, it's actually addressed. So there are whole staff meetings still built in, and it's not the way the old calendar looked. So we addressed that issue when we built the new calendar.
Yes.
Did you want to add to that?
Nope. Well said. Well stated. There are 6 orange days, tea days, throughout the calendar where staff will be able to get together, all together, the principal and all the teachers.
Yeah.
6 days. That's not even one a month.
Right, but that's right. It's more than there were before.
I wouldn't want to see my teachers anymore.
Just remember what it used to be on those calendars where it was never, and you'd always be doing meetings twice, and so we eliminated that.
There's more, Chief of Staff?
Yes, the deputy wanted me to add that it's more structured time for students. And what that means, I believe what you're trying to say is the day goes longer for a multi-track year-round so that we can accommodate those 6 professional development days, so and still meeting the required seat time under state law.
So the 30 extra minutes makes up for the 30 days.
Correct.
Okay, other discussion? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much. Thank you for your work. Great video and really great being proactive.
Thank you.
Okay, that is agenda item 6.03 was pulled at the request of staff. We'll take that up at the next meeting. Otherwise, we're done. So the meeting is adjourned. Public comment. Wait.
Line it up.
Public comment. Seeing none. Seeing no public, there'll be no comment. So the meeting is adjourned.